As another year wraps up, I think it's time to look back on what I made this year. Thank you for a wonderful 2025. This channel has grown so much from the 90 subscribers I started out with this year to 628. What the fuck, where did all of you come from? I am very thankful that I just get to talk about whatever I want and people will just be there. Like, that's cool to me. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you, take care of yourself, and look forward to the Prime 4 video when it comes out. Anyways, that's about it. Enjoy the compilation. Also, fair warning, some of these videos might be a little rough because these are still like my young age at working on videos. You know, I'm still learning and stuff, and I feel like this year I've kind of gotten like a style down, but like the audio is a little more rough on some of these, so fair warning. All right, that's it. Bye. This video is unscripted. I'm strictly going off my personal feelings, and I understand that some people may see that as me being biased, but I see that as me being tired. I'm gonna try to make this very quick and very short, but if you have been on Twitter for the past 24 hours, then you would know that Kanye is having one of the worst crash outs we have ever seen him have, to the point where I cannot just see it as nothing but a desperate attempt for his merch. And it like pisses me off so much because I used to look up to this guy's music. He made some of the most creative and fantastic music I've ever heard. Listening to this man's discography was one of the best experiences of my life, and that is not even a joke, which is why it makes me even more frustrated that he's been at hard work destroying his legacy any way he can. And now he's resorting to making comments that 14-year-old boys have made in middle school. And like, people are eating this up. I can't even lie neither. I have done the exact same thing. So I guess that makes me a hypocrite technically, but we hypocrite here. But a hypocrite who has learned his lesson. Because I'm gonna do the same thing that a lot of people should do. Stop giving Ye attention. Of course, there's some things that you just can't ignore, like the Grammy stuff or literally anything that he does with Elon Musk. But in terms for music or Twitter or whatever thing Ye's doing, let him scream to the void. He's literally doing this to advertise stuff like Bully, his Yeezy merch, anything. I don't even believe he believes half the shit he's saying, because some of the stuff he's saying is some of the most garbage things I have ever heard a human being say. To the point where I don't believe that he actually believes this shit. I believe that he's saying this strictly off the fact that he knows people are going to get pissed off it. And to be fair, I'm making a video talking about it. I am making a video just venting out my frustrations about this man. Because literally, how do you go in 1 week from having a embarrassing look in the Grammys to announcing your album was going to use AI again after your last album being horrible because of that, to now completely crashing out on Twitter saying some of the most degenerate things I have ever heard an artist say? It has gotten so bad to the point where Travis and Tyler both just straight up have enough. There are artists that are legit dropping Kanye because of these comments. And that is crazy to me. And yeah, it's not like we haven't seen this stuff before. You know, there was back in 2018 when he was doing all the MAGA stuff. But the difference is, I feel like Kanye was still making quality music at the time. But now that he doesn't even have the quality music to justify people still sticking around with him, what's even the point? And don't get me wrong, I am not saying this is acceptable if Bully was a 10 out of 10 album. Bully can be the greatest album of all time and surpass his best albums, yet this kind of behavior is still unacceptable for any artist. So for the time being, I am not making any videos on Kanye. I do have some videos that I did wanted to make about Kanye, but I have since decided to just completely scrap those videos for now, mainly because the fact that he keeps getting into worse and worse controversy. And I can't just not see this as an attention-grabbing way to put focus on Vultures 3 or Bully or literally anything Kanye's doing right now. Just to prove my point, literally directly after he started making all those comments about Diddy, he immediately plugged in Yeezy merch. And according to him, it apparently worked. And I know people want Kanye to get better, and in a way, I also do too. But at the same time, there's only so much I can wish for someone before I'm just immediately sick and tired of them. As someone once said, don't save her, she don't want to be saved. Jeez, like, it's like that someone also warned us about another thing Kanye was gonna be, but I just don't know what. So yeah, I just wanted to make this quick video to just say, don't give Kanye any more attention. Do not give him the attention that he so seeks. Because at this point, the Kanye that we once loved is completely gone and replaced with someone who is one of the most disgusting and pathetic people I have ever seen. So yeah, no more videos are coming back soon. I just wanted to rant about Kanye. Okay, I'm adding this after I edited the video, mainly because I feel like it's kind of unfair for me to continue talking about Kanye and how negative of an effect this has on his career, while also continuing to add fuel to the fire. So instead, I'm going to recommend a couple underground artists that I really enjoy that I think deserve more attention. If you haven't checked any of these guys out, I recommend it. But I just want some good to come out of this video, you know? Instead of just me feeding into the endless void of just horrible, horrible tweets. Beloved Paradise Jazz by McKinley Dixon. Jazz Punk by Ramira. Technically not underground, but unappreciative nevertheless. Full Court Press by Big Crit, Wiz Khalifa, Girl Talk, and Smoke Dizza. And finally, Goyard M. Said by Gaius Guevara. I hope I pronounced that right. If not, I am so sorry. Brave New World isn't that bad, but nobody cares. My god, the build-up to this movie's release was so mind-numbingly annoying, with constant rumors about it being bad, reshoots for 22 days that got twisted to them reshooting the film 4 times, and this movie's controversies keep stacking and stacking and stacking until that score came out and are you kidding me? I was extremely nervous going into this film. You can ask literally anyone I was talking to at the time, and they will tell you I was so desperate for this film to be good. Not only because I want this to be a good first impression for a new beginning of the MCU, but also because I like Sam Wilson's Captain America in both the comics and the MCU. And then I sat down and watched the film. Brave New World isn't that bad of a movie. In fact, I would say it's a good step in the right direction for the MCU in terms of bringing back the dark, more suspenseful tone that was sorely missed from Phase 4 and 5. But where it fails is the fact that this film is such a mess with its plot, trying to balance so many ideas at once with only executing a couple of them well. Let's talk about the villains first, because I can describe them pretty easily as mid, fine, and great. Sidewinder was a very underused villain. You can really tell he was added last minute. Esposito did a great job in the role, and I really hope he comes back, maybe as the main villain of the next movie. But his role in this movie felt like such an afterthought. I kid you not, there's like 10 minutes of him being in this movie, and then, poof, gone, never to be seen again. Thunderbolt Ross was a bit better, mainly because he actually had stuff to do in this film, but he still feels really underdeveloped. Like, the elements to make him a great villain is right there, and I think Harrison Ford did all he could with this role, but they just didn't flesh him out enough. Like, there's scenes that makes him interesting, but they just don't really do much to his character. I still liked him more than I did before, no disrespect to William Hurt, but I just feel like he didn't do enough in this film, man. Easily the highlight of all these villains was the leader. The only villain that I feel like got the respect he deserves. Every scene, he just shined, man. He was essentially the guy who was pulling all the strings, but I think the fact that they showed very little of him until the big reveal of his design made him such a cool villain. Every time he appears, it just felt like he had this cool aura around him, you know? I can't really describe him well without spoiling the movie, but he had the best scenes, and I think Tim Blake did the absolute best in this movie. He's honestly my favorite actor here. As for Sam himself, I feel like he gets a lot of time to shine in this film, which is very much appreciated, and I do like his chemistry with Torres, the new Falcon, but I also feel like his arc gets really rushed through. Him having to carry the burden of the previous Captain America is a really cool idea, and I like the fact that he second guesses himself on whether or not he should have taken the serum. That comes in the final 40 minutes of the goddamn movie. There should have been more scenes of him doubting himself. There should have been more scenes of them building up to this arc. It made his final confrontation with Red Hulk feel so underwhelming. Speaking of which, the fights in this movie were really bad. Constantly switching between camera angles, not letting the scene just fully play out. And there are some moves in this movie that I question, why did you do that? Like, I don't think I can show this scene because I don't think it was in any of the trailers. But there was a scene where Sam was in the middle of the air. He did a backflip in the air and just kept moving. He wasn't even dodging anything. What did you accomplish? Hi, I just thought about another point about the fight scenes. The fight scenes look so sloppy compared to a lot of the Captain America fight scenes. And a lot of people will bring up the fact that, oh, he doesn't have the super serum. That's why he looks a lot more inexperienced. But to that I say, look at the Daredevil fight scenes. Daredevil is just a guy. Yet his fights look so much more cooler, even when he's losing. And a big part of that is because the choreography is so good in that show. In this movie, the choreography looks so boring. It's visually uninteresting. It feels like Sam's losing 90% of the time and wins by chance. And above all, it's just not that entertaining to watch. I like the fights in Falcon and Winter Soldier a lot more than this. I like the fights in the original Captain America movie a lot better than this. I think the fights in both of those projects are way better than any of the fights here. Even the one I like. Anyways, that's enough of editing Dove, and I just wanted to bring that point up because it just popped into my head. Alright, bye. If they did reshoots to make the action scenes better, then oh boy, I do not want to see what the action scenes were before, man. At the very least, oh my god. At the very least, I enjoy the final fight with Red Hulk, but I feel like it ends so underwhelmingly. It just makes me question, what is the point in all of that? But the fight itself was really fun and had a lot of great moments. Also, the editing in this movie is also bad. You know the things I said about the fight? Constantly switching between camera angles, not letting the scene just fully play out. Yeah, copy and paste what I said, and that's most of the editing in this movie. It was especially bad in the beginning of the movie and kind of got a lot better as it moved on. But in that beginning, it was so distracting, man. I've been bashing this movie a lot, but I do stand by the fact that I do like this movie. For one, despite the green screen being ass, I think the CGI for the most part is a massive step up from a lot of the Phase 4 and 5 CGI. I think the tone in this movie is consistently dark and I enjoyed it. They didn't felt the need to interrupt dark scenes with a joke or two, which is more than I can say for multiple other Phase 4 and 5 projects. I also thought the pacing was very good, going from scene to scene very quickly. It never felt like they were wasting your time with useless story plots. And I really liked how this is a Marvel movie that does feel like a connected universe, like they should have felt like in the beginning of the goddamn phase. Things from previous movies are being brought up again for new plot points, even if it's in the most basic way possible. I will say this, they do try a bit too hard to connect it all. And what I mean by this is that some of the dialogue can come up very like, you know, they're just giving you a rundown of what their bios are. Like, hey, I'm Isaiah Bradley. I'm the first Captain America. They locked me up and throw away a key, and now I don't trust anyone. Overall, I think the movie is a decent ride, but one that could have used more time in the oven. If you like Falcon and Winter Soldier, then I think you'll get some enjoyment from this, but it won't change your mind on the direction of the MCU. It was a 6 out of 10 movie that with changes could have been an 8 out of 10. But would that be enough? With all the negative press this movie has had, I wonder if this is the audience's final straw. It's already projected to make half of its budget back over the weekend, which is good, but would it be enough to turn a profit? My theater was actually pretty full for this movie, so maybe enough people will still care about it to check it out. The MCU has been extremely hit or miss for 4 years now, and after Deadpool and Wolverine, which I won't lie, is kind of on the same level as this film, but after that movie, a movie that's just above average isn't going to be enough to convince the average viewer. And while elements of why people love the MCU in the first place are here, I don't know if that alone is enough to carry this film or Thunderbolt. That's the other thing, if this film fails, what does that mean for something like Thunderbolts or Fantastic Four? It can extremely affect those movies and change the perspective of the MCU completely. It's not like I want these movies to fail. I want to see Sam again. I'm really excited to see him in the main lead of Avengers Doomsday. And despite how many times I could say, I'm so tired of the MCU, I'm still gonna be watching these movies hoping for a comeback. And I think they can make a comeback if they play their cards right. Deadpool, Wolverine, and Agatha were both beloved for a reason. Hell, if you look at social media, you see people defending Brave New World, saying it's actually pretty decent. But I just wonder if decent is enough, you know? This score, while harsh, shows that people are tired. Brave New World isn't a bad movie, but it isn't as good as it should be, which sucks because this is Captain America. He deserved a better movie than this. And again, I'm not even saying this movie is bad. I'm saying this movie is so underwhelming compared to literally anything else from the Captain America trilogy. I just hope with these next few movies, Marvel can get back on its feet and satisfy the audience, because if not, the MCU can be in more trouble than it already is. Brave New World corrects a bunch of things that the MCU has done wrong, but as a result, introduced more problems, and ultimately, it may not be enough to fully revive it.
Hello guys, it's the YouTuber, RenTheStrangeNerd, the YouTuber who never takes any breaks from YouTube. I know it's been a month, give me a break. Today, for this lovely new video, I decided I'm going to be ranking my most important ranking of all. Fish. I'm very passionate about fish. I have been a fish fan since I was like straight out the womb. Ever since I was swimming in my dad's ball sacks, I have always been a massive fan of fish. And today, I'm going to be ranking all of them. Every single fish you can think about. These fish right here, you see on screen? All these fishes? All these fishes are the fish that exist in the world. Alright? You cannot tell me there's more fish. You're lying to yourself that there are. So, join me as we rank every single fish in the sea. Just realized I'm missing one. Wait. Alright, now we have every single fish we need. Alright, let's start off first. Let's start off basic. You know, we got the classic fish. Why did I hit my mic? We got the classic fish, you know, the carp. And, you know, it is a basic fish, but, you know, I'm feeling B here. No, the carp's a classic, you know. It's the most common fish you're gonna see. It's the fish that you're gonna see when you're fishing in Animal Crossing all the time. So really, I should be putting it in a D. What can I say about carpfish? You know, as a giant fish fan myself, they're brown. They're annoying at Animal Crossing. B tier. Yeah, the carp deserves to be in B. Next up, we got the salmon. Salmon, however you pronounce it. Now, this is just the improved version of the carp, alright? Instead of ugly, disgusting brown, ew, who likes the color brown? Let's be for real, alright? We have the beautiful, gorgeous silver that's just on the salmon fish, you know? It is a bit basic, you know? A lot of fishes in the sea are. Let's not kid ourselves here. But it's just like, it's still so beautiful, you know? And besides, salmon are delicious. Does anyone ever come up to you and say, man, we could really go for some carp right now? No. If you say that's true, you're lying to yourself. Salmon, every time I'm in a restaurant, every time my dad's cooking it, I just love salmon, you know? It's not S tier, you know, it's not the best fish to see, but it's definitely up there, you know? It's delicious. It's silver. Alright, we got two basic fishes. Time to get these fishes out of the way. Alright, the carp, that's Drake. Alright, the carp is Drake. The salmon, that's J. Cole. Alright, that's J. Cole. So that makes the clownfish Kendrick Lamar. Look at this. The amount of color in this fish. It may be a clownfish, but there ain't no tomfoolery in this fish. It is one of the greatest fishes to ever exist in this world. Prove me wrong. This fish, to be honest, I don't know what it does. I don't know if you can eat it. My editor, aka me, can confirm that. But this fish is one of the greatest fishes ever to exist. It's orange. It's white. GNX was a really good album, so, you know, he has that going for him. This is the Kendrick Lamar of the fishes. And if this is the Kendrick Lamar of all the fishes, the swordfish is the Denzel Curry of all the fishes. Simply one of the greatest fishes of all time. His name is literally the swordfish. Come on, man. His nose is like a sword, man, and he used that to fight people. I believe it's used for defense. I didn't pay attention in biology, or did I just say biology? I didn't pay attention in fishology. I was a very bad student. I somehow got a GED. But the swordfishes, they're cool, alright? You know, I really love Melt My Eyes. Great album. Huge fan of the swordfish. He killed it on that album. Now, anchovies. Anchovies are an interesting story. Because you see, I don't think it's a hot take to say anchovies are garbage. They're just like the worst version of, what was the fish I was talking about? Salmon. I'm already forgetting these fishes. They're just a worse version of salmon, you know? They taste worse, they're way smaller, and they're ugly. You know, if salmons are J. Cole's, then anchovies are Jordan Lucas. They think they're trying something, they think they can be as good as the top tier dogs, but in reality, they're washed. They released a really mid album, and they're just ugly, alright? Who likes these things? SpongeBob has conditioned our brains to hate anchovies. They're disgusting creatures. No one likes them. I hope they get kicked to the curb. Now, angelfish, they confuse me. Because I don't really think they're angels. And they're triangular. Like, I like them. I'm gonna put them in B, you know, I like them. I think they're cool. But like, I just don't get them, you know? Like, why do they exist? They're very, how do I put it? Dumb? But I like stupid things, so you know what? Maybe this fish was made for me, alright? Maybe I need to give this fish a couple more re-listens, you know, really enjoy the guy. And maybe he'll grow on me. But for now, I'm feeling a B. You know, I appreciate him more than I like him. And the shape of him makes him stand out compared to the rest of the sea. Lionfish. This does not look like a lion. Now, might be a controversial take. I know the lionfish has its fans. I'm gonna put it in C, alright? The lionfish is kind of mid. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I know some people think, oh, he looks pretty. The spikes look tacky. Come on, let's be for real. The spikes look really tacky. He's kind of like, he's trying way too hard to impress me. You know, if I'm continuing this rap bit, he looks like Tizo Touchdown. And you know, I like Tizo Touchdown. It's cool on a human, not so cool on a fish. This man's just stealing his entire, like, persona. Like, that's not cool. And again, he's not even a lion, so what's the point? Also, I tried, you cannot eat this fish. He's poisonous. Those spikes are actually poisonous, so, you know, it's good for defense, but, you know, I'm trying to eat, so, you're just gonna go, you're just mid, man. Angler fishes just scare me. I'm too scared to put it in D, because, like, you know, you don't go to the bottom of the ocean, alright? You do not go to the bottom of the ocean. Because you will see some of the most weirdest creatures you ever see. Stuff that looks like came from outer space. These things are creepy. But honestly, I think they're just creepy enough to be cool. But I think they would be chill, honestly. You know, I put them in D because they scared me, but honestly, I think that's part of their appeal. You know, I came around to the anglerfish. I see the vision now. These are one of the coolest fishes in the sea, you know? They look like freaks of nature, but they stand out compared to any other fish here, you know? It's not, oh, look at me, I'm drunk, oh, look at me, I have spice. It's, oh, look at me, I'm demented from hell. And the final fish we're gonna be looking at today is this stupid, ugly, disgusting creature. The blobfishes is one of the worst fishes ever. He's ugly, so it makes him the Kodak Black of the sea, alright? He's ugly, I don't feel bad for him, he's disgusting. He's a disgusting human being in a mistaken society. Why do they even look like that? Wait, that's actually a good question. Why do they look like that? Oh. I am so sorry. Alright. I think that's a pretty solid fish tier list. But you know what? We're missing one fish. One fish that has been on my nerves for the longest time, alright? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Fred the Fish. And you know what? We're making a whole new tier for him. F for Fred. Fred the Fish. This stupid idiot always gets himself into trouble no matter what you do. There's an entire episode where SpongeBob literally has to try to stop him from hurting his leg. Ever since the first time we've seen him, he has always been trying to get hurt, no matter what we do. Everyone out there in the show is just trying to look after him, just trying to make sure he doesn't get himself killed. But what does this dude do?
I should just probably cut this part out. It's just...
Fred the Fish is a menace to Bikini Bottom. Mr. Krabs may be charging me $55 for a Krabby Patty, but then they be poisoning me 24/7. SpongeBob and Patrick are doing... Jesus, who knows at this point? But Fred the Fish is the worst fish on this list. So yeah, that's the fish tier list. Why did I make this?
I was doing the usual thing of scrolling around YouTube to find a new video to watch when I found a video that I thought was really dumb from the thumbnail alone. Classic SpongeBob would not get along with modern SpongeBob. Already having my own thoughts on the topic itself and already thinking that it was a pretty silly argument, I click on the video expecting something a little more with substance, and I found a video that was really poorly made with a lot of points that have no actual weight to it. And what I was more shocked by is how positively received this video is. I really don't mean any hate towards the guy, like, whatever, get your bag, man, I don't really care. It's just, to me, I feel like this video was just so poorly made with its arguments, you know? So today I'm making my own poorly made video that will be improved thanks to my editor, Stell. Look, I'm already stuttering. I'm gonna be making my own video talking about this and giving my own 2 cents on the topic itself. I don't really like making response videos. I don't think they're like the best thing to do, but I just thought this video was so, for lack of a better word, dumb, that I kind of wanted to just make my own video kind of counteracting these points. Because most of the comments I see that was against this video was just like, you're wrong, and just not elaborating on any of the points at all. So this is my counterpoint anyways.
Hey Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
So there is a certain kind of SpongeBob image that has been popping up on the internet for many years now. I don't know what to call this genre of images, but there's a lot of them. And for as goofy as they are, I honestly don't think they are as far off the mark as people are making them out to be.
Implying they aren't far off, in my opinion, just seems really dumb, because you're not only taking something that was clearly meant as a satirical image and taking that completely seriously, but also old SpongeBob isn't someone who hates people just for the sake of being more energetic. So I'm just gonna skip straight to the points, because he just kind of yaps in this beginning section, so I didn't cut any of his reasonings. This is what he actually thinks. I hope that makes sense. I just don't want to waste your time.
Classic SpongeBob was a lot more chill than modern SpongeBob is, and he had limits. That's like one of the biggest differences between even like early post-movie and today.
Okay, one thing I'm gonna give this video credit for is that he does acknowledge how early post-movie SpongeBob and modern day SpongeBob are very different. That's something that I do think is very admirable, and something that a lot of people don't really do. Like, to some people, Season 4 and Season 11 are basically the same kind of SpongeBob, which could be further from the truth. But here's where I start to disagree.
In the Season 5 episode Breath of Fresh Squidward, we see Squidward becoming a lot more like SpongeBob after an electric shock, only he's even more obnoxious than post-movie SpongeBob. And what does SpongeBob do? He gets annoyed and eventually pissed, at Squidward.
And maybe you can take my place on the Employee of the Month Wall of Fame, but nobody, and I mean nobody, go dances with that guy but me! Now do yourself a big fat favor and shut up, bub!
My main problem with this video is the fact that it feels like he's very much cherry picking with his argument. For example, there's a big issue with this argument, and that is all with context. You see, Breath of Fresh Squidward is an episode where Squidward becomes a lot more like SpongeBob, but also starts achieving more, which causes SpongeBob to be jealous. He literally blames Squidward for what he thought was his mistake he made. The episode treats him lashing out at Squidward as a jerk move, especially since this was at Squidward's party.
I just want to say I'm sorry for being so selfish and yelling at you and all. I mean, who cares about cooking and pictures on the wall and dancing? We're bigger than that, right?
SpongeBob was in the wrong in this episode and he apologized for it. I don't think this works for your argument because when giving context on what happened, it shows that SpongeBob was in the wrong for getting mad in the first place.
And this is not a one-time thing. SpongeBob has gotten mad at others multiple times in the early seasons. May I direct you towards the season 3 episode, Can You Spare a Dime?
Can you spare a dime doesn't work in this argument. I'm gonna let you finish, but it feels like the issue with bringing this and other arguments up is that when SpongeBob blows up and gets mad, it's usually when he's being taken advantage of, where his niceness is being taken advantage of. But let's hear him out.
They're everywhere, especially if you're green and have 6 tentacles.
Thanks. I'm gonna go look for one so I can stop mooching off my friends and they can get back to their lives.
Yes, this was an episode where SpongeBob was being taken advantage of. Squidward was taking advantage of SpongeBob being kind. But at least to me, this argument doesn't work because this would be out of character for modern day SpongeBob. Just because you think modern day SpongeBob is annoying doesn't mean he would be in character to take advantage of someone's household like that. Because at the end of the day, modern day SpongeBob still has cores relating to SpongeBob's character. He's a nice guy who wouldn't do something selfish like this. Or at the very least, do something as selfish on purpose, which is what Squidward does throughout this episode. I have my issues with how modern day SpongeBob is characterized in these newer episodes, but to act like he would do something like this, it's just wrong. You see, modern day SpongeBob is childish. He's obviously a lot more oblivious to what goes on in the world. Like, older SpongeBob is also oblivious, but it's in a more young adult going into the world for the first time kind of way. And whether you like the characterization of SpongeBob nowadays or not, it's still not in character for him to do something like this. This plotline only fits characters who would be this selfish to take over someone's home maliciously. I'm not gonna waste your time with the other points he makes, mainly because it's just the same points with other scenes of him blowing up at Mr. Krabs, the Dutchman, the jellyfishes. All of these are situations where SpongeBob was being taken advantage of, so he acted accordingly.
The notion that classic SpongeBob was just happy-go-lucky and friendly all the time is misunderstanding the character, and a lot more fitting to the state of the character in the modern seasons.
This is something that I also disagree with a lot. He states SpongeBob being happy-go-lucky is more fitting to the modern day seasons than the classic seasons, which in my opinion is not true. SpongeBob is a happy-go-lucky character in the original show. Only difference was the writing was way more chilled, it was way more reserved. This can be seen with something as early as Season 1, Episode 16, Valentine's Day, where he gives gifts to everyone in Bikini Bottom, even people he didn't know. A lot of the conflicts that happens between SpongeBob and Squidward is because SpongeBob's just minding his business, having a good day, and Squidward's like, what do you think you're doing? I'm not doing that impression. The Paper, Bubble Stands, Dying for Pie, Artist Unknown, all had conflicts where Squidward couldn't stand a guy being happy. Hell, the Artist Unknown, SpongeBob is excited to learn about art, and guess who ruins it for him? The default expression of SpongeBob is being in a good mood, is being happy-go-lucky, and saying that this was never a part of his character up until the newer seasons is just blatantly wrong. Also, the clip of SpongeBob and Patrick laughing in the theater loudly and being obnoxious also doesn't really help the argument, because how would this prove that he would annoy classic SpongeBob? The entirety of Bubble Buddy was literally SpongeBob doing this scene, except for the entire episode.
Watch this flipper again.
Hey, Pearl, shake hands with Bubble Buddy.
What?
We can just compare how Bubble Bass is treated in his debut episode in season 1, Pickles.
Bubble Bass.
Square pants. I hear talk you make a mean Krabby Patty.
Yep. I hear talk you're kinda picky.
With how he is treated by SpongeBob in like any of his 100 appearances in the modern seasons.
Looking fit, Bubble Bass. Been pumping the iron, huh?
Now this could have been a really good argument if you have never seen another Bubble Bass episode including SpongeBob in the modern day seasons. This clip comes from a modern day episode where they have a whole I Hate SpongeBob club. I haven't really seen that episode in a long time, and I just don't remember really liking it, and I honestly just don't care to go watch it again. So let's use moving Bubble Bass as an example. This was the episode that technically brought Bubble Bass back into the main cast, so I think it's very important to see how he was introduced back. SpongeBob and Patrick help Bubble Bass pack and move his stuff into his grandmother's house. In return, he will reward them with sandwiches. Bubble Bass in this episode fakes breaking his back just so he can get out of doing any work and then eats the rewards that he was supposed to give them.
That free lunch.
Oh, yes. About that. I'm afraid I was waiting for you so long that I ate them.
Thus justifying the ending he got. Yes, the rivalry between SpongeBob and Bass isn't there anymore, but let's not pretend like Bubble Bass doesn't deserve 90% of the stuff that happens to him. You can say the same thing with Bubble Bass's tab, where Bubble Bass refused to pay his tab, and he gets punished accordingly. Big Bad Bubble Bass, where he's constantly trying to hunt down and steal SpongeBob and Patrick's toy as a wolf. Don't question it. Usually Bass deserves what's happening to him, which makes him and SpongeBob's dynamic more interesting than, let's say, modern day SpongeBob and modern day Squidward.
Modern SpongeBob is annoying and super loud, like everyone else in the show, and if classic SpongeBob could get annoyed and snap on the classic versions of the other characters, I don't think it's crazy to say he would get annoyed and snap eventually at Freak Bob.
Yes, it is, because a lot of the time where classic SpongeBob is snapping at others is in episodes where he's being taken advantage of or is being treated poorly. These scenes are so memorable because SpongeBob is so out of pocket for these scenes. SpongeBob getting mad is rare. It's supposed to be treated as a rare thing, which is why it was so funny when every time it happens. SpongeBob snapping at Mr. Krabs for firing Squidward over a dime? Hilarious. SpongeBob cursing at Mr. Krabs for spending his money? SpongeBob cursing at Mr. Krabs? Funny. These were rare situations in these classic episodes, and usually when any other conflict happens, he usually either runs away or blames it on himself. At the end of the day, this show is a comedy, and yes, while older SpongeBob was way more three-dimensional with his character writing, at the end of the day, this is still a comedy. Just because there's one episode of SpongeBob lashing out at someone doesn't mean that's something that's always going to be a part of his character. Part of his character is that he's a happy, optimistic, lucky-going guy. In fact, do you remember Pre-Hibernation Week? That episode had SpongeBob being pushed to his limit with Sandy, so he ran away not wanting to hurt her feelings, only finally being able to stand up for himself, but still at the end of the day, try not to hurt Sandy, who he considered his friend.
Can't play with you anymore. I just can't take the games. They're tearing me apart. There, I said it. Now just promise we can still be friends. Please, Sandy, this isn't easy.
In my opinion, if modern SpongeBob would to ever be too much for older SpongeBob, he would probably talk to him in that way. Not trying to hurt his feelings, but respectfully saying, you're going too far. Classic SpongeBob wouldn't explode on people unless he's being driven to that point. That's basically the end of the video and the end of his points. The last minute of the video is essentially just modern SpongeBob bad, classic SpongeBob good. And again, no hate to this guy, don't go harass this guy, you're lame if you do that. It's just, I thought this video was just really poorly written, or at the very least, very poorly argumented. I feel like a lot of the points fall apart as soon as you start thinking about them for more than 2 minutes. And it's just a video that I kind of wanted to talk about and give my own thoughts and opinions on. In my opinion, this is stupid. I always thought this whole old versus new argument is stupid. As a Sonic fan, this also happens with Sonic. And while I think there's some things to say about Sonic that very much holds true to that argument, I've been seeing this way more with the movie version of Sonic, which is a whole different conversation in itself. I want to answer the question, do I think classic SpongeBob get along with modern SpongeBob? Yeah, I think so. Modern day SpongeBob isn't annoying to the point where he constantly disrespects people, he's just very oblivious to what he does. Modern day SpongeBob isn't purposely trying to do the stuff he does, he just does it because, well, he acts like a kid. That's essentially how he is. And I think classic SpongeBob would realize that. I don't think he would tell modern SpongeBob to shut up or pull a Glock 30 on him. Just saying, that is so goofy. It's so goofy. I don't think classic SpongeBob would be upset at him or even annoyed at him. If anything, I feel like he would just tag along and have fun with his ride. Classic SpongeBob isn't Squidward. Classic SpongeBob is just a chill dude. Yes, he does have moments in the series when he gets pushed to his limit, but usually when he gets pushed to his limits, he's being pushed by people who frankly are doing wrong in the first place. The biggest crime that modern SpongeBob does is just be annoying. That's not a crime, that's just annoying. And at the end of the day, I just feel like classic SpongeBob would just try to match with that, or at the very least, show respect to the guy. But that's my 2 cents of it. I'm working on newer videos, I promise. Thank you, Stell, for editing this. I'm gonna leave Al's video in the description down below in case you want to watch it. And yeah, again, no hate to him. I'm sure he's a great YouTuber. This is the first video I've seen of him. And yeah, you guys have a good day. I'm playing Space Marine. Bye. There are a few movies that release each year that are considered masterpieces. Across Spider-Verse, I would say, is a masterpiece. Dune, I would say, is a masterpiece. Everywhere All at Once, I would say, is a masterpiece. These are really the only 3 movies I've seen personally this decade that I really enjoyed to the point where I would give them a 10 without thinking about. And Transformers 1, because I am biased. But I feel like all these movies pale in comparison to what I think is probably the best movie I've seen this decade so far. And let me tell you, it's gonna be pretty hard to top. I'm sure you've heard all the praises from Sinners already. I am sure you are probably tired of hearing about Sinners at this point. But if you're tired about hearing it, you probably haven't seen it. And if you're watching my video, then you definitely haven't seen it. What are you doing? You should have already watched it. Go watch it. Sinners is a fantastic film. It is a masterpiece. There is probably issues with the film that, admittedly, my bias is probably misseeing. I am not going to present you those issues because, genuinely, I did not think about those issues while watching this film. Hell, thinking about it now, I don't even know what flaw is in the film. Sinners is a masterpiece. Everything about this movie is perfect. Let me start with the cinematography because, like, oh my god. I always felt like Ryan Coogler had pretty good cinematography. Like, just watch Fruitvale Station, and like the shots in that film were like really beautiful, and they're usually just Michael B. Jordan sitting in a dirty street, and then you move on to something like Wakanda Forever where you have so many like gorgeous shots. Like, this man knows how to do cinematography, and I feel like Sinners is some of his best work off cinematography alone. Every shot feels like it has so much life to it. I also just really love this movie's characters. This movie is a very slow movie. It is going to take a long while to get to the big parts on why you're seeing this film. But I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. It has a slower pace because it's trying to show you why you should care about these characters. There are so many horror films or thriller films that present you a character that you don't necessarily care about, but you know is important, so you should care about. But this movie, it makes you feel for every character. When a character dies in this film, you are going to feel it. You are going to feel that like, oh man, no. There are characters that got introduced in this film that from the first 10 seconds of them being introduced, I already loved. That first hour is just nothing but build up to what is, in my opinion, a fantastic second half. The second half of the movie is genuinely such a thrilling ride. It's genuinely to the point where the first half and second half feel like two different movies, but it's integrated in probably the best way that kind of style can be integrated. And the performances in this movie, oh my god. Miles Keaton's first role is this movie. Think about that. Miles Keaton's first lead role, first role in anything, is this movie. And he's the best actor in this movie. It's like Sammy was made for him. It's like he was handcrafted for Sammy. It is like genuinely so impressive how good he is. And there's no slack to anyone else in this film. They all did great. It's just Miles Keaton. I am particularly impressed with his role. And oh my god, Michael B. Jordan, my beloved man. It genuinely felt like there was two people in the room at the same time, but no, that was just Michael B. Jordan. It is genuinely impressive how he played two drastically different characters at the same time, sometimes in the same room, and you can never tell they're twins. That is the craziest part. Everyone else did so well in this film, but these two were standouts in my opinion. And oh my god, dude. Going back to like the cinematography, there is like one scene that is just like, if you've seen the film, you know. But there's one scene that is just like jaw-dropping, man. Just genuinely jaw-dropping. It is one of the coolest scenes I have seen in any movie, and genuinely, it was so cool. And that scene was enhanced by this film's incredible soundtrack. Oh my god, this film's soundtrack was so good. The way it incorporates blues music into its soundtrack is just, what the fuck, dude? Like every single scene from the beginning of the film where some sort of like blues music was playing, I was like stomping my feet, bopping my head, like really like enjoying myself. Even those background tracks were just really nice to hear and really pleasant on the ears. And then once it gets to those more haunting and like harder hitting tracks, it still tried to incorporate the blues music, just more in like a more devilish way. And I feel like this movie has so many themes to it that, to be honest, I don't even fully understand. How they explore the themes of religion and atheism with the two twins. How they explore white privilege, showing that it's not something that only affects minorities, but also lower class white people. How they explore these themes with such nuance, it feels so fresh. There are so many films out there that have the very basic phrase allegories that I feel like are a bit too hand-fisty, but I feel like with this film, it's not only a bit more subtle, like it's way more tightly integrated to the plot, but also it doesn't feel like it's shy of saying it. It feels proud of saying what it's trying to say. And I don't want to spoil anything. At all. I genuinely think this movie is best experienced blind. I think this is one of the movies that you have to go to theaters for. And I genuinely mean that. Yes, you can enjoy it and see the hype from your home theater. But to me, it's just not going to be the same experience as seeing it in theaters. This is the type of movie that you go to theaters for. And I'm not just saying that, you know? This is the type of movie that is blueprints for other movies. The movie that makes you love other movies. I know I've kind of been like scramble-brained with this review. And that's mainly because I'm just so giddy about this film. I've been thinking about it ever since I watched it. And I genuinely want to go watch it again. It is genuinely, and I do not say this with no exaggeration, the best movie of the 2020s. And it's going to be very hard to top. This is a movie that I feel like is completely worth your time. And I genuinely mean it when I say this. Go buy a ticket and go watch Sinners. Whether it's by yourself or with someone, I promise you, you will not regret it. I don't like overhyping films because I genuinely feel like I can kind of like over-exaggerate it a bit. But with Sinners, it's not like that. To me, Sinners is just that good of a movie. AI sucks. What could have been a very useful tool has instead devolved into one of the most harmful new trends of the modern era. AI has been shoved down pretty much everyone's throat over the past 2 years, with companies feeling the need to include it in every single new media they have. I don't hate AI. I think it has its place, and if used well, can be a very useful tool for people to use. For example, I use AI while making thumbnails. That sounds really bad, let me explain. I use a website called remove.bg to get rid of backgrounds for images, because I'm not doing that yourself, you're crazy. And the AI does it better than I can, let's be for real. But the thing is, I'm using that as a tool to help me make thumbnails, to make the job easier. It's not making the thumbnail for me. Guess what I'm complaining about today? There are AI tools that can come in handy. But when companies hear that, they don't think, oh man, that's awesome, we can use that to make stuff faster and cheaper and help our workers. They see that and think, fire everyone, we're about to get 30 up!
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I was perusing through YouTube the other day, and I found something that I hated. I hate it so much. It was an 80s style Avengers trailer. When I first saw it, I thought, oh man, it's a fan-made Avengers trailer if Avengers was in the 80s. That could have been cool. That could be cool. I thought it was someone making their own Avengers, but in a different time period. And I thought it could be a really cool what if. Instead, what I got was whatever the hell this is. Taking the fact this is AI away from it, this is a bad trailer, right? What was the last trailer you watched where they slowly introduced the characters by giving them brief character bios? The Captain Marvel we all would have loved. Are you certain, sir? Not to mention, this just looks ugly, man. Like a lot of AI, it has this uncanny look to it. These characters don't look like real people. How do you want me to react to an AI trailer when a person can't even blink? Like, how is this like boobies? Never mind, guys. This should have had double the likes. That's something I've actually noticed about a lot of these AI trailers. A lot of them would have these girls in skimpy, risque outfits, and guys down in the comments go crazy for them. Look, I'm not above being down bad for women. Who is it? Let's be for real. But to me, if you get off to AI women that look like they were made in a factory, I'm judging. If you show me Bayonetta, I'm dabbing you up. If you show me AI Black Widow, nah, I'm beating you up and taking your lunch money. Not only that, but for some of these trailers, just have clear issues on staying on one style, like the Toy Story trailer, for example. I cannot fathom why these trailers exist outside of spectacle. I feel like the magic of movie trailers is being naturally shown these characters while also not exactly knowing what's happened to them. Like the Fantastic Four trailer. We don't got a clear vision on what the movie is. We can see from the trailers who they are. We can still see what the plot is going to be while still wondering what's gonna happen to these characters. These trailers are made specifically to get you interested in the plot. Character bios, take it or leave it. Thankfully, YouTube took a W for once and actually started demonetizing these channels. These won't get rid of the videos completely, but at least it will disencourage some people to make more of these videos, since they're no longer being paid for it. A genuinely great solution to this dumb epidemic. But unfortunately, we're only scratching the surface. Also, this is not an AI trailer, but I just wanted to show this Cyberpunk AI video. I just find it so funny because there's so many Cyberpunk AI videos, despite the game's themes literally going against everything AI stands for. Or at least everything generative AI stands for. Shout out to fan movie trailers that aren't AI. You guys either trick me as a kid, or impress me as an adult. All of these trailers are made with generative AI, which is a type of AI that creates new content. For example, I can ask ChatGPT to make me an image of Ken Carson, and it can be created just like that. I could, but I won't. Generative AI has been a specific point of conversation because of the rise of its usage. This type of AI is everywhere. What browser do you use? I bet it has some AI crap attached to it. Google inserted Gemini into every search you do on the site. Gaming companies are inserting AI images into games. AI has become a giant buzzword, essentially driving everything into this weird creative drought. A bunch of companies are finding ways to incorporate it into everything. When a tech product gets advertised now, it's advertised off its AI capabilities. And it's just annoying, isn't it not? The rise of AI is so obnoxious because it's really hard to be excited about anything nowadays without thinking, oh man, I hope they're not using AI. Is the Assassin's Creed Shadows English dub AI? Or is the acting just garbage? Is Timeless AI? Or did Cardi just use a different take than he originally did? Was the concept art for Doomsday AI, or it just looks weird? AI has ruined the way we look at things, and I hate that. I hate when I look at an image and now all I can think of is that AI? Like, I can't even look up something without trying to dodge AI, especially AI art. I can maybe get behind the idea of using AI chatbots to maybe help teaching you stuff like coding or something, I don't know, because it's still you doing the work. It's just helping you, you know? It's giving you that extra push. It's not doing the work for you, it's giving you the tools to help you do the work. It's being used as a tool to help people, not a complete replacement for human work. AI art is useless. No matter how you put it, it is useless. It can never be used as reference because it's being trained off multiple art pieces from different art styles, so it doesn't really know how to draw simple things. Visually, it expresses nothing, and worst of all, it's ugly! And also environmentally harmful, but let's not talk about, that's not fun to talk about. Yet people will look you dead in the eye and say, nah, that's art, that's true art actually.
Why are you like this?
You remember that Studio Ghibli AI art style that blew the hell up not long ago? Remember streamers straight up telling people that they should give up on art because this is the future? Yeah, tell a good story with that. I want you to genuinely animate an entire movie using just AI that isn't just a mess, with no human input. Miyazaki movies has such a good feel to them that enhances the story being told. AI can't recreate that. Just like how AI can't recreate some Twitch streamer. It can only replicate what it's being fed. And what it's spewing out is a poor imitation of what you actually like. Like, why would you go with diet soda when you can have the real thing? AI in gaming and AI in music are just as bad. I hate everything about Microsoft shoving Copilot into Xbox, and the All These guy has basically ruined his legacy by shoving AI into countless of his songs, including Sky City. I'm not gonna forgive you for that, and also other pathetic attempts of getting it into the mainstream. But I feel like AI art is the biggest threat because I feel like it's the easiest to take advantage of. As sad as this is to say, art and animation barely gets any respect from the general audience nowadays. So companies see that as the easiest target, but I feel like it will get better. I mean, we have to hit rock bottom before it gets better, but I feel like it will eventually get better. I feel like genuine, passionate work will strive through. Companies are still gonna abuse the shit out of AI until eventually we'll have to force laws to it. It's not just gonna end with art, it's gonna eventually replace any creative job, and then any job in particular. It's gonna keep growing until we're eventually in the I Am Robot universe, which then all of a sudden, AI is the threat. How could we avoid this? Most people hate AI, but billionaires still love it, and unfortunately it's here to stay for a while. But I don't mean I gotta like it, and I hate the fact that so many companies / morons are trying to normalize it. So yeah, I just want to make a video on AI after I see a dozen other YouTubers making videos on AI. I haven't given up hope yet, don't get me wrong. This is not me being like, oh man, the future's so messed up, even though it's kind of true. I just kind of feel like we are heading in a future where we're gonna see a lot of like really garbage AI slop being pushed to us, and that's gonna eventually lead into more creative projects being lifted up, you know? Being like, shine from the gate or something, I don't know. Doechii is an artist that I've particularly grown fond over the past year because simply how entertaining she is as a musician. Before Denial of a River blew up, I remember thinking how much fun that track was in particular, and being really happy that it became one of her most popular songs. She gave very theater kid energy, and I mean that in the best way possible. And just the way she came off on every track, she had so much energy and it made it so much fun to listen to. Her song What It Is was my introduction to her, and while I did like the song, It wasn't till Balloon off Chromacopia when I really decided to finally give her music a chance. She bounced off Tyler's energy so well on that song, and it was a surprise to hear her on the album because I never expected her to be on such a mainstream album. Also, she was on Prog Freak by Smino. That song bangs, you should go listen to it. Alligator Bites Never Heal, however, was the mixtape that really sold me on her music. And I think it did for so many people, which is why it won a Grammy against Mid, Good, and I haven't heard it, but I heard good things. So the question of the video is, why is she getting so much hate?
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
Before I start this video, I want to make one thing very clear. If you genuinely don't like Doechie's music, that's completely fine. This is a video not targeted at you. If you have genuine reasons on why you don't like your music, that's completely fine. Leave them in the comments below. Let's start a conversation. I'm completely down to hear your reasoning. But I'm specifically talking about the people who just blindly hate her music, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. I wanted to make a quick video talking about the Doechii hate because I feel like it came out of a lot of angles, and fuck it, we already know it's Anxiety. Let me start by saying, I don't like Anxiety as a song. I think it's fine as a song, but I honestly just think it sounds really amateur. It has some neat wordplay, and I think the Somebody I Used to Know beat sounds really nice with Doechii's voice. But the lyrics are really basic, and you can really tell this was a very early song by her.
Yeah, this is a song from 2019.
This came from Doechii's Coven music series that later got sampled by Sleepy Hollow back in 2023, which then when the song blew up again, she decided to finally drop it on streaming with new re-recorded vocals. She even shouts out Sleepy Hollow in the post, which I think is very sweet. So with that context in mind, I still think it's not that great, but hey, it makes sense why it's not that great. It's an old song made by an artist that was just starting out, and it's only now releasing because her diehards really wanted this song on streaming. So with that context in mind, now I could say, calm down, Jesus Christ! I'm not trying to pretend like Anxiety is a good song. I'm not even trying to pretend that I'm not sick of hearing about this song. But there are some people who are treating this song like it defies her career, and I think that's ridiculous. I've even heard people call this song the worst song of this decade, which, first off, we know now it's not from this decade, it's from last decade. And two, even comparing this to the worst of this decade, dog, you just need to listen to more music, I'm sorry. It feels really similar to how people reacted to Not Like Us last year, because it felt like for a while you couldn't escape that song, and eventually, people got really sick of it. So I understand why people don't like Anxiety and might be sick of hearing it. But calm down, it's not that bad. Literally before deciding to make this video, I heard the song in full and just thought, this is it. Because to me, it's really not that bad. It just sounds like a really generic song. Yet people write her entire music career off just because of this song. And I can't lie, it does annoy me. She's such a fun artist, and I hate how so many people write her off just because Anxiety is kind of mid. Now that I got that out of my system, I want to address some other stuff with the Doechii hate, and this one kind of makes sense, but at the same time is also kind of overblown, which is the now infamous Hot Ones clip where she basically said straight men are her red flags. I'm just gonna be straight up with you.
Don't care. Don't care.
Was it kind of a weird thing to say? Yeah, it was. Do I understand why people would criticize that? Yeah, I get that. Do I really think it's a valid reason to hate on someone? Nope, not really. Best feeling is when you hate an artist for no reason, and then they give you the perfect reason to hate them.
I hate Twitter. I'm so glad I'm off that platform. I am so glad I'm off that platform.
While we're here, as recording this video, another controversy came. Just in time! Just in time! So apparently Doechii is gonna be on the Timeless remix featuring Weeknd and Cardi, and to be honest, I'm sorry, this is so corny. Look, I agree with the fact that the song doesn't need a remix. Timeless is already a great song, and I feel like adding anyone to it would be a detriment to that song. But we all know why this is getting hate, right? Because the thing is, are people hating on this because it's a remix of Timeless, which realistically doesn't need a remix? Or are people hating on this because it's Doechii on the remix? There are tons of remixes that I don't think are necessary that either I fuck with or I just pretend doesn't exist. For example, I don't care about the Life is Good remix. I think it's okay, but I just never want to hear it again. But I really like the Ransom remix with Tekka. I think Juice WRLD's verse adds a lot to the song. You know how many useless remixes that I don't care about releases every year? If I got mad at every single one of those remixes, why am I getting mad at remixes? I just don't understand why people got so upset at this remix in particular.
I don't know why this just made me so mad. Like, this actually irritated. This actually ruined my day. Like, no offense to her, but I'm not trying to see that, gang. I don't want to see Cardi and Doechii making music together. I don't even want to see them collab in any type of way. I'm just hoping, I'm praying that Cardi has nothing to do with this. I'm praying. But it's just like, Cardi don't need to work with certain people.
Cardi worked with everyone with a pulse. What are you talking about? Why him working with Latto is fine? Why is him working with Camila Cabello is fine? But all of a sudden, him being on the Timeless remix with Doechii, all of a sudden, oh, whoa, Cardi, don't go too far. It's not even his song. Funny enough, I've been recording for so long that it came out. It was fine. Yeah, it was just fine. I didn't mind it. The final reason is that a lot of people think she's an industry plant. Now this could be an entire video on its own, but I started the script of the video, realized that there's people who did this topic way better than I could, and just decided to make it about Doechii in general. Now we already know this isn't true because her most popular song is a song from 2019, as we saw from earlier. Let's examine this a bit further. Her first gain of popularity was back in 2022 when she released the song Yucky Blucky Fruitcake, which became a really popular song at the time. This song also helped her get signed by Top Dog Entertainment, which gave her her industry connections, which allowed her to work with other artists like Rico Nasty, Smino, and of course, Top Dog's own Isaiah Rashad and SZA. Then in 2023, What It Is with Kodak Black ended up being her first Billboard hit, peaking at number 29. Then in August of last year, she dropped her mixtape, which started to gain traction, peaking at the billboards at number 10. Then in late December, it returned to the billboards due to Denial Is a River blowing up on TikTok. And I can go on, man. There is so much stuff that proves that she's not an industry plant that I really just think this is just another case of people throwing that word around. Everything she did was organic. She wasn't an artist who blew up out of nowhere and started creating really soulless music. She's an artist who's been here for a while. I just find it ironic because every time a new generation of artists comes in, everyone is so quick to call them an industry plant. It happened with Billy, it happened with Travis, and now it's happening to Doechii. And I am just so tired of this word just being spread around to literally every new artist that just blows up. To me, Doechii is one of the most exciting hip-hop artists rising up right now. And I'm super excited to see where her career goes. It feels like a lot of the talent that was supposed to be a part of this generation either passed away or is just kind of washed up now to the point where they're just not really taking advantage of the genre or trying to really make anything all that special. But I think up and coming artists like Doechii, or really anyone who's been blowing up over these past 2 years, represents a change in that genre. And I think that's quite positive. And yeah, there are people right now who are really dismissive over these new artists because they can't really look past the one-hit wonder stuff. But I feel like true talent will show in time. It will be really cool one day to see Doechii make an album that will eventually be considered a classic, or Yeet to make an album that will eventually be considered a classic, or really anyone blowing up right now to make an album that would be considered a classic. And while I think the Doechii hate is really overblown, and honestly kind of stupid if I'm being honest, I genuinely think she will prove herself in time. If she's truly here for the long run, she will eventually show that. So if you're someone who doesn't like Doechii for whatever reason, and you just haven't given her music a fair shot outside of Anxiety, I highly recommend checking out Alligator Bites Never Heal. I think it's a great mixtape, and trust me, there's a lot of great music on there. Lunchly. So I was in my local Target, and Lunchly was available for sale. I said a while ago in my podcast that I would give Lunchly a try when it eventually hits store shelves, aka my store shelves. So here it is. I also got Lunchables to compare. I got both of these. We got the nachos here. We got the biggest Prime bottle, strawberry banana flavor. I like strawberry and banana. Yeah, I like strawberry and banana. This might actually be my favorite Prime. And Lunchables, you know, the classic goated brand, Capri Sun. So we are comparing a energy drink or hydration drink to just normal juice. Oh man, this takes me back, man. This takes me back to being like the elementary playground. Just being like, just sipping on these. Yeah, it's still good. Strawberry banana Prime. I've had Prime before. It was really bad. They tasted like it tasted like pure sugar with a little bit of flavoring in it. So I hope this isn't the same experience. Bottoms up. This is probably the best flavor I had. It's like a 5 out of 10 in a sea of like 2s, but like it's not bad. It's nachos time. So the nachos comes with chocolate, obviously. We have Feastables. We have the Kit Kat for the Lunchables. Alright, which one will be the better chocolate? I've had Feastables before. I don't really remember how they taste, but I've had them before. Kit Kat, this is honestly one of my favorite chocolate bars. Like, I don't really have chocolate as much as I used to because, like, I don't know why, but like every time I do, it's always like either Kit Kat or Twix. Those two bars slap. Yeah, the chocolate with like the wafers. Yeah, that smacked. That was really good. And now the Feastables milk chocolate. It's okay. It's like not anything special, but like I can eat it again. Yeah, it's okay. Like it's not anything too special. It's like okay. And now for the main event. Nachos are my favorite flavor of Lunchables. So if they mess this up, I'm gonna be pretty upset. I'm gonna be a pretty mad customer. They made such a big deal over the Feastables nacho cheese being like real cheese. It's not just the nachos, it's like the ham and cheese and stuff like that. Ooh, look at that. Ooh. Doesn't really smell that good neither. I don't like Logan Paul, I don't like Mr. Beast, and I don't really like KSI. But like, I'm trying to give an unbiased take. Like, I gave this a 5 out of 10, alright? That's above what I would usually give Prime. Wait. Hold on a second. So, I've been editing for like, probably like 30 minutes now, trying to like, make this video quick, because I just kind of don't want to edit it right now. You know, I kind of want to just like, get wrapped up in you get what I'm trying to say. I feel really lightheaded, kind of. Like, I feel kind of like, I don't know. I've never actually like finished a Prime bottle before, and like the more I drank it, the more I'm just kind of like, you know, it's fine. But like, as soon as I kept drinking, it was like really like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like, I feel really lightheaded. I feel kind of like sick and stuff like that. I don't know. Prime, just don't buy Prime, alright? Don't buy Prime. I do not endorse Prime. If Prime comes to me for a sponsor, I am not taking their money. Like I'm getting sponsors. Back to the video. Alright. Oh yeah, we also have to open the Lunchables. Alright. Time for the comparisons. Dipping the nachos in the cheese for the Lunchables. Always a banger. And now the real cheese. This is the same thing. I'm not even trying to be funny. This is the same thing. Wait, hold up. Take two. No, this just tastes the same. Like, this literally just tastes the same. Here's the problem with real cheese, though. I was just talking about this with my dad, and this is the problem that is why Lunchables is getting, like, so much mold and stuff like that. Fake cheese is made to, like, be easier to refrigerate. Of course, it has more like processed foods and stuff like that, but like at the end of the day, it's being made to be in your refrigerator for like a month or two until you eventually want to eat it. With real cheese, you can't do that because the mold. Real cheese gets bad really quickly, which is why Lunchables use processed cheese. So it really just doesn't make sense to have real cheese, especially if like, sure, it's healthier, I guess, but like you're having nachos. I guess we should compare the sauces too. Are the sauces made with real sauce? Okay. I gotta hand it to Lunchly. I actually do like the sauce. Like the lunch, like I never have the sauce with the nacho cheese because like it's just really goopy and watery. Like yeah, it's like really watery. The sauces in Lunchly though, like there's more texture to it. I actually like that a lot. If I give this like a 10, then I'll probably give this like a 6 or 7. Like, it's okay, but like it's nothing really extravagant like they said it was. It's just kind of fine. As a package as a whole though, what do I prefer? If I had to choose what would I eat? Would it be the Lunchables or the Lunchly? And if I'm being honest, it's probably Lunchables. It's not even because like the Lunchly was bad. It was more just like, not only the Lunchables were just a little bit cheaper, but also like the Lunchly just kind of didn't really taste that different than Lunchables. Like just the prime alone, I just would never get Lunchly over Lunchables if I'm being honest.
Modern gaming has made me very cynical about any AAA release because it just seems like a bunch of these companies just don't learn from their mistakes at all. But at the very least, it still seems like there's always one or two great games to release that everyone's raving about. $70 was a huge pill to swallow, but I do think we still have tons of fun experiences this gen. Astrobot, Elden Ring, Black Myth Wukong, Spider-Man 2, Indiana Jones, Metaphor ReFantasio, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, I can go on. This generation has a lot of issues, but every year there's always one or even two big hits that reminds me there's still passion in this industry. Even this year, Expedition 33 has been the talk of the town recently, and for good reason. I just started the game and I'm already gripped to this experience. Gaming as a medium is still great and at a high quality, even if we're starting to get more misses. We still get amazing new titles every year that shakes up the industry. So why is everything going to shit?
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
AAA gaming has always been problematic. Like, there was never a true golden age of AAA because companies have always been trying sleazy stuff to get in your wallets. But maybe because now I'm growing up with those sleazy practices, or maybe because companies are just being way more blatant about it now, but it just feels like this generation is so much worse with all of those. And that can be seen with today's topic. We are starting to reach a breaking point in gaming where everything is just too much money. For example, if you want a new console, well, for starters, that's $500 for the system. But now the industry standard is $70 for a game. So you're just paying essentially $600 for a new console and a new game, which for most people would be enough. But what if you want to play online with someone? Well, that's an extra $70 for the official headset, along with $80 a year for the bare minimum subscription service to play online. And if you want new exclusives every year, it might be $60, it might be $70. Who's to say? All of this just to play the same console Concord was released for, and you can't even play that anymore. This generation has been extremely greedy because while we don't have stuff like loot boxes anymore, we have stuff like microtransactions and the rise of live service experiences. I don't play many live service games, but comparing something like Marvel Rivals, where it doesn't feel the need to charge you for every little thing and you can still have a lot of fun without spending a single dime on anything, to Multiverses, you know, the fighting game where you have to pay
for every single character, including their skins, in this fighting game. Which at that point, why wouldn't I just buy Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl? They come with all the characters. Why wouldn't I just buy Super Smash Bros? They're basically ripping off it. How the hell with Marvel Rivals, I don't have to pay for any of the characters? I can just get them all for free. But with Multiverses, they don't even give you an option to own all the characters in like a special bundle. You have to pay for them individually. I know they're two different games, but still.
Also, I was gonna use Overwatch as an example, but apparently they made all their characters free.
But there's also the confusion of like, how can live services be paid experiences and they still have stupid stuff like microtransactions and stuff? Skull and Bones was a $70 experience, yet you can pay $100 more for 13,000 gold coins. How much money do you need from me? Why can't I just earn these coins naturally? Why do I have to cheat my way through it? Speaking of which, Ubisoft, you are not safe from me, because while I haven't played Assassin's Creed Shadows yet, I don't care how good the game is. $50 for its in-game currency? For a single-player game? Why don't you just shoot me instead? That is so wild to me. With that money, you could just buy a normal game. Maybe it's just my mind, but I feel like when I pay for an experience, I want the full experience. Stuff like costumes or DLC, that's fine. I don't really mind all of that. But for a currency in-game, especially for single-player games, that is just wild to me. Like, how in the big 2025 are we still dealing with greedy microtransactions? But sadly, they are no longer the biggest issue with gaming nowadays. So the PS5. Basically the MVP of the generation right now. And it's really the MVP because you're not buying a Series X for... just get a PS5. But because Xbox gave up before the generation even started, Sony has gotten a little too comfortable of being number one. Hey kids, do you want to spend $700 on a system I have to squint my eyes to tell the difference of? Well, you need the PS5 Pro! I remember when the PS4 Pro came out and I was so jealous at people who had it because there was a difference. Yeah, not every PS4 game can run at like 4K 60 FPS, but 4K 30 still was impressive at the time. And at the very least, it still looked like an upgrade, or at least I think it was an upgrade. I don't know, maybe it's rose tinted glasses there. For $200 more than the base PS5 model, you can't even hit 60 for some of the games. The PS4 Pro was $400 at launch, which was the same price of what the PS4 was. So even if there wasn't that big of a difference, at the very least, it had some sort of value. And I can understand if someone would want to pick that up over the PS4. But for $200 more, why would I ever get a PS5 Pro over a PS5? Because at that point, if I really wanted that much more power, I'll just get a PC. Yeah, it's a bit more expensive, but like, do I really feel like paying $200 more for a PS5 Pro? I get it that tech gets more expensive as time goes on, but I feel like companies back then would just wait till it gets more affordable, because you do want to turn a profit with these stuff, you know? Like the Game Boy Advance was supposed to be this super console, but Nintendo wanted to cut it down a bit because it was just too expensive to produce, plus would not be that profitable. So they waited a bit and even cut down some of the features.
Don't worry, we'll get to you.
We didn't need a PS5 Pro. While yes, some games like Jedi Survivor struggles on PS5, that's not the fault at the game more than it's a fault of the garbage optimization. And I get it that crunch exists and Survivor really got the worst of it, but even after launch, I feel like Survivor runs so poorly on this console. Maybe Respawn didn't have enough time to go back and optimize the game, or for some reason they couldn't go back and optimize the game, but I also don't feel like a PS5 Pro version should be the solution. I'm sure it runs great, but it also shouldn't be the solution to garbage optimization. I shouldn't have to pay $700 for the game to work okay. There's weak hardware that's being pushed to its limits, and then there's hardware that's capable just being misused and not giving your developers enough time to optimize said experience. Speaking of weak hardware, the Nintendo Switch. The Switch 2 has been one of the things I've been looking forward to the most this year. I've been sucked into handheld gaming for a while. I've been playing a lot of my Vita, 3DS, and now my deck. I love handheld, and I love my Switch before I sell it for cash. My biggest issue with the Nintendo Switch, and get ready if you never heard this criticism before,
It's too weak! Even first-party games struggle to hit the 30 mark. So the Switch 2 to me is very exciting, especially since the Nintendo Switch 2 presentation was just showing this thing's power. I wasn't that big of a fan of a lot of the third-party showings, mainly because I was eager to see a lot of the first-party stuff, but I was still beyond impressed with the hardware, and it exceeded my expectations. I think Mario Kart, and especially DK Bonanza, looks phenomenal. Everything looks great, I say, with 27 bullet wounds. $450 for the console is fine. $400 was the place that most people were hoping for, and for me, I was also expecting $400, but I think $450 isn't bad in my opinion. Especially since you're getting a lot with the Switch 2. You're getting a console that's really damn powerful for a handheld. So I think for the specs, it makes sense why it's $450. Not too cheap, but not too expensive.
Now for everything else.
Say if you want everything from the Switch 2 haul. Well, that's $400 for the console, $35 for a simple charging kit, $40 for the simple case and screen protector, $60 for an SD card express, and get this, $85 for a controller! What's wrong with this one? This still works? I'm not paying nearly $90 for a controller, are you insane? But it gets so much worse. Oh, you want a new set of Joy-Cons? Okay, that's another $95. Oh, but you want to play GameCube games with the GameCube controller? Well, not only you need to pay $50 a year for the Nintendo Switch Online Pro in order to simply play GameCube games, but to also order the controller, which is an extra $65. And I still haven't bought a game. With all that being said, how much are the games on Switch 2? Well, for upgrades, it's a simple $10, which makes sense. It's industry standard at this point, so whatever. But however, how much are the games themselves? $70 for Donkey Kong? Okay, that's fair. Tears of the Kingdom basically showed Nintendo that they probably should start charging more for their bigger experiences. And since the Switch 2 is gonna have a tons of those, I guess it makes sense if that's the industry standard. What the hell is that? No! No!
No, you can't! I won't do it! I won't do it! You can't make me! You can't make me!
$80 for Mario Kart. $80 for Mario Kart! $80 for any game is already too much, but $80 for Mario Kart? Are you insane? There's no other words to describe this other than pure greed. $80 for any game is already too much, but for Mario Kart, it's just greed, because you know what they're trying to do. They're trying to normalize the price so they can be able to get away with this for any other Nintendo game. So why not start with the biggest franchise that we own that kids also play, which means more money in our pockets?
And look, I'm probably not going to pay for Mario Kart. I'm just going to do it like I do with most games I don't want to buy and just steal my dad's copy.
Thank you. What the But like, I feel like this is too much, right? You're not only pricing out a bunch of people from the game because they can only afford every one or two $70 games a year, let alone $80. But to make it your first entry in a series that hasn't gotten a new entry in years, it's just kind of scummy, isn't it not? To make your first entry in nearly a decade, Jesus, in your best-selling franchise that's already guaranteed to do a lot of money, and to make it more money than it needs to be, that's just too much. By the way, counting everything we bought for the Switch 2, not counting the camera, no one's buying that. I'm not buying that. That is altogether $960! $960! I may have sold all my family members just to buy a Nintendo Switch 2, but at the very least I get to play Cyberpunk 2077 on the Switch 2! Do you see what I mean when I say gaming's becoming way too expensive? It's just super deflating, man. Because it's just like, is everything just gonna cost this much now? Are we just gonna have to break the bank with every single new game release? At least other companies aren't jumping ship and making their games so expensive, which is just a blessing in disguise. What do you mean Microsoft has already raised all their prices? Are you insane? According to Business Insider, Phil Spencer states, "We went through COVID. We found ways of getting more money per player. I think at some point, you reach a peak on that. And frankly, it can go to some places that are manipulated, that I'm not a fan of."
Microsoft is raising prices on Xbox consoles, controllers, and games worldwide. Microsoft is on some crazy stuff if they think their games are even worth $80 with the way they come out nowadays. Arguably their most iconic game of this generation was $30. Shut down the studio. Is gaming just gonna become a luxury thing? Are we just gonna price out on everything? Well, not exactly. Yes, a lot of the changes that are going on is really bad, but we still have cheaper experiences that blow my mind and really impress me. Exposition 33 was a game that I mentioned earlier, and I still genuinely think it's an incredible experience for $50, man. I am genuinely surprised that it's a $50 experience because if you told me this was a AAA game, I would have 100% believed you. You get a pretty beefy 30-hour turn-based RPG that feels like an evolution of that genre's gameplay, with a story that has so much intrigue so far for $50. That is great. Another example of this is South of Midnight. This game definitely has a lot less cultural relevance than Expedition 33, but I still believe it's a really solid experience. The story is easily my favorite part of the game, being a really gripping tale, and the combat and gameplay isn't too bad neither. While the combat won't blow your mind, the platforming is genuinely really fun and it reminds me a lot of Psychonauts 2. And the visuals, oh my god, the visuals are beautiful. If you're looking for a platformer very similar to something like Psychonauts 2 or really any AAA platformer nowadays, I genuinely recommend South of Midnight. And it's for $40 too, which in my opinion is a great deal for this game. I mentioned these two games because they're both great games with both really affordable prices. They're both very much worth the price and I really recommend them. You can make great experiences without breaking the bank. Hell, if you enjoy Fallout, I've heard nothing but great things about Atomfall. And that game is also $50, which is crazy. I like buying indie games and AA experiences because I feel like a lot of them can be impressive. And I think going forward, those experiences are going to be very much valued if this continues, if it's not already. But I know this won't change anything. Buying these games won't change these companies' minds and they're just gonna continue to raise the price. But I still think it will eventually get better. People will eventually be sick and tired of it, and eventually people will just stop buying these games. Eventually people will stop rewarding these companies with revenue and start going for other places for their gaming pleasures. It's gonna have to go to rock bottom for it to get better, but it will eventually get better, sooner or later. In conclusion, support smaller scale indie titles, fuck you Ubisoft, and play Expedition 33. I wanted to start this video by asking a question. What makes a legend in hip-hop? Do they have so much influence that they create multiple new generations of music? Are they the first of their kind to do something unheard of and push the genre to new heights? Do they have a discography that stands the test of time, rivaling some of the greatest in their genres? Are they dead? Many things can turn you into a legend in this genre. But a question a lot of people have been asking recently is whether or not that makes you a good artist. For example, Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg is a legend. No one can deny that. No one can ever take that from him. Doggy Style is such an influential album that changed the landscape of West Coast hip-hop forever. But can you name another project from Snoop Dogg outside of that album? Maybe RNG because it has Drop It Like It's Hot. Maybe Missionary because it's the sequel to Doggy Style. But outside of those two albums, he doesn't really have anything nearly as iconic as Doggy Style. And I think that's okay. He clearly already made his mark in hip-hop and is just doing a bunch of side ventures now, and I think that's fine. Dude is in the Garfield movie. Bro made it in life. But look at someone like Nas. Yeah, he's strictly a hip-hop artist, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think his 2020s run with the King Disease and Magic series showed how truly amazing he is as an artist. In the span of 3 years, this man made 2 trilogies, and all of them are bangers. These are 2 legends in hip-hop. I don't think anyone's gonna take that away from them. But one artist feels like he's kind of already shown everything he can do and is now just coasting along, while the other artist is showing that he still has something to prove. Even after dropping classic after classic, he still wants to evolve his sound and show people he still has it after all these years. If Nas stopped really caring about his sound after Illmatic, I don't think he will nearly be as talked about as he is today as one of the greatest hip-hop artists of our generation. Don't get me wrong, he still would be legendary, but I feel like he wouldn't nearly have such a connection with people as he does today. Hell, I'm Gen Z hip hop and I really love Nas as an artist. I checked out all the KD and Magic stuff as they were releasing and checked out his original discography because of it. I don't have that same connection with Snoop Dogg. And I think that's what makes them so drastically different yet interesting to examine. All of this is a really long way to say that Lil Wayne has been washed for years.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
Now, when I say that, you probably want to shoot me dead. But please, let me explain myself real quick. Wayne is a great artist and a legend in hip-hop. No one can take that away from him. But I want you to genuinely ask yourself a question. When was the last good Wayne album? Carter 5 maybe, right? That was 6 years ago. And he's dropped 7 projects since then. I feel like the 2020s has been a really damn rough time for Wayne. And I don't really think anyone noticed or cared because he's Lil Wayne. He's just doing his thing now. It doesn't really matter. But the thing is, while I feel like Wayne is such a great artist, and I have nothing but respect to what he brought in hip-hop and the influence he has on multiple different genres, I also feel like that's kind of all he is right now. Not an incredible artist who's also a legend, but a legend in hip-hop who kind of makes mediocre music now. I feel like the one thing of note that Wayne has done this generation is have such an incredible feature run. Hot Wind Blows and Sticky, Just in Time, Saturday Morning, Back on the Road, and Sinister, You Only Live Twice, Annihilate. God damn! I'm sure there's tons of Wayne features I'm missing that has released this decade that are amazing. But at the end of the day, he's still an artist. His feature run, while impressive, can only take you so far. You know who else got good features? Lil Durk. Don't even try to pretend his music's good. Like, we're halfway through the decade now, and I feel like barely anyone talks about Wayne's new projects outside of the Carter 6, which we'll get into that. Like, what came out this decade? Funeral? No, that was fine. Trust Fund Babies? We can forget about that one. The Fix Before the 6? I forgot that one even came out. But that's why I always kind of saw him in the same league as like modern Eminem. Wayne doesn't really have the discography that matches status anymore. I'm not saying he's undeserving of it, but it feels like now he just doesn't have anything to prove anymore and just kind of coasting around. Genuinely, what this decade that Wayne has put out that you consider the best of the decade? Hell, people inspired by Wayne have better discographies than him right now. That's really because it feels like Wayne doesn't really take his career all that seriously. However, a set of albums that always show Wayne's best talents are the Carter album. It didn't matter if you didn't like any of his other stuff because the Carter series represents his best and well-written work, with the Carter 2 and the Carter 3 being 2 of his best albums to date. So it didn't matter if no one cared about Funeral, it didn't matter if anyone even listened to the Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz album, because the Carter albums always represented his best work. And when a 6th installment was announced, people were extremely excited. This quickly became one of the most anticipated albums for hip-hop fans all around the world. And while the warm-up album was not really that great, it didn't matter because the 6th was coming.
That was really bad.
I'm not really trenching new grounds with this one. The Carter 6 is a pretty disappointing album. Starting with the positives, I do think it starts decently. Welcome to the Carter is a great opener. Bells was pretty decent. Hip Hop is a great song. I love the hook on that thing. Cotton Candy has a really fun verse from Wayne and 2 Chainz. Really, the only big miss was Sharks, but even then, Sean killed his verse. Not a horrible start at all. Then Island Holiday came and cursed the rest of the album. Who told Wayne it was a good idea to do a Weezer cover? Who told him that? I really like Island in the Sun. It's one of my favorite Weezer songs. I got sad listening to this new cover because holy shit, it's so bad. I get how System of the Down fans feel now about listening to the Chop Suey cover by Uzi. Why? Look how they massacred my boy. Wayne does not fit this song. He sounds so out of place. This doesn't really fit the Carter series all that much. It feels like it would have been better for like a I Am Not a Human Being 3 or something. And it's not like the album got any better. Tracks 10 through 14 has to be one of the most grueling experiences I had to adore this year.
and I played Mind's Eye, damn it.
Loki's theme is really boring. By the time Wayne found his flow, I already checked out. If I played my guitar was really bad, like the singing on that song is awful. We don't need a Rebirth 2. Stop doing these songs. Peanuts to an Elephant is so laughably bad that it turns around to be an amazing track. Rory exist. It's just back-to-back bad songs, man. Where was the emotion that was on the Carter 5? Wayne, for the most part, feels like he lacks any sort of charisma. Like all his witty and clever writing was just replaced with really amateur and boring wordplay. It takes till track 16 to reach our next good track. And it's the last good one too! Who greenlighted this album? I need names! Alone in the Studio with My Gun means that MGK is a part of the Carter series, and that alone makes it the worst track of the album. This album is so disappointing, and the thing is, I feel like if this wasn't the Carter 6, no one would have cared. Again, Wayne has been releasing below average projects for a while now. If this was called Funeral 2 or I'm Not a Human Being 3, I feel like a lot of people wouldn't nearly hate this album as much as they do. But it's when you put the expectations of the Carter series on this album, people are going to be a lot more critical about it. This is such an iconic series in hip-hop, with the best of this series being one of the most acclaimed albums out there. It should have been better than whatever the hell this was. Instead, it was kind of just on the same level as Funeral, which is just any other average Wayne project. But that's not the Carter series. Carter 6 just kind of confirms what I've been feeling about Wayne's music for the past few years. He's fallen off. Wayne is a legend in hip-hop, and no one can take that away from him. But be honest with yourself, man. Look at this discography. Look at the past few years of albums that he's put out compared to someone like Nas. It's night and fucking day. The Carter 6 is a standard affair for Wayne, and that's the problem with his newer music. Nothing feels like he's pushing his sound or writing or really anything. It feels like he's throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall hoping something sticks, but it never does. I hope if we ever see a Carter 7, it brings back that energy that was in those original Carter albums. Or at the very least shows that he still got it. Bring back that emotional energy that was in the Carter 5. Or the clever yet brilliant wordplay that was in the Carter 3. Or the fun and kind of infectious energy that was in the Carter 4. Or that raw, pure energy that was in 1 and 2. I just hope we get a return to form in some way, because I want to be wrong about Wayne. I really love him as an artist. Maybe it is better to just leave the Carter series in the past, start something new. Whatever is next, I hope it's better than what we got. How is everyone from Young Money washed? The Switch 2 has been out for a month now. I couldn't tell. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a new era of Nintendo is finally upon us. After nearly 8 years of sticking with the same hardware, Nintendo has finally released the highly anticipated Wii U Switch 2. It has been one hell of a past couple months, from when it got leaked left and right, to when it felt like this thing was never gonna get revealed and announced, to when it finally got revealed and announced, and then a couple months later we got a full-on direct talking about everything, to the direct being amazing and everyone loving it, to right after the direct when all the prices got revealed and everyone rioted, to the prices in America getting increased due to... This whole thing was a massive roller coaster, and even now, it feels like the Switch 2 can't go a week without something happening. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because we still got a lot to talk about, and I still need to get my Switch 2. Yeah, so while everyone else got their Switch on launch day, my Switch got delayed because of Target, so couldn't play it till Sunday. Then I couldn't play it till Monday because the FedEx order somehow missed me, even though I was outside all day in the blistering heat and waiting for my Switch 2. Doesn't matter anymore. My Switch finally arrived, and opening it felt like Christmas morning, man. Some of my family got the console early before me, so I was able to play a bit of it before I got mine. But I'm just gonna say off the bat, like, the build quality on the Switch 2 is like phenomenal. Like, oh my god. On the first grabs, the Switch 2 felt pretty premium. I'm probably going to be making this comparison a lot, but it feels like it was made with the same material as the Legion Go controllers are made with, and I like how the Legion Go feels, so I honestly really mess with that a lot. I'm just going to set the console aside because I don't want to break it. let's keep digging into this bad boy. I was trying really hard not to break anything because, you know, I just got this thing. I don't want anything to break off. I'm a very clumsy person, so I was trying my best to make sure that nothing went wrong as I was opening this. I was placing it in flat surfaces that I know would be safe in. I was making sure I got everything out, not a single thing got missed. I was treating this like a newborn baby. A couple weeks later, I dropped the thing and it got scratches, but that doesn't matter. You know, sometimes you drop the newborn baby, okay? The Joy-Con grip. I have a sneaking suspicion that this is going to be very uncomfortable, just like the OG. Luckily, sorry if this hurts your ears, I have my old Pro Controller. I kept that when I sold my Switch. That's what I'm probably going to be using while playing Switch games, so... yeah, but, you know, it's cool that this is still an option. Weird that it doesn't have, like, the little, like, grip, like, the little, like, rails here, but I guess you can't really snap it in place unless you, like, have to, like, make some sacrifices or something like that. And finally, the dock. This is a meaty bad boy. Oh my god. The dock just straight up heck out like a BBL or something like that. Yeah. It's the dock. One more thing I will show off, actually, I do got Switch 2 games. Your boy got Switch 2 games. I got Cyberpunk 2077. That was the game I planned on getting at launch because, like, I just wanted to play through Phantom Liberty on Switch 2 so I can have something to play at launch because at the time, I didn't think I was going to buy Mario Kart World. I still didn't buy Mario Kart World. My dad got it for me as a gift. So I guess I'll be playing this as well. Thank you, Dad. My Steam Deck is like my current main handheld. Like, even like after like buying the Legion Go, I still really like the Steam Deck. I didn't buy the Legion Go; it was a gift. But I still really love the Steam Deck and still use it a lot. Like, I love this thing. And I just wanted to compare this, like, how the size difference between the Switch 2 and the Steam Deck. So, it's like a lot. I'll probably post pictures, like, put pictures like up on the screen to show like the size difference. But like, it's a lot bigger than like. It's a lot bigger than the Switch 2. Not a lot. Like, I think it's, like, probably, like, 10% bigger. But, like, it's just, like, that 10%, 5% for, like, the grips and stuff. I would say this, like, off the rip, Steam Deck is way more comfortable. But off the rip, I don't really like how flat, like, the Switch Joy-Cons are. I kind of wish it was, like, some sort of ergonomics, you know? Like, wait, like, I get it, like, you know, you gotta take the Joy-Con out and, like, play it like this. But, like, would it have killed them to just, like, have, like, a little bump over here? Like, I feel like that, like, just, like, a little bump over here. Or, like, something like that. I don't know. That's just me. I'm still super excited to use this thing, so, let's go ahead and play some games on this.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
Alright, now I've been playing the Switch 2 for about a month now, so I have some thoughts, obviously. So let's just jump straight into them. Starting off with, of course, off the bat, this is a really pretty looking handheld. Some people may not like that lack of color, and I think that's okay. I think the black outer shell with hints of colors with the sticks looks really damn sleek, man. And then when you take out the controllers and like you see the colors on the rails, just oh my god, it's a really nice looking handheld in my opinion. But I do understand though that people just rather have a more colorful system. After all, this is a video game system. Another upgrade is, oh my god, it has two Type-C ports now. One for the dock and the other for accessories or charging. However, I just use this for charging because charging from the bottom with the Switch 1 was such a uncomfortable and awkward experience. Especially if you have it with the kickstand, like you have to buy this like whole other accessory just to be able to do it. It was weird, alright? It was really weird. So I appreciate that there's now two charging ports instead of one. I also like to use the second charging port for my headset as it has a USB Type-C transmitter, but we'll get into that a little bit later. The sticks feel way better than it did on Switch 1. Those original sticks were pieces of shit, and also suffered from the infamous Joy-Con drift, a problem that Nintendo naturally never fixed. I have never seen a console that had so many third-party alternatives that were just leagues better than the original. And that was mainly because how bad Joy-Con drift ended up being and how expensive Joy-Cons were to purchase. But now they're a lot bigger and also have these nice little like stick rings around them, which is colored the same way as the rail, which I think looks nice. And the ring around them makes them feel so much more smoother than it did on Switch 1. I don't know how badly this will wear and tear as the console goes on, but I will say right now, the sticks are a massive improvement. And those magnetic Joy-Cons, oh my god, those magnetic Joy-Cons. For like a week, I'm not even joking, I was obsessed with just taking them off and putting them back on. They were so fun for no reason. It also helps the system to feel like one giant unit instead of feeling very flimsy like it did for like the Switch 1 and eventually the Legion Go, after many uses of course. Speaking of the Legion Go, the way this thing is built and of course the mouse mode stuff and all that, it's very similar to the Legion Go, like with the materials and the mouse mode and stuff like that. I wonder if Nintendo saw some of the ideas of that console and decided to use it for the Switch too. Probably not, but it's an interesting thing to think about. I will be honest though, I do think this thing is still kind of uncomfortable for long play sessions. I just feel like there should have been some sort of ergonomics with this thing, because in the back of the system there's not really much to grip your hand onto, but it's still a lot more comfortable than the Switch 1 due to the bigger size, so well done Switch 2. Overall, the hardware is way better, massive improvements all around. Oh yeah, and the buttons feel generally the same. Launching the Switch 2? Yes, the Switch menu, alright. I really wish they overhauled the menus because no amount of blue light's gonna convince me that this is a different menu. I mean, it works, it gets the job done, but like, at least a little jingle would be nice, you know? This is Nintendo we're talking about, where's the charm? My homie Cold Cuts made a video a long time ago talking about how bland the Nintendo Switch era is and how the menu is just kinda extremely boring, so I recommend checking that video out. No, go check it out, the video will still be here once you get back. Did you do it? At least the eShop is better. Let's talk about the power. Power-wise, I actually think this system is quite powerful. If you're in the PC handheld scene, then you probably won't be too impressed. Think a little more powerful than a Z1 Extreme. And I do mean a little. If you don't know what any of that meant, then don't worry about it. You will probably be really impressed with the power of this thing. Power-wise, this thing lands between a PS4 Pro and a Series S, which for a handheld, that's pretty damn impressive. Way more powerful than I ever thought this thing was gonna be. And this thing can do 1080p 120 FPS, so I am more than pleased with that. But also, yeah, this thing can do 120 FPS. Thanks to the sleek new LCD screen on here. There are some concerns about ghosting on this screen, and I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. I didn't notice till people started pointing out, and I still don't really notice. While it sucks to lose the OLED display, I still really like the screen on this bad boy. And I think at the very least, it's way better than the base Switch model. And talk about how nice games look on here at a crisp 120 FPS kind of. Yeah, there's only really a couple games that support 120 FPS, and none of them I have really that much interest in the first place, so I didn't really get to experience it. Metroid Prime 4 apparently will support 120 FPS, which is cool, but that's not out yet, so let's focus on something else, like backwards compatibility. And I gotta be honest, this really does impress me. Holy shit, the alternate skins load! I'm not gonna lie, while having Cyberpunk and Mario Kart World on the go was cool, this was the most fun I had with the Switch 2, I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. Seeing older Switch titles run compared to the Mariana Trenches is just honestly really fun. Scarlet and Violet is the immediate example I think about because holy hell this feels wrong. It's not exploding, it's not combusting into flames, it's just working. It's a miracle. I didn't even think this game can do that. I spent nearly an hour just running around playing this game because I was just at awe of how it ran past the 20 mark, let alone hitting a solid 60 FPS. There are also a bunch of other games that runs leagues better than they did on Switch 1. Switch 2 editions are essentially Nintendo's PS5 upgrades where you pay a fee in order to get a better resolution and an unlocked frame rate. Tears of the Kingdom, for example, runs beautifully. I think the art style of the game really does pop at 4K 60, and I think this will go down as one of the prettiest looking Zelda games at the end of the generation. Hell, if they make another game in this style, I think that would be the prettiest Zelda game, but I'm getting into a whole nother topic now. The other Nintendo Switch 2 edition I played was Fortnite! If you ever played Fortnite on Switch 1, then you would know it is pretty bad. Like, really, really bad. But on Switch 2, it's a good version. There are some pop-ins and stuff like that, but for the most part, it's a pretty damn good version of Fortnite. Everything runs the way it's supposed to, aka it works now. And since SteamOS doesn't support Fortnite, this has been my main way of playing this game portably. But how about we take a look at other backwards compatible stuff that aren't just Switch 2 edition. But I do want to talk about how great the backwards compatibility on Switch 2 truly is. Some games actually have bigger upgrades than others, and that's because of 3 things. One, it's part of Nintendo's free upgrades where they went back and patched certain games in order to have 4K 60 now. For example, Super Mario Odyssey got this patch and oh my god, this game looks beautiful in 4K 60. There's also some games like New Super Mario Bros. That got patches too, which, ooh, 4K 60 for New Super Mario Bros. Ooh, I'm so happy this boring looking game now looks as sharp as it does. Ooh. 2. Dynamic resolution, which if you don't know what that is, say you're playing a game on Switch 1, and there's a point in the game where it gets pretty intensive. Well, instead of 1080p, it'll drop down to 720p, or even 480p, even lower. But since we're dealing with more powerful hardware, these games can run as good as they can without sacrificing the 1080p image. Some dynamic resolution is sadly still at 720p, but for the games that run at 1080p, it looks really damn sharp now, especially on the Nintendo Switch 2 screen. And 3, unlocked frame rates for some Switch 1 games, which essentially means we got the gifts from heaven. Let's say you have an unlocked 30 FPS for certain games on Switch 1. You play those games on Switch 2 and they will be an immediate 60 FPS without doing anything. This can cause issues, like for example, Borderlands 3 is having some weird lighting issues and can't really handle the frame rate. But games like Trials of Mana, or here's a weird one, My Heroes 1 Justice 2 runs great at 60 FPS, basically feeling like PS4 Pro games ported onto Switch 2. But unfortunately, some of these games won't get any of the benefits I mentioned, or at least not yet. They would need an update in order to get some of the benefits that were mentioned. Like for example, the original Hyrule Warriors runs fantastic on Switch 2, and it's finally being able to hit that 60 FPS mark after multiple different consoles of not being able to reach that mark at all. Its sequel, however, Age of Calamity, still is stuck at 30 FPS, and the dynamic resolution only goes up to 720p, so it needs a patch. And with these type of games that are stuck at this resolution, the image gets stretched out to fit the 1080p screen, which really isn't a good thing because Jesus Christ, these games can look ugly on handheld. I do believe some games will get that Switch 2 patch, but stuff like Arkham Knight, I don't think that's getting a patch at all. Overall though, Switch 2 backwards compatibility is very impressive, but come on, I know what you guys are here for. So I'm finally going to answer the question that you guys have been wondering for the entire time you were watching this video. Please tell me you're still watching this video. Can it play WWE 2K18 better than the Switch 1 version did? Oh my god, it works now. Game chat! Where's the Switch 2 game? In a minute! I hadn't had a chance to play around with this as much as I would like, but from the one time I did, it was alright. It's pretty much what you expect from the trailers, which is just Diet Discord. Shoutouts to my homie Cloudy for trying this out with me, and overall, it's just kind of bare bones. But it's passable, and I can see it getting better with updates. I do hope actual Discord integration comes to Switch 2 eventually, but I doubt it. It would be nice, but I doubt it. But for now, this is okay. One thing I do love, however, that you're able to use any USB mic or any USB camera you really want. I shouldn't be shocked, but it's Nintendo. Overall, I'm quite impressed with the hardware of the Switch 2. Less so the software, but I think overall, the hardware knocks it out of the damn park. I like seeing older Switch 1 titles finally get new life because of the more powerful hardware. But goddamn, those menus feel so bland and uninspired. And game chat, while works, like I said, it's really bare bones. Especially since you still have to pay $20 to even access it. But we don't buy Nintendo systems for hardware. We buy them for the... The Switch 2 had a pretty stacked launch, to be honest. I only played 2 of these games, but I will say, if you're someone who hasn't played any of these games yet, you're in for a treat. Street Fighter 6, Rune Factory, Hogwarts Legacy, Yakuza 0, Not You, Sonic X Shadow Generations, Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4. Whether or not you played some of these games before, you clearly had something to do at launch, and it seemed like they were aiming to give everyone something to play at launch to keep them busy. Honestly speaking, I think this will go down as Nintendo's best launch for a console. I have not seen them go this hard on any of their launches, even the original Switch. Probably the Wii will be the closest to that, but even then, it wasn't this stacked. There's so much variety with what they chose to release at launch that I really think there's a game for pretty much everyone. Even the ports have some new content added to them, so you still have something new to play if you're just returning. But I played 2 of these launch titles, 3, but I'm not talking about Street Fighter 6 because I didn't make a script for it, shut up. So let's just start off with... Mario Kart World is a great evolution to Mario Kart, but it has a lot of stuff missing that holds it back from being the best Mario Kart. Don't get me wrong, I think this game is pretty good, but there's so much missing that it makes me ask, what were you doing these past 11 years? Let's start off with the positives. The controls are pretty bouncy and feel really damn good, to be honest. It's like a mixture of Mario Kart 8's and 64's controls, and I think that makes for probably the best controlling game in the franchise. Also, the new trick system, while it's hard to get used to at first, it's honestly pretty fun, and you can make some pretty dope shortcuts with it. I also think the new tracks are bangers on top of bangers. While I think 8 beats it in terms of track quality, I think this game definitely beats it in terms of consistency. Crown City, Faraway Oasis, Bowser's Castle, DK Spaceport. The new tracks are all bangers and extremely fun to race on, and this game legit might have the best Rainbow Road to date. This low-key might beat Wii's Rainbow Road for me, it's that good. Retro tracks too are also great and honestly really damn quality. Choco Mountain basically became its own track, and I find it really cool, but also really funny. Like, they didn't even bother to remake Choco Mountain faithfully, they just decided to do their own thing with it. I'm also super happy to see Shy Guy Bazaar and Airship Fortress get remixed because those are some of my favorite tracks in the entire franchise, so it's super nice to see them again. Toad's Factory is also really cool to see again. It's been a while since we've seen that, and I know people have been begging for that one to return again. These tracks are all really solid, man, and I just love how chaotic they can all be. For Mario Kart, I prefer a chaotic experience because if you're not suffering while racing and not getting hit by 50 blue shells, you're not living life, baby. The balancing of this game is so off the walls, yet I love it so much. It helps that this is the first Mario Kart with 20 players, which makes it even more chaotic. The presentation as well is nothing but spectacular. Mario Kart 8 is definitely more eye candy, like the reflections and stuff in that game still like make my jaw drop to this day. But I think what Mario Kart World does better than 8 is embrace being Mario. The way the characters move, the way the buggies move, the way that the world looks, everything feels like Mario. To me, it's gonna be a preference on whether you prefer something a little more realistic or something a little more cartoony. And as for me, I prefer something a little more cartoony, so this speaks to me way more. And the soundtrack, oh my god, the soundtrack. Oh my god, this has to be not only the strongest Mario Kart soundtrack, but also some of the strongest tracks in the entire franchise, period. And a lot of this is great, right? But here's the thing. Hello, I'm the thing. A lot of the foundation is fantastic, but the problem comes with the main sell of the game. The open world. I don't like it. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's bad. I actually think they did a good job making the tracks feel complete without sacrificing them to the open world. However, I find this to be quite boring. I think that's because of 2 things. I am not an open world racer type of guy. I like to pick a race, pick a car, and just go. So either way, I wasn't really going to be that fond of this. And I think that's completely fine. There are people who are really fond about this. But there's also 2, there's not enough things to do. Like there's P-switches and peach coins you can collect, and you can hang out with your friends out here, but like, that's really all you can do with this. But here's the thing, this wouldn't bother me as much if it didn't affect the entire game. For example, the Grand Prix will now have intermissions instead of the normal 3-lap race. You will begin the Grand Prix with a 3-lap race and then do 1 lap for every other race, but you also have to drive to those races, which are the intermissions. It's a cool idea to drive to the other race, but these intermissions last way too long. They need to be way shorter, and at the very least have more interesting design, because they're just straight lines. And limiting the rest of the tracks to only 1 lap is so lame. I only started to really like these tracks once I started playing them via versus mode, because with that, I can get the classic 3-lap structure. I don't want to play the Grand Prix if I'm just going to have to do intermissions all the time and I won't be able to experience the tracks I want multiple times. Like DK Spaceport is my favorite track of this game. But in the Grand Prix, I only get to experience it with 1 lap, so I don't really get to get familiar with the territory. I think there should be a classic mode, or at the very least an option to mix the two so I can play these tracks more than just 1 lap. I shouldn't have to go to versus mode to get footage of these tracks. I shouldn't have to deal with intermissions all the time when I want to play these tracks. But hey, I do actually like the intermissions in one mode, Knockout Tour. I am not joking when I say I think this is one of the greatest modes Nintendo has ever made. You basically take Fortnite Battle Royale and put it in the Mario Kart. Jokes aside, essentially, you gotta make sure that you don't end up in the last few spots, because if you do, you get cut out the race. It's one giant race to the end, and honestly, it's so much fun. And I do think the intermissions fit well here because it's one straight shot. You're not just only doing one per race. You're doing an entire race filled with nothing but chaos. Oh my god, I love Knockout Tour. But outside of this mode, I just think the intermissions should be optional. They're just boring and feel like a waste of time, and honestly, I just would prefer them if they were cut from the next game, or at the very least, there was an option to turn them off. I guess that's what Mario Kart 8's for, but at the same time, I want to play these new tracks with the classic rules. So am I just screwed then? But that's not the only thing that the open world affects. So you know how in literally any other Mario Kart, all you have to do to unlock the characters is complete certain races? Maybe you have to do a certain condition in order to unlock them, but overall the rules remain the same. Race. Yet Mario Kart World for some reason include gacha mechanics but without the gambling. Some characters you can unlock via races, other characters you would have to get their costumes by just visiting these Yoshi stops and collecting this weird Nintendo eShop icon from the 3DS era. These aren't hard to unlock at all. They're actually quite fun to unlock. Not the enemies though! Kamek has been demoted to an item now, and essentially he's the only way to unlock any of the minion type characters. I wish I was joking. Even worse, you can only get some of these characters with the Kamek item only in certain maps. It's sometimes complete luck if you even get the character you want, because you can get characters you already have! Whoever came up with this idea, I'm coming to find you and you will be dead in 2 weeks. This is such a stupid idea, and I wonder why they locked a bunch of these characters over RNG. Not to mention, this game has so much missing content that felt like no-brainers to add. I mentioned the option of no classic racing being annoying, but also, battle mode has basically gone back to being washed again, being stripped all from its fun modes. Again, 200cc has been taken away for some reason. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe fixed 200cc, so I don't really understand why they just took it out again. Not only that, I find it really funny we have characters like Cataquack and Sidestepper, but I also think it's really weird that some characters got cut from Mario Kart 8. Like, the non-Mario characters make sense, but like, no Diddy Kong? Like, at all? Hell, where's the Koopalings? I feel like those would have been acceptable choices. I don't know, I don't really care. But the biggest question that I have is, where are the Miis? Why are the Miis just not in this game at all? And since we're having this conversation, why does Donkey Kong and Pauline only have one costume each? Why do they get the short end of the stick? Meanwhile, baby Rosalina gets like 50 of them. Mario Kart World is a pretty good game, and I think most of the issues will be solved with updates. But I feel like these problems should have been addressed during development. You had 11 years to work on this game and you're charging it at a premium price. The fact that basic features are just not included just feels completely weird. I'm sorry, I just can't pretend that's not an issue. You can't just charge this game at a premium price and then add all the stuff that should have been there in the first place and act like you're doing us a favor. When I want cheese on my salad and you choose to add it while I'm eating, that's not something I'm just gonna thank you for. That should have been there in the first place. And let me make it clear, I think this is still a good game. My score for it is probably like a 7.5. And it could possibly bump up even further if the updates do address my problems. But the question is, does that excuse such a bare bones launch, especially at $80? $80 for a video game is just too much money. And now that I actually played the game, I can confidently say I'm happy I didn't pay $80 for it. Because yes, some people would be happy and make the argument that it will eventually be worth $80 because you will get years and years and years of content from it. But the future isn't right now. Yeah, I'm super excited to see what updates we'll get with this game, but that ain't right now. And right now, I can't really recommend this game to someone comfortably with that price. Maybe if it was 60 and 70, I would be a little more lenient with it, but it's not. I don't want to sound like I hate this game because I really don't. This is in my top 5 Mario Karts now. But I can't help but to feel soured by a lot of the stuff being done with this game. But that's just me. I know a bunch of other people are enjoying this game a lot more than I am, and I'm happy for them. I'm just personally underwhelmed. Well, let's get into something a little more positive. Cyberpunk. Funnily enough, I actually played this game for the first time on my Steam Deck, and what did I think?
So, get away.
I will be mainly talking about the Switch 2 port of Cyberpunk instead of the game itself because I do plan on covering this game in a future video one day. And for the sake of the video, I think it's just better to just talk about how this game plays on Switch 2 rather than giving you a brief review on Cyberpunk because it isn't really a new game. Honestly, I think it's a really good version of Cyberpunk. I played through the Phantom Liberty DLC on Switch 2 since I thought I wasn't really gonna have anything to play at launch, so I just thought, hey, let me just save Phantom Liberty for when I get the Switch 2 version. And then Mario Kart came into my life, so I guess I had to play that too. And my thoughts on Phantom Liberty are... But as for the Switch version of Cyberpunk, honestly, if you never played the game before and you wanted something new to play on your Switch 2, I think this is a must-buy. The game's performance is really damn good on Switch 2. Night City runs at a really stable 30 FPS or 40 if you're playing on performance mode. There are occasional drops, but they were never really too long and they weren't really that noticeable. Dogtown, however, is a little more rough. Definitely playable, and I still think it's a good version. I've also heard that Dogtown is apparently really rough on literally anything, so it's not really just a Switch issue. But the fact that this console can even run Cyberpunk at all is a technical marvel. Apparently, the PS4 version of Cyberpunk can't even run Dogtown, so take that for what you will. There's also a bunch of new control options. One with a mouse. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about the mouse. I'm gonna be honest, I just don't care. It's cool, it's more responsive than the Legion Go's mouse mode, but like, I'm gonna treat it like it and just never use it. There's also the motion control option with the Joy-Cons that I like to dub the Wii mode. Because the best comparison I can give is like playing first-person shooters on the Wii, and honestly, it feels super nice. I did just stick with the normal controls, but honestly, I think both are pretty good options. If you're wondering how this stacks against the Steam Deck version, which is the other popular portable option, I think they're pretty neck and neck. This is just in general, but I think the Switch is better if you just want to jump in and play, while the Steam Deck has way more customization with its settings to get better performance. But on the standard Steam Deck settings that the game recommends you, I think both are pretty close. I do think it just comes down to preference. One thing before I close out this segment on Cyberpunk though, I honestly really admired the fact that CD Projekt Red had so much emphasis on making sure not only this game ran great on Switch 2, but everything was included in the cartridge. It's really nice to see an actual company putting effort into their physical release, especially since every time I go into the store, I just see it. Overall though, Cyberpunk on Switch 2 is a really damn good way to play the game. I think personally, if you're picking up a Switch 2, you should also get this game if you've never played it. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the two choices I have. If you couldn't tell, I'm a little more positive on one than the other, but honestly, I think they're both pretty good games, with Cyberpunk becoming one of my favorite games of all time as of recent. But going back to Mario Kart, the game kinda had a lot of controversies on launch, and the big reason was for its price, which I touched on briefly. I really wish that was the only controversy the Switch 2 had. I'm going to try my best to keep this as brief as I can, because I don't want to talk about this more than I have to. The Switch 2 has been receiving a lot of criticism, and I think a lot of it is very valid. A lot of people are arguing that Nintendo's business practices are getting way too out of hand, and it's noticeably getting way worse. Because Nintendo basically having the power to turn your console into a brick anytime they like is kind of a scary thought, especially for the pre-owned market. And I know a lot of people will use the argument, oh, just don't pirate stuff, alright? Just don't do illegal stuff and you'll be fine. But that's not the point. The point is they shouldn't be allowed to do this, especially after you gave them $450. You should have free will of what you want to do with this thing. And while I don't condone piracy, wink wink, that's not the only thing people do with like modded consoles. And even then, if people want to emulate games, just let them. There's no harm in it. I also forgot to say this in my original recording, but there's also the problem of the fact that this can be really bad for like pre-owned games. Like for example, if you buy a game that's already been ripped and someone inserts the game at the same time as the person who ripped the game into their system, they risk being banned. Damn it, Jeff has a really good video kind of going into more detail about this issue, but it's a genuine massive problem, and it's not just an argument about whether or not you should pirate games, but also it's just dangerous to buy pre-owned games for the Switch because of stuff like the Make Switch or the Make Ripper. But anyways, back to editing. But that's just one part of the many shitty things this company has been doing recently. Like I mentioned earlier, charging $80 for Mario Kart is fucking ridiculous, man. And thanks to Nintendo for pulling that trigger, we're gonna start seeing way more games being priced like this, and that's a scary thought. There's also the nice little hemorrhoid you get with every single Switch third-party game now, all except Cyberpunk, because CD Projekt Red are actually goated. And apparently, this is because Nintendo refuses to give developers anything less than 64GB cartridges. So I guess it makes sense for stuff like Bravely Default to be game keycards. But what's your excuse? There are a lot of things to criticize Nintendo for right now, and I completely understand why a lot of people hate them. They are a greedy, evil company and probably one of the worst of the industry right now. However, despite how easy it is to criticize Nintendo for all of this, conversations surrounding the Switch 2 has been nothing but complete and utter degeneracy from both sides, like genuinely. Either you're on the side of defending literally every little thing Nintendo's doing despite them doing harmful things to the industry, or you're on the side where you're against all the things they're doing, but you're being a dick about it, crapping on literally anyone's parade who owns a Switch 2, or even worse, spreading a bunch of misinformation, muddying the waters even more. Those aren't even the only sides. There's also the people who weren't going to buy a Switch 2 and then bought one anyways just to shit on it more, without realizing you're supporting directly what you're shitting on.
Why I'm not buying that Switch 2 right now, said the Indian guy. The Switch 2's sitting on his desk.
Dude, I'm watching the stream while you try not to laugh, brother.
I genuinely really love Mutahar's content, but seeing him with a Switch 2 just made me laugh. Like, did you met anything you said these past months? Because if you just wanted a Switch 2, just say it. I don't know why people don't think you can't criticize something you still want. I don't like a lot of the practices Nintendo does. Yeah, I still want to play the Switch 2 because I like the hardware and I want to play Bonanza on launch. Just because I want to have fun doesn't mean I support shitty practices. You can call that being ignorant. I call it just having a nuanced opinion. Even then, I have my own rules on whether or not I want to pick up a game or not. For example, I don't want to pay for any game key cards. The only physical games I own are Cyberpunk and Mario Kart for a reason. That's because I'm not buying a single game key card because I just don't like how they're handled. I genuinely think they're so dumb. And also, I think they're a waste of plastic because you're just basically paying for a digital physical game. So they're no different from codes you get in a box. By the way, they're still doing those, and while I'm a little more lenient with this one, I'm probably not going to buy any $80 games as of right now. Maybe in the future, if it ever becomes a practice, I'll buy eventually, but as of right now, I don't want to support it. I didn't want to pay for Mario Kart World for a reason, and while I'm eternally grateful I own that game, thank you, Dad. If Nintendo has another $80 game in the pipeline, I'm going to be missing out on that one until I see a pre-owned copy. Outer Worlds 2 looks great, and I was super excited for it, but I'm not going to buy it right now because I just don't want to pay $80 for a video game, so I'll just gladly wait for a Steam sale. You can still want something while also standing on your morals. But no, Nintendo's bad. You're evil if you choose to buy this console. And me constantly berating people about it definitely does not give off the opposite effect at all. Of course, I'm not implying that everyone's like that. There's gonna be peaceful protesters who just choose not to talk about it, and that's completely fine. I feel like most people should be like that. Or if you're going to talk about the problems, do it in a more level-headed way instead of just yelling at people about it. Because shocker, while Nintendo is a bad company and probably one of the most evil ones out there, they're also not the only one. Hell, just the other week there was an entire situation about the screen apparently having ghosting issues, which I mentioned earlier, and also having some bad input lag, which is a genuine problem. I'm not trying to downplay that's a problem. I still stand by the fact that I think the screen looks nice, and I really like it. I also still say that I just don't notice a thing with it. And if people genuinely do have issues with the screen, that's completely okay. But then there's also people who just talk about the fact that the screen is now all of a sudden the worst thing in the world. What, because Digital Foundry pulled out the slow-mo camera and all of a sudden you noticed all these things? It's not even a dig at them. I just think it's ridiculous that so many people just switched up so fast. Not only that, but this outrage gets even worse because there's so many people willing to spread so many misinformation about a leak we don't even know whether or not it's true or not. Like Donkey Kong being $80, for example. It's not. It probably is in Canada and stuff, but at that point, you could blame your government. Stop with the game key cards. Brother, this is what you want. Surprisingly, the person I've seen who had the best take about this was critical.
Terrorists have infiltrated a local Burger King. Oh, jeez.
Basically saying, yeah, I'm not getting a Switch 2 right now, because I don't really like all the predecessors that Nintendo's having. But if you want one, go have fun with it. I hope you have fun. And honestly, that's all I'm trying to say with this rant, man. If you want to go boycott Nintendo, I have nothing but respect for that. But at the very least, stand on your business, man. And if you're not going to buy a Switch 2, that's fine. But don't go rain on other people's parades because of it. And I know I've been focusing way more on another side, mainly because what can I say about the other side that hasn't already been said? Don't pretend like Nintendo's problems aren't actual big deals. But I just really hate where this conversation has been going these past few weeks, and honestly, it's getting to a really toxic degree. Because yes, Nintendo has been a really bad company. Change needs to happen, and at this point, they're getting way worse than Disney at this point. But at the end of the day, just have fun with the Switch 2. Wait. Kinda got a little carried away with the drama, but being a little transparent here, originally I was gonna make this ending whether or not you should buy a Switch 2. Is it worth it? But that's not really my style. Because why? Nintendo isn't a good company, but I think we all know that by now. In fact, in the end of the video, I was originally going to say they'll hold off on the console, but why would I tell someone that? This is about my experience. I think people can make up their mind whether or not they would want to Switch 2 after hearing my thoughts about it. And even then, how would that make me different from the people I've just complained about? Wouldn't I just be doing the same thing? Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but at the end of the day, I think you should make up your own mind and decide whether or not it's worth it to you while also considering what I told you today. I've been having a lot of fun with the Switch 2 despite my mixed feelings on it. I've been collecting physical Switch games again because I wanted to see which games ran better with the extra power. I'm discovering games I've never played before because of this system. I've been playing through Super Mario RPG for the first time while making this video, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. I've recently finally played through Portal and loved it so much I played it again. I'm playing through Ninja Gaiden Sigma for the first time and struggling with it. And there's so much more I've yet to play, including Switch 1 exclusives I missed out on, like Astro Chain. But I also understand that this company I once loved as a kid isn't what I always thought it was. But should I let that cloud my judgment? Don't get me wrong, I get why people are boycotting and think that's completely valid, and I'm never going to knock on someone for standing on their morals. But I also just kind of want to have fun with the thing. I hope this doesn't sound corny, but like, the world is such a horrible place right now, but the one thing that's been keeping me sane is having a place to escape from all those horrible things. That's part of the reason why I play games. That's probably why you play games. To experience something we've never experienced before. To escape the hard challenge we call life. And if a Switch 2 can do that for me, I'm satisfied with that. And for you watching, if a Steam Deck or a PC can do that for you, I'm happy for you, and I hope you have fun with it. Yeah, it's not perfect. I definitely have my issues with it, but it brings me comfort, and I'm happy to have one. Of course, I can talk about the issues all day, but I think it's more interesting to show what this console means to me this past month rather than what it means to the general public. And to me, I'm pretty excited for the future of this thing. I'm collecting Switch games again. I'm getting excited over finding hidden gems. I'm playing games that were originally stuck in my backlog, and more important of all, I feel happy doing so. And I think that kind of matters to me more than pretty much anything I said in this video. So, what do you think about the Switch 2? You getting one or not? Either answer, let me know in the comments and let's start a healthy discussion about it. And thank you for sticking with me for this long. It's been a very, very long video, and editing has not been the easiest, I'll be honest. But I'm happy you stuck with me, and I hope you enjoyed the video, because I enjoyed making it. But no, seriously, I hate game key cards. They have no purpose, they're stupid, and whoever came up with this will be looking like this in the next video. I don't think anyone should be surprised by this, but Jack Boys 2 was just mid, you know? It was just kind of mid.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
Travis was like hyping this record up for so long, and I just kind of questioned why for the longest time, because like, it's Jack Boys. I'm not gonna pretend like the first Jack Boys didn't have its songs, but like, it was always kind of like just a mid record, you know, not really Travis's best, you know? And now Jack Boys 2 is out, and I'm also feeling the exact same, you know? It's just like a lot longer. So today I decided to just not script it and just give you my raw thoughts on Jack Boys 2, you know? I don't really have much to say on this record, so this is kind of why I'm not really doing it scripted, because like, I don't got much to say, you know? What's the point of doing a script, like, where I can just like tell you what I think? So I hope this is still enjoyable. I hope you still have fun with this video. If not, oh well, you know? Jack Boys 2 was a record that Travis was really hyping up for like the longest time, and it kind of felt like he kind of overdid it, if you ask me. Not because like I didn't think it was gonna be good, but it was because like it was a sequel to Jack Boys, man. Maybe other Travis fans will disagree, but like I always thought like Jack Boys was kind of like the lower of Travis's like catalog. So like hearing the second one was happening, I was just kind of like, okay, you know, like sure, why not? And I think a lot more people were a bit more excited to hear it after like Pusha T dissed Travis on, I think it was Ace Trumpets. It was Ace Trumpets or So Be It, I don't remember.
Cried in front of me, you died in front of me. Calabasas took your bitch and your pride in front of me. Her utopia had moved right up the street, and her lip gloss was popping, she ain't need you to eat.
And let me just say this, the Clips album was better. I'm just gonna say it, the Clips album was better. But because of that Pusha T verse, a lot of people were kind of wondering, like, is Travis gonna do something? Is Jack Boys 2 gonna have a diss? And like, it did. It wasn't a very good one, but he dissed Pusha T. Blue Bugattis, I'm dodging TMZ, made 100 off Pusha T's. Like, cool, man. That's your response? Like, and like, I'm not even saying this as like a die-hard Pusha T fan. Like, I like Clips. I like Pusha T as a rapper. I'm more of a Travis Scott fan. But like, you know, as a Travis fan, like, I kind of expected him to say nothing, because like, what are you gonna say? You know, you're not a lyrical rapper, you know? And then he kind of did diss him in the most underwhelming way possible, and I was just kind of proved my point, you know? But we're not here to talk about the Travis and Pusha T beef, we're here to talk about Jack Boys 2, and I think the track that the diss does come from is pretty good. I think it's a good opener to Jack Boys 2. I also always thought like 2000 Excursion was a good song. Like, I always really liked that song. When it got released, I thought it was a pretty good song, and I thought it kind of gave me hope for like Jack Boys. And like, I think for like tracks 2 through like 6, I think they kept that energy going, you know? Like, Kick Out was great. I liked Dumbo's beat a lot. MM3 was a great Sylvago song, and then it immediately falls down with Velour, and then it like kept on going down. Like, Velour and Contest and I Love My Bitch back to back was like such like a, what's going on? What's happening? I thought this was supposed to be a good album. I think off the bat, I think the Cactus Jack crew, they all did like very average. Like, I think Sylvago was like the best one here, but I think he's only the best one because he's barely on the album. Like, he's just straight up barely on the album. So like, he never really had like a chance to like bore me. He's never had a chance to bore me, you know? But like, I think the one song he was given was good, and I think like Contest was okay. Like, the song itself is bad, but like, I think he did okay in Contest. I also thought the features was just kind of like mid. When I saw the features were hidden again, I got excited, I won't lie, but like, now like having the features, you should have just kept them out, to be honest. You should have just kept them out. There was like no surprises. Like, there was Cardi on Where Was You? Like, there was Cardi on Where Was You? That was neat, I guess. Future was there as well. Just like a bit more of a tangent. Like, why do they keep trying to like recreate type shit? Like, every time I feel like these three come together, it's always like some of the most middling music. Like, I get the appeal of type shit, all right? I'm not personally a fan of it, but like, I get why people love it. But like, I don't really like Charge Them Hoes a Fee, and Where Was You was just kind of like underwhelming. Like every time these guys collab, it's always so underwhelming for me, you know? There was also like Tyla and I can't pronounce his name, so I'll just put his name on screen. I'm sorry. That song was terrible. PBT. That song was terrible. He was trying to do like this weird Jamaican style like song. It was just like, it was just bad. It was just straight up bad. Shine by Travis with Glorilla, I thought was a lot better. Outside was a banger. That's like the last banger we get from the album. I think Travis and Youngboy both like did great on that song. And like Florida Flow kind of just like describes my feelings on this record. Like I didn't even talk about the production. I think the production on this record is like very hit or miss. And I think the mixing on this record is just like, what are we doing? Like in Beep Beep, for example, I think Sababy's verse was like very poorly mixed, and I think the production, I think I'm gonna give to Jack Boys 1, because I feel like Jack Boys 1 had like a lot better like beats than this one. Like I think like overall the beats were fine for this, but like I think Jack Boys 1 definitely had the more interesting beats than like this one, because I feel like this one had a lot more like boring beats. But overall, I just kind of feel nothing towards Jack Boys 2. Like, I think it's okay. I think it's like a fine album. I definitely think a lot of people are going to call it like mid and stuff like that. And I think it is mid. Like, I think it is kind of mid. Like, at the most, I feel like this will satisfy like casual Travis fans, you know, like kind of like the new gen Travis fans. I hate using that word, but I didn't know what else to call them. And I think that's fine. I think if they enjoy the record, more power to them. I'm happy you guys got something out of it. But like for me personally, I just don't care, you know. I just don't think it was that great of a record. I do hope that the solo record that apparently is happening is much better than this. It probably will be better than this, because like I didn't really have that high expectations for Jack Boys, but we'll see, you know. So what do you guys think about Jack Boys 2? You know, comment down below, tell me what you think, you know. And I hope you enjoy me like kind of going a bit more off script. Maybe I can do this more for like music reviews and stuff like that. Like with movies, I kind of have to write down more about like what I think, you know? But like with music, it's a lot easier for me to talk about the albums and stuff like that. But so let me know if you guys like this, you know? Maybe I'll keep doing more of these. But yeah, that's about it. Jack Boys 2, I will give it like a 5.5. I think a 5.5 is kind of like fair for it, you know? But yeah. That's about it. You know, I never really got Superman. Don't get me wrong, I knew he was popular, but like, I never really understood why people liked him so much, and I think I blame that on one thing: Man of Steel.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
This was the first centric Superman thing I've seen. Now, he was in the iconic Lego Batman 2, but he wasn't the main character of that game, hence the name. And Man of Steel to me was just always just a boring movie. Of course, now that I'm older, I can understand that this is a version of Superman that is very different from what we're used to, but even then, I still don't really like the movie and find it really boring. And then the movie afterwards was Batman vs Superman, which was a film that I was very disappointed by. It was a movie that I was extremely excited to see, yet ended up being one of my biggest disappointments I've ever seen. Hey, is Batman vs Superman really about to be 10 years old? Oh god, I'm a corpse! I think it was the fact that they kept trying to make Superman feel like a god that made me just never really like him. Like, to me, that was always such a uninteresting way to look at his character, and to be fair, that was never the intention of the character, just Zack Snyder's vision of the character. And I think that's fine for the most part if people like that version. It's just for me, it made me very cynical towards Superman for like years. Of course, as I got older, I did check out some other stuff from Superman, like a couple episodes of the animated series and My Adventures with Superman, which I really enjoyed both of them. But I was waiting for that one Superman project to grab me and shake me around and tell me, Delvin, this is Superman. Do you get it now? But during my teen years, it felt like Superman was kind of going through a massive drought. Like, it felt like Warner Brothers was trying to do anything but make a Superman movie. Think about it, it took us getting a Black Adam movie to see the return of Henry Cavill's Superman, only to never get a follow-up with that. There was just a lot of nothing with this guy outside of Adventures with Superman, which again, I've checked out a couple episodes of and enjoyed, but I haven't really gone back to it yet. Also, I've seen a bit of season 2 and oh my god, Kara can fix me. But that all started to change with James Gunn announcing the DCU. With his experience, they were trying the hardest to make sure that this shit never happens again. And while I love James Gunn and he made some of my favorite comic book movies of all time, I was admittedly pretty skeptical. Don't get me wrong, Gunn is a really good director, and again, he's made some of my favorite movies. But like, him directing an entire Superman movie was a little like, you sure? While it was gonna take a bit of convincing, I was admittedly interested and wanted to let him cook. And I remember the day the Superman trailer dropped. I was on my way to do one of my GEDs, saw the trailer finally got posted, watching it, and I was amazed. I know this is a crazy thing to say, but like, I got it. I don't know how to describe it, but like, watching the trailer made me think, I understand why people like this character now. So patiently, I waited for this movie. I sat down in my seat, I watched it, and oh my god, I can't believe it. It was pretty good.
Hey Peggy, let me talk to him one time, hold up.
Superman is kind of a mess of a movie. A very good one that does a lot of things right, and I think has a lot of Gunn's best work, but I also feel like he kind of bit more than he can chew with this film. To start with the positives, I think this is one of the coolest looking comic book movies I have ever seen, not counting animated movies. I feel like every shot was just ripped straight out of a comic book. Like if you pause a certain scene, you can imagine the panels being made out of them. There's also like certain shots for certain characters, like how Superman's always being panned out to look very grand and heroic, while Lex always has these close-ups in his face to show how much spite he has. Maybe that's me bugging a bit, maybe that's me looking a little bit too hard into it, but if that was the intention, that was pretty cool. Just in general, I just like how comic booky this movie is. They didn't really feel the need to explain every little thing Superman has. He just has them, you know, deal with it. Why does Krypto the Super Dog exist? Don't question it. I also think the CGI and special effects look great. Every Superman fight scene just looks so good. And it cannot go without saying, but I really love David Cornsweet as Superman. I like how Clark in this film is just kind of struggling with his morality and humanity, constantly trying to do the right thing, trying to protect everyone, but also struggling to keep himself sane because of it. No matter what scene he's in, you can always count on him doing the right thing, and oftentimes he faces the consequences of that. I like how the film very much emphasizes that Clark is just a good guy who believes he needs to use his powers to protect people. There's literally a scene in this film where he saves a squirrel, and that should tell you how much he cares about living things. I actually really like how this film focuses a lot on Superman's humanity, and how he can feel human emotions like getting overwhelmed by the public eye. Without spoiling the main plot, I feel like they kind of nailed the social aspect of this film. I think they avoid a lot of the trappings that kind of story can really fall into. I think the movie does a good job with showing how a lot of good people can sometimes get a lot of shit thrown out their way for just doing good. How people in higher classes can sometimes flip the script on you and turn you into a villain even though you only mean good intentions. I think they did a good job exploring all that without coming extremely corny. There was one bit that was kind of an eye roll, and if you watch the movie and don't know what I'm talking about, monkey.
Okay.
But outside of that one scene, I actually think they did a pretty good job expressing all of that. And I think Lex was kind of the perfect antagonist for this kind of story. Admittedly, I don't know too much about Lex Luthor. The most I got was his inclusion in Batman vs Superman, where I thought he was insufferable in that film. Here he's just pure evil, and I love that. I love just how much he hates Superman, like literally to the point where every time he's brought up, he goes into an entire spiel on how much he hates this guy. I also just like the fact that it's not just Superman he hates metahumans in general. It's just Superman in particular he despises, and I think that's really funny. They make him such a jerk in this film that you're actively waiting for the moment where it all crumbles down. Every time Lex was on screen, it was a joy, and I think Nicholas Hoult not only understood the assignment, but killed it in literally any scene he was. I was also shocked on how much I actually enjoyed Lois in this film. I really did love her and Clark's relationship, and I think both of them having drastically different beliefs made it really interesting to see those beliefs clash and see them kind of understand each other a bit more as the movie went on. I think they did a really good job in nailing that. I think it's very easy to make a love interest of a superhero project very unlikable. I think to MJ in the Sam Raimi trilogy or Iris from the Flash TV show. And I think they did a good job with trying to make you understand why she feels the way she does and never came off annoying. Bonus points for the fact that she's actually pretty capable in this film. However, I do feel like there's like a lot of side characters, kind of too much if you ask me. Like the Justice Society is really cool to see. I love Mr. Terrific and I'm super happy to see him in live action again, let alone in a non-CW universe. But there's also characters like Jimmy Olsen that just feels like he doesn't get too much screen time at all. Like no joke, I don't even think him and Clark interact once, and I think that's kind of an issue. Same with Clark's parents. I think in general, I think the film would have benefited from just elaborating a bit more on Clark's past. I get at this point we already know the Superman origin story, but like the Batman also gave us the droppings that we need to understand what was going on in that story. Why can't this film do that? I think in an attempt to try to move away from the origin story, we get a Superman that feels like we're just seeing the second movie, even though there's no first movie. Apparently Gunn had the idea of having chapter cards to kind of split up the new storylines, and honestly I kind of think he kept that because it kind of feels like a mess without them. Although even though I think this film is kind of messy in its execution, I think the fights were really damn good. Every fight with Ultraman felt like I was watching a Dragon Ball Z fight in live action, and I mean that in the best possible way. Even the fights with the other heroes like Mr. Terrific or Guy Gardner, I think they were handled really well. They had their own fighting styles, and with Guy Gardner in particular, I think it was very interesting to see the way he like kind of imagined the Green Lantern stuff. It was cool, you know, it was cool. Overall, I really like Superman. It is very messy in its execution, and I think that does hold this movie back from being an all-time great. But regardless, I had a lot of fun watching this film, and it was kind of really refreshing to see a superhero movie that was just a standalone superhero film, let alone one that isn't afraid to show its comic book roots and actively celebrates it. I just appreciate that despite it all, it was a Superman movie through and through. It didn't felt the need to set up Batman or the Justice League. As how I feel in the DCU after watching this movie, color me impressed. I'm pretty excited to see more. And I do wish Gunn the best of luck because I think if anyone is able to pull it off, he definitely proved that he's the right man for the job with this film. And while I wasn't as glowing on this film as I wanted it to be, I do understand why people like Superman now. Despite having his powers and being one of the strongest beings, he's just a good guy who chooses to do the right thing despite it all. He's a symbol of hope who represents the best in people, who tries to bring the best out of everyone. And honestly, that's really endearing. I legit might check out some Superman stuff after this film because I've been sold on him. I understand why people really like him now. Anyways, it's time to give this movie a rating because I've been yapping for way longer than I wanted to. So I give Superman an 8 out of 10. A very solid first outing for the DCEU. Don't Tap the Glass is the 2025 album from Tyler the Creator that's the follow-up to his commercially acclaimed Chromacopia. This album kind of felt like it came out of nowhere. It was announced last Friday. No singles, no snippets, just the cover and the ability to pre-order it. So naturally I got a CD. Tyler was very adamant about no concept, no deeper messaging, just feel the music. Actually reminds me a lot about GNX and how Kendrick just started the album by saying, "This ain't deep, this ain't serious, just enjoy the music." And enjoy the music I did, because Don't Tap the Glass was a really interesting album, and it's probably one of Tyler's most unique albums to date. And weirdly enough, it's unique in a different way than the normal Tyler unique way.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
Don't Tap the Glass is a very simple album. 10 tracks, 30 minutes. That's it. And I think there's kind of beauty in that simplicity. While there's no concept, Tyler actually does a really good job trying to give this album its own vibe. You have this robotic voice starting and ending the album, and I know he said no concept, but this feels like it's kind of like you're entering the disco and you're being greeted by the DJ himself and some weird robot thing, I don't know.
Welcome. Number 1, body movement. No sitting still. Number 2, only speak in glory. Leave your baggage at home. Number 3, don't tap the glass.
And while it doesn't lead into anything, obviously, it was kind of a neat way to kind of like bunch up all the tracks together. You know, start with the beginning skit, end with the ending skit. This intro also does a good job establishing the tone this album's trying to go for. Not tapping the glass could be a warning, like to not take things too seriously. You know, don't provoke anyone, respect people's boundaries. Maybe it's more of the last one because, you know, this is a dance album, and when you're dancing, you don't want to get into people's ways, you know, you kind of have to keep your distance, you know? Maybe that's me kind of overlooking into it, but I don't know, it's fun to speculate. But yeah, this is a dance album. A lot of the production on this album is very much inspired by that kind of electronic dance music. The production of this album actually helps to feed in the kind of like dance vibe this album's kind of going for. Either being really jazzy, nerd style beats, like in Big Poe or Sucker Free, or more of a disco, kind of electronic, Daft Punk kind of vibe, what's found on tracks like Sugar on My Tongue and Don't Worry Baby. The production overall makes this album great to me. Not saying the rest of it is bad, no, not at all. But I wouldn't be getting as much as I want to on this album if it wasn't for the fantastic production on this album. And Tyler's energy throughout the record is so damn good, man. His lyrical evolution from Chromacopia shines bright here because there's a lot of witty and fun bars on this album. Actually, the way he raps on this album reminds me a lot about Call Me If You Get Lost. Very braggadocious and kind of flexing his status. Some people may not like that, but after the very heavy tracks on Chromacopia, it was kind of nice to see a more laid back version of Tyler, you know, something like That Guy, for example. The tracks too, when you mix the fantastic production with Tyler's cocky attitude, you get some really infectious music. Sugar on My Tongue is very catchy. Ring 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 makes me want to go to the club and break dance on the floor. There's also Tyler's signature duo track with Don't Tap the Glass and Tweaking, which continue to remain some of the best from his albums. To continue with the calming comparisons, both tracks kind of sound like another version of Corso. Honestly, those two tracks actually might be my favorite from this album. The only miss on this album for me was really Mama Nem. Even after a couple listens, because yes, I already heard this album like 5 times already, it just still hasn't hit for me yet, and I honestly don't know if it will. I think it's just the fact that the tracks just feel like it's building up to something that never really gets a true payoff till you make it to the next track, which is cool on an album perspective, but when I'm trying to listen to the song by itself, it's very underwhelming. One thing I do appreciate about this album is that there's only 2 features. 2 features. That's it. The rest are strictly Tyler solo tracks. There's Pharrell on Big Poe, which I think he gave a fantastic verse on, and Daisy World on Don't Worry Baby, where I feel like the hook on that track adds so much to it. Keem is also on the ad-libs again, which is really funny. Overall though, not much to say on the record. It's just a really fun time and a great listen. Very short and sweet. Tyler's whole thing with this album was to just have a very simple record that people can have fun and dance to. And I think not only he did a great job with that idea, but also it helps the fact that even if this album doesn't have a concept, it still feels like a Tyler album. It still stands out in his discography. I can see myself enjoying these tracks 1 or 2 years after this album releases, and I think that's really impressive. This album has a really unique blend between electronic and disco music. His flows are feeling as strong and cocky as ever, and he did all of that without sacrificing the main reason why I listen to Tyler's albums, the character of it all. The charisma, the creativity, I think it's all here, just in a different form. It had its own vibe. It didn't feel like Chromacopia's leftovers. It felt like a completely new album. Like this was the new era of Tyler we were waiting for. This side venture essentially got the same love that all his other albums got, and I think that's really admirable. So yeah, that's what I think about Don't Tap the Glass. I think it's pretty solid. I will score it a 8.5 out of 10. I don't know how to end this video. Is it just me, or does it feel like Marvel's kind of making a comeback? You know, the 2020s have not been the kindest to Marvel, but you already knew that. You already know about the downfall of the MCU and how it kind of destroyed their reputation. You already know about the colossal failure of the Avengers game and how it should have been a single player game. And we already know how the Spider-Man comics have been really bad for a long time and how Zeb Wells is the reincarnation of Satan. You probably have heard these statements multiple times that Marvel as a company has become a massive butt of the joke. But while all of this has been happening for a while now, I feel like they're kind of making a comeback.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I actually think the past 2 years for Marvel has actually been quite good, and I 100% believe that if they play their cards right these next few years, they could win back the love they once had in the public eye. But I honestly think Marvel has kind of been learning from their mistakes, and for the most part has actually been releasing a lot of good stuff recently. Let's start with the games because I feel like that's the easiest to talk about. Now, every generation, Marvel always have iconic games, but I feel like the start of this year was really rough for Marvel games. Of course, there's the critically acclaimed Spider-Man titles, but outside of that, not a lot of good. Marvel Midnight Suns was another one that people really liked, but the problem with that game that it appealed to too niche of an audience. A lot of people didn't realize that the cards are just basically replacements for just RPG mechanics, and at the end of the day just chose not to play it, so the game failed. There's also Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, which I don't think anyone remembers, and there's also Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, which I rest my case. These past 10 years of Marvel games have been really bad. Really, all we had were the Spider-Man games. But there was one AAA Marvel game I have yet to mention, and one that I'm sure a lot of you know, Marvel's Avengers. I don't think I need to go into how disappointing Marvel Avengers was. I don't think this game is nearly as atrocious as some people lay it out to be, but it's definitely one of the games I've ever played. There is a good Avengers game in here somewhere. I know it's there. The story, while having some issues, is pretty solid for the most part and has a lot of great moments. But even if the story was okay for the most part, the problem with the game wasn't the story. The problem was it wasn't a single player game because they just forced in this weird multiplayer extraction game to it. Look, not to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty qualified to speak on this game. I went through the painful journey of getting the Platinum Trophy for some fucking reason. So I'm an idiot, but hey, I'm confident in saying there is good things in this game. But at its core, Marvel Avengers is just a really dull game with a really generic art style and an okay story. That's it. Also, will say this, I actually like the Black Panther DLC. I thought that was pretty good. But there was one game that raised from the ashes during this era. One game that's really damn special and is one of the best Marvel games to date. I'm talking about the Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, despite the Guardians of the Galaxy game actually being pretty solid, it did really poorly because it was following up one of the worst Marvel games to come out of recent years. And after that game, no one trusted Square Enix with Marvel at all. So we may never get a follow-up to the Guardians of the Galaxy game, which is such a shame, but I think it was necessary for Marvel to get the wake-up call they really needed at the time. Marvel had a new game cooking up. A game that was gonna shake the world. And of course, it was another goddamn multiplayer game. Damn it! But wait, this one has style. And it's a hero shooter, which makes more sense for Marvel. And it looks actually fun, with deep-cut characters like Galactus' daughter? What? Look at these designs, man. It feels like every single problem with Avengers is non-existent here. It seems like Marvel took the right lessons from that game's failure and applied it to this game. Hell, we're no longer restricted to only the Avengers. Everyone was fair game. Fantastic Four, X-Men, some of the Midnight Suns, even deep cuts like Jeff the Shark, Luna Snow, and Cloak and Dagger. Am I excited for a Marvel hero shooter? And turns out I had all rights to be excited, as it ended up being a really fun game. Not only the core multiplayer experience is extremely fun and addicting, but this game feels like it was made for Marvel fans. The way the characters interact with each other, the way they show these characters' signatures, the costumes they add, everything feels like a Marvel fan's dream. And it's in a multiplayer game! As a massive Moon Knight fan, I got so much euphoria from seeing all three personalities sign their names. That's just adorable. And it's not like they're not telling a story with this game, it's just, you know, in an average seasonal event kind of thing. One season could be fighting Doom, the other season could be about vampires, the other season could have Ultron, and now this season, we're fighting Null. He got out of his chair! And they keep adding new characters, like this month we got Phoenix, and look how cool she looks. And next month we're finally getting Blade! This is the season of characters who don't do shit finally doing shit. As a massive Marvel fan, I am extremely satisfied with Marvel Rivals, and I'm really excited to see more of this game. But I get it, not everyone's in the multiplayer stuff. But that doesn't mean you're not eating though. That don't mean you're not eating though, because we're getting a Marvel fighting game next year developed by the same people who made Dragon Ball Z Fighters, a Marvel beat 'em up developed by the same people who made Shredder's Revenge, a Captain America and Black Panther game set in World War II made by the same people who created the Uncharted franchise, and oh yeah, Insomniac's making a Wolverine game. What a lineup, man! It seems like they're doing everything in their power to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And honestly, it's been really cool to watch. I'm pretty excited for the future of Marvel games, and I look forward to see what's up next. You know, speaking of rivals, the way they have been handling their characters is a lot better than before. It wasn't a long period of time, so I don't blame people for not knowing, but it felt like for a while, it felt like Marvel kind of relied on Spider-Man for a lot of things. But now, not only he's getting a lot more unique storylines than the same basic stories that get repeated multiple times, but we're also starting to see more characters get the spotlight. You know, less Spider-Man and more, for example, Black Panther. And we have, thankfully, the Ultimate Universe to thank for that. Now, I don't read comics that much anymore, but the Ultimate Universe Spider-Man has been the one that I've been paying attention to the most because how unique this take on him is. Instead of Peter handling these powers as a child and learning how to master them as a full-grown adult, we instead have a Spider-Man who's a full-grown adult who's now dealing with having to learn these powers. We're seeing villains that we once knew being reinvented in this universe, and not only that, it's just a really damn good story. It's really interesting seeing Peter balance being a husband and a father and Spider-Man all at once with his job and stuff like that. And it's not just Peter, we have a whole universe filled with brand new Ultimate characters. I've actually been eyeing specifically on Ultimate Black Panther. I've been meaning to read that, so let me know if that's good. And while 616 is still kind of a mess, Blood Hunt was pretty fun. Watching a vampire invasion happen right before our eyes with these 616 characters was really, really fun, to be honest. And out of all the characters, I actually think Sam Wilson's Captain America shines the most throughout this whole run. If you were disappointed by Brave New World, try reading this, see if this interests you. Going back to the Ultimate Universe, by the way, they also have their own version of Doctor Doom where it's Reed Richards. No joke, no spoilers. I do not want to say anything about this comic. You should absolutely read it. There's so many unique stories that have been told in the Ultimate Universe that I don't even want to go through all of them, mainly because 1, I haven't read through all of them, and 2, I want them to be a surprise for you when you read them. Because I mean it, if you were soured by the Zeb Wells run of Spider-Man or the Black Panther comic where they made Captain America a bigot for some reason, I highly recommend checking out the Ultimate Universe. It is a fresh, new take on the Marvel Universe, and it's so freaking cool. But I know why you clicked on this video. Alright, let's talk about it. The MCU has been in quite the decline ever since Endgame, and it seems like Marvel has yet to recapture that. I'm not doing this again, never mind. You know why the MCU has been in decline. Mid-movie after mid-movie after mid-show after 50 other stuff. They've been throwing a bunch of shit at the wall hoping something sticks, and some of them did. Most of them didn't though. But it might be just me, but I feel like Marvel as a whole has been getting a lot better as of late. Of course there was Brave New World and Ironheart, both ended up being incredibly mid, but they've also released Deadpool and Wolverine, Agatha, Daredevil Born Again, Thunderbolts. We even have MCU adjacent stuff like X-Men 97 and Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. These are all projects that were extremely well received. While some of them financially didn't do that well, like Thunderbolts, I would argue that a lot of them are still really quality and brings back what I've been missing from the MCU while also continuing the more good traits from Phase 4 and 5, being more unique, experimenting more. I am currently working on a Thunderbolts video, so I won't talk too much about my thoughts on it. But if you ask me, this should have been the start of Phase 6, to be honest. I actually think that this was the exact movie Marvel needed in order to restore faith into the MCU again. It didn't rely on nostalgia, it didn't rely on any previous plot lines, it was just a really solid movie through and through. It really felt like a back to basics kind of movie, you know, trying to take these group of nobodies and bunching them up into one big team. And as I was recording, the reviews for Fantastic Four has finally came in, and it's shaping up to be a big hit. Also, by the way, I've been working on this video for so long that the movie came out and I watched it, so stay tuned to figure out my thoughts, subscribe and all of that fun stuff. I didn't really know how to transition to this, so I'm sorry. Which is exactly what we needed after Thunderbolts. You know, continue that momentum. Don't just make one good movie and then stop right there. If that movie continues the goodwill streak that Deadpool and Wolverine and Thunderbolts started, I'm not saying you disappoint me, then I honestly think it will be just enough to restore faith in the Marvel again. Hell, even the shows have gotten a lot better. X-Men 97 and Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man are MCU adjacent shows, but nevertheless, they are both great. I think Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man ended up being the big underdog of the duo because no one expected that to actually be good. Agatha, a show that no one asked for, ended up being way more solid than anyone ever expected. And of course we got Born Again, which I haven't personally seen yet myself. I actually had to catch up with season 3 of Daredevil since I haven't seen it before. But it's been mostly positive on Born Again's angle. There are some people who don't really like it till the final few episodes, but there's also a lot of people who thought it was great the whole way through. And with a lot of the stuff that happened behind the scenes, it's a miracle this show came out great in the first place. Or at least I think it did. I still need to watch it. Hell, since I mentioned it, that show ended up being the main reason why they did so many changes to the TV shows. Now the TV shows are completely optional. You don't need to do any homework for them. In fact, Faggy proudly stated that you need no homework to understand Fantastic Four. And that is such a great change. No more needing to watch any TV shows. No more needing to look at any recap videos. All you need to do now is just simply sit down, just like how any film should be. And I know a lot of people will bring up the Robert Downey Jr. being Doom thing and say, look guys, they're still washed. They're still washed. But to me, I just want to wait and see with that one. Time will tell whether or not this was a good idea or not. Man, it feels good to be positive on Marvel again. They have been washed for a long time, and it felt like a lot of stuff that were coming out was just half-assed and mediocre. But it feels like they finally understood that. They completely redone a lot of stuff. Their gaming department, the comics, and now they're working on fixing their cinematic universe. Especially now with the new kid in town, they won't be alone anymore. But again, if they play their cards right, they could very much win back the public eye. And judging by the future of this company, I have a lot of hope for them. So yeah, I'm rooting for you, Marvel. I want to have that magical feeling again when watching an MCU film and getting excited to see what's going to happen in this one. I want to bring my little sister to these movies and show her what I grew up on and let her experience her first Marvel film. I want the Multiverse Saga to be remembered as this weird little runt rather than what destroyed Marvel. I want Rivals to still be online after years and years of service, having multiple different characters to play at. I want to see more of my favorite Marvel characters have these cool new video games to play. And most of all, I just want Marvel to be a special name again. I want to feel that same magic that I once felt watching a Marvel film. Because if Doomsday is ass, I swear to God, I'm gonna crash out. Fantastic Four: The First Steps is quite remarkable. After years of mid and Jesus Christ, we finally have a Fantastic Four movie that not only understands and nails all of the four members, but also feels like an actual family. Fantastic Four: The First Steps was both the movie I was anticipating the most this year and the one I feared the most. I loved all the trailers, I loved the costumes. While I was iffy on the casting, it eventually grew on me, and I was hoping at the very least they were chosen for a good reason. But all of this was coming out around the same time Brave New World came out, which, I'm not gonna lie, felt really hopeless at the time for Marvel. More of that on here. But this movie finally dropped, and my God, it was better than I can ever imagine.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I absolutely love the Fantastic Four: First Steps. I genuinely think this is one of Marvel's best films and probably my second favorite movie of the year. Sorry, Cinders just has my heart. As a massive Fantastic Four fan, I feel really happy with the fact that Marvel finally got things right. And one thing they got extremely well that I was really nervous about was the character writing. I was extremely nervous on how they would handle Reed Richards in this film, especially with Pedro Pascal playing him. And while it took a bit of convincing, I actually think Pedro was the right man for the job. I love how Reed in this film isn't just a genius, but also one who has troubles with empathy. And I like how this film kind of emphasizes the fact that every idea he thinks about isn't particularly one he likes. It's just the product of being the smartest man in the universe. He thinks of stuff that he doesn't necessarily want to do. Vanessa Kirby as Sue Storm was also really damn good. It felt like the chemistry between her and Pedro was very strong, and it kind of translates really well to the chemistry between Reed and Sue. Coming from movies that felt like they barely had any chemistry, I think Sue in this film pretty much feels perfect to how she is in the comics. She's the heart of the four, the one who brings the group together even when they're all at their lowest. Without spoiling it, she's definitely the main character of this film, because because she's directly tied to the conflict of the movie. And I think they did a good job fleshing her character out more than anything. The era of really dull Sue Storms are finally dead. Johnny, my favorite member of the Fantastic Four, actually has quite a lot to do in this film. I love Chris Evans' Johnny Storm, but it kind of felt like they leaned way too much into him being a fuckboy. Fan Forstick tried to make Johnny a lot more clever, but I think it kind of fell flat. Here I feel like Johnny has a better mix of a lot of the stuff that makes him more interesting in the comics. He's smart in his own way, he loves his family, he's horny as shit, and I think this movie does do a great job of having a balance of all three of those attributes. I think the storyline of him trying to decipher the Silver Surfer's messages was very intriguing and kind of shined all three of those personalities in the best way possible. Joseph Quinn was the cast I was most worried about, and I'm happy to say that I was proven wrong with this movie. He's actually probably my favorite actor of this film. I also think him and Ben was just extremely fun to watch together. Speaking of which, here's the thing with the Thing. I like Ben Grimm in this film. I like Ebon as the Thing, but he doesn't really do anything. Don't get me wrong, he's not completely backseat for this film, but like, he definitely feels very underdeveloped in this film. There's something where he has a thing for a lady at the church, but it really goes nowhere. I still liked him in this film, but I didn't love him as much as I wanted to, or as much as the other cast at least. But overall, I feel like this movie does a great job with trying to represent everyone in this film. You know, everyone has a moment to shine, even if that moment's a little underwhelming. Hey, since we're talking about things that underwhelm me in this film, I don't really like Silver Surfer that much. I think making her Shala Ball gave them a lot more freedom to do whatever they want with her. And while I think the Silver Surfer had a lot of dope moments, like especially in the middle of the film, she just kind of felt really underdeveloped, to be honest. Way better than her 2007 counterpart, but still not as good as I wanted her to be. I hope this isn't the last time we see Shala Ball, because I think overall she's really cool in the film, just not as cool as she could have been in the film. At least the Galactus is pretty cool. Took him 18 years, but we finally have a Galactus that actually feels like a powerful threat, and it's not a fucking cloud. A friend brought up the fact that it feels like they should have hidden a bit more of Galactus just to make him feel like this all-powerful threat once he drops into New York City. And to an extent, I do kind of agree. But I still think overall Galactus is super cool in this film. And the fact that this universe is overall separated from the main MCU timeline makes it more fascinating to know whether or not they're going to survive this or not. I think overall the story is just kind of elevated by that. I so desperately wish more Multiverse Saga films took advantage of the fact that this is the Multiverse Saga. You know, this isn't just Cameo Machine, you know? But even outside of that, which is just a greater problem with Marvel and how they handled this saga in the first place, I actually really love how this film feels like it has high stakes to it. Without spoiling it, the conflict is actually quite dark, with kind of the whole world panicking on whether or not they're gonna die or not, and thinking the Fantastic Four is selfish for certain decisions made in the story. Without spoiling it, I can't spoil it. But I think the story wouldn't work as well if the four main characters didn't have such great chemistry together. They feel like a family, the way they talk to each other, the way they argue, the way they resolve their conflicts. Their dynamics are all uniquely different no matter what combination of people you have. With the strong narrative and the stronger characters, I feel like this is probably the best Fantastic Four narrative on screen, and I'm honestly so happy with that. I also just really dig the whole 60s aesthetic with it. This movie is definitely a love letter to Jack Kirby's original Fantastic Four run, and you can really tell from simply how this film looks. This is, in my opinion, one of Marvel's best looking films today. If they're gonna bring the Fantastic Four into the main MCU after Secret Wars, I hope this city stays. I hope this aesthetic stays, no matter what. I'm honestly so happy with this film. It got its issues, no doubt, but if you're a fan of the Fantastic Four, I don't think you would be disappointed with this film at all. At the very least, I can see someone who didn't enjoy this film appreciate the effort Marvel went through to try to make this movie stand out from other Fantastic Four movies and other MCU films. The world, the characters, the conflicts, and how it all feels perfectly executed. While I'm definitely biased because I love the Fantastic Four, I genuinely think this may end up being one of my favorite MCU films. I genuinely think this film is fantastic. God Does Like Ugly is the fourth studio album by Mr. J.I.D., and I've been waiting for this album for a really long time. Forever Story has become my favorite album of this current decade, and I was really looking forward to see what Jid had in store next. I wasn't really expecting anything up to the same level as the Forever Story, mainly because I think that's just ridiculous to expect. I think what JID went for was a bit jarring at first, especially towards me, because I didn't really like the album at first. I do like it now. Let me explain myself real quick. But I think it was the best way to go about things, you know? Instead of making a Forever Story 2, he instead made an album that is very much different from his past 3 studio records, and I think sets itself apart from them very well. While having its issues, I think God Does Like Ugly does show that JID is here to stay, and the Forever Story wasn't just a fluke.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I think it's good to start with what I don't like from the album to kind of show why it took a bit to grow on me. First off, I think this album is kind of a mess with its structure. Not to the point where I think it lacks identity, more than I feel like it's very jarring on first listen. Like, everything up to Skate isn't too jarring and is pretty well built up to. The transitions from G's to VCR to Skate all feels very natural and not really cluttered, I think the word is what I'm looking for. But after Skate, the album starts to feel a bit unfocused sonically. Like, for the next 3 tracks, we get more softer sounding songs. I think tracks 8 through 10 is okay, and I think Nobu in particular is very good, but I feel like they are far from the quality that was from that first stretch. And I feel like a big part of that is that they're put into such a weird part of the album. And it does feel like the album doesn't really truly recover from that. On McFree, Off Blue, K-Word, and For Keeps are all great final tracks, but I also feel like the organization of that track list feels really off. But I think what does make up for it is just how fantastic all these tracks are, how extremely well made all these songs are, and how exciting it is to listen to these songs. I think What We On and Wholeheartedly are the only duds in this track list, but outside of that, I think everything else on this album is fucking fantastic. You Ugly legit might be JID's best opener, which is saying a lot coming from an album that had Radar in it. I think Westside Gunn's ramblings throughout the song are just so funny, and JID's performance on the first beat was great, but when that beat switch, holy shit.
Look into the light from a dark place. Had plans, told God, he laughed in my face. I'm an idiot thinking that we were safe.
I don't know how else to describe it other than the nigga is aura farming and doing it well. The flow, the delivery, the cold ass lyrics is just genuinely perfect. It's legit my favorite song from the album and probably my most played one. There's also Glory, which is just a great follow-up track and also has a damn good beat switch of its own. There's also VCR with Vince, which is a lot more low-key and genuinely super damn smooth. I love the beat on that thing. Skate is probably the most different song from this album, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all. It's gonna be a very you love it or you hate it type song, but personally for me, I ended up really loving it. There's Community with clips that everyone's talking about that just, oh my god. I know people are talking about the Malice verse more than anything, but I also think Pusha T did extremely well in this song, and JID came in with extremely cold fucking bars here, dude. That Bob the Builder line may be memed upon, but oh my god, that shit is hard. Talking about some of the later tracks, we also have songs like On My Free and K-Word that just brings in that energy, man. There's also some more low-key songs I like No Blue and Off Blue, which both are really calm and relaxing songs. And with Nobu in particular, I really like JID singing on that song, and Jesse Reyes' hook is really damn nice. And the finale for Keeps feels more like a sequel to 2007, with JID kind of reflecting on his past and where he stands as a rapper today, also revealing that he has a kid of his own, which was a really cute finale. I also want to mention Sun, which comes from the alternate version of this album. That's also pretty good, so you should listen to that song too if you haven't. Now I know I just went through a bunch of tracks and said my thoughts on them, but that should show you how good this album is, because a lot of those tracks, I was just going on the top of my head. Yeah, it's a bit messy, but at the same time, the music is what really matters at the end of the day, and in my opinion, the music is really damn good. Even some of the songs I didn't talk about them not because they weren't bad, but because the video was probably like 9 minutes long, and I want this to be a short video. My point is, while the album is messy, it makes more than enough for it from just JID's energy, the production, the cold lyricism, the delivery, everything. I think this album solidifies Jid as an MVP of this generation and possibly being part of the big three of this generation, but only time will tell in that. I think the re-listens did really help me appreciate this album more, and I'm extremely excited to see what Jid's up to next. I think an 8.5 is right for this album. I think it's a really, really damn good record.
I think Chance is one of the most fascinating rappers out there, because you can make the argument that one album changed the course of his career for the rest of his life, and it changed it for the worse. The Big Day was such a bad album, it convinced a lot of people that Chance was always a bad artist. All that goodwill that was built up from his mixtapes are all just magically gone because of one singular bad album. It didn't help that multiple other things happened that kind of cemented this downfall. A lot of them I can't really get into for the sake of time, and also because I want this to be a quick video. And you add upon the fact that he waited 6 years to drop the follow-up to Big Day. A lot of things really did add up to this man's downfall. And it's not like people were willing to give him a break either. When Trees came out, even after a streak of really great singles for the album, people immediately went to shitting on him again because Trees ended up being a kind of mid song to them. One single changes the narrative of his album. Think about that. Bad artists don't even get that treatment. What I'm trying to say was there was a clear vendetta against Chance because of this album, and I think that is unfair. Chance clearly has a lot to prove if he even wants a remnant of a comeback. This album has to be good, no matter what. So, did Starline live up to expectation? No. But I think it's a pretty good album that does do enough to bring back interest into Chance, and dare I say, is enough to possibly revive his career.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I think Starline, while having a lot of really high highs, also has some pretty low lows. And not Big Day low lows, but lows that kind of make this album in the middle kind of feel like a massive drag. Let me start with the good, because there is a lot of good in this album. I absolutely adore the first few tracks. Outside of Draytonia, which is fine. Starside intro is such a heavenly opener. Ride is really smooth. I think that one in particular is pretty underrated. Normal Old Men is great. Negro Problem is one of my favorites from this record, easily. I think it's genuinely one of the more powerful tracks on here. Pretty much everything outside of track 5 up to track 7 is pretty much perfect. I haven't even mentioned Highs and Lows, which I think is Chance's best song in a long time. I haven't heard it when it came out, but I think it's genuinely a really beautiful song about taking the good with the bad, and Joey Badass gives a really heartwarming verse on it.
To talk about the highs and lows, the ups and downs, the friends that I had to hide to come around.
I think a lot of the album is quite fantastic in the start, but I think the main issue comes at the middle of the track list, where it becomes a lot more inconsistent. Like Space and Time and Link Me in the Future are both okay tracks, but Gun in Your Purse and Burn a Block are really bad. I actually think Gun in Your Purse is okay up till the Young Thug and Tia verses, where I feel like they're just so out of place on this song. Thug doesn't even try with his verse, he just does not care.
I need a trunk, I need some big shit. I need brown, old Louis, I feel like a bum, feel like a daddy. I'm about to join a shootout, nigga, I told my mama. I say.
And Burn Your Block is just really annoying. It's not to the point where it's Big Day bad, but in my opinion, it sounds really bad and sounds like the worst of acid raps. Ironically, the one song I really did enjoy from this run was Tree, the song that everyone didn't like. I don't know, something about it is just extremely fun. I like how Chance sounds, I like the hook, Smino gives a really good interlude, Lil Wayne is really fun on this. I don't know, I just like it. It does later pick up by the end of the track list, with Letters and Pretty both being highlights of this album by far, especially Letters being a really beautiful track on its own. I think genuinely, I think the album is just kind of a mess. I think what could have fixed this was if it was cut down by a lot. Like if you cut off Drapetonia, Space and Time, Link Me in the Future, Gun in Your Purse, Burn a Block, and Just a Drop, I feel like not only it will be way more consistent, but also I feel like everything will just be a lot more tighter and neater.
However, I think the best from this track list definitely outweighs the worst from this track list, because in my opinion, the worst of this track list doesn't even come close to the worst of the Big Day, or even the best of the Big Day. And I think the best on here is some of Chance's best work to date. Like I said, The Negro Problem, Starside Intro, Highs and Lows, Pretty, Letters, even Speed of My Light and Speed of Love. I think a lot on here features Chance's best work to date, both lyrically and in his voice. You can really tell that Chance tried the best he could with this album to try to make sure it was the best by the time it releases. And I do think he kind of overdid it with the track list especially, because it does feel way too overbloated. However, the heights of this album does rein back into what I originally loved from Chance. That gospel-like sound mixed with this voice that just really does stand out compared to the rest of hip-hop. Do I think this album is going to revive Chance's career? No. But that's not because I think it's a bad album, but that's because I believe consistency is what's going to be the thing that ultimately revives Chance's career. I think if he follows this album up with something that's better than this, we would already be in the conversation that he fully came back. Hell, people already believe that Chance is coming back. You check on social media and you see tons of people cheering for Chance to make a comeback, and I'm really happy for him. And I do hope that this album is enough to bring Chance back. Hell, it's already doing extremely well, so that has to mean for something. Either way, I'm rooting for you, Chance, and I hope you really do make that comeback. I hope the dude has a Logic-type comeback where he finds success in his own route. Or hell, if he comes back to being a mainstream artist. That would be sick. Either way, I look forward to see what comes after Starline, and I think Starline deserves a 7 out of 10. What's up, Sloppers? So, I feel like doing another one of these response videos that I did a couple months ago. And I don't want this to be regular. If you're new to this channel, hi. This isn't my normal content, and I have a normal video coming soon. But I just wanted to talk about this because how stupid this response is. Okay, so for context, if you don't know who this is Bacon Guy, a YouTuber who has some interesting thoughts on gay people. He put out a short not too long ago saying how he refuses to cover anything about gay people, which I don't know if you gotta say that. You could have just said nothing. And now he's continuing to dig himself to a grave by doubling down. By basically saying everything he's saying is valid because he's a Christian. I've actually recently found my faith in God again, so I thought this would be fun to respond to. And let me make one thing clear, don't go and harass this guy. I'm already doing the job of basically making fun of him. You don't gotta do the same, alright? Don't send any hate in his way, you don't need to do that, and with all that context aside, let's get into it.
A while back, I made a rather controversial video. I usually review animated movies, and I'd been getting a lot of requests to review the Netflix movie Nimona. I declined reviewing that film because of its LGBT storyline and cited the reason as, I don't think that's the kind of content that should be shown to children. At the time, it was my most controversial video ever, but that time was a while back. The channel's come a long way since then.
He starts the video by basically yapping about how, yeah, the video was not really well liked, and it wasn't really his best work. So naturally, he made a video doubling down on literally everything he said. I am going to skip through some of this, by the way, mainly because I don't want to waste your time, and also he just basically talks about the video's performance and how a lot of people saw the video and didn't really like it. To me, that's not really necessary to respond to, so let's just get into the meat and bones.
My first mistake with the original video was assuming my argument could stand without bringing religion into it. I don't know why I thought that, because at the end of the day, there's literally no reason to be against LGBT content in kids' movies unless you're religious. Why shouldn't kids know about that? Why shouldn't it be normal? To our current culture, homosexuality is just as normal and okay as any straight relationship, so why on earth would I be against two dudes holding hands when I love the straight romance in Tangled? That was one of the biggest critiques with the original video, and my viewpoint doesn't really make sense unless I'm religious. The fact is, I am religious. I've been pretty open about my Christianity on this channel, but not the one time it really counted. So allow me to fix that here. If you've ever wondered why Christianity seems to be known for its opposition to homosexuality, it's because that's found in the Bible.
Alright, there's a lot to unpack here, so let's just start off with the obvious. I think there are some media that content are a little too much to talk about. Like, there are media that I won't personally watch because of its very graphic content. I understand that can be hard to sit through. However, if the content just includes two dudes just loving each other, who cares, dude? And to use your religious background to defend this point has always been a massive pet peeve of mine. And I will be bringing up reasons why as he talks about it, because I think a lot of it is very shallow.
There's multiple different verses that either listed or mentioned it as a sin, including Leviticus 18:22, 1 Corinthians 6:9-10, and 1 Timothy 9-10. Many people in churches have tried to alter the passages or reinterpret them, but the reason so many Christians still consider homosexuality to be a sin is because that is the most obvious interpretation of the passages. You have to stretch or change scripture to get a positive Christian view of homosexuality. And if we change God's word to fit the current cultural moment, is he really the one in charge, or are we the ones in charge of God?
So he brings up the fact that there are a lot of Bible verses that talk about homosexuality being a sin, and a man laying with another man is a sin. This has actually been a massively debated topic in the Christian sphere on what these verses truly mean, because believe it or not, it is not black and white. I actually will link this PBS article in the description down below, because one, I think it's actually a pretty good read, and two, it kind of shows what I mean when I say that this isn't just a black and white verse. The article is written by people who know the Bible way better than I do, so I'm just going to do my best and try to paraphrase what they mean. Essentially, the Bible doesn't have a stigma against gay people, it has a stigma against prostitution, especially male prostitution. And even then, in my own personal opinion, the Bible is a 3,000-year-old book, dude. I'm not saying it doesn't have lessons that should be taught to people, but I also believe that the Bible has a lot of things that have been dated for years. Not just in our modern culture that's more accepting to certain things, but also since like 1970s where they were a lot less accepting of things. In the same book, Leviticus, it says, "Do not wear clothing woven of two kinds of material." I shouldn't have to say why that's kind of dumb, but you won't see people cracking down on that and using that as a defense on why you shouldn't do that. That doesn't even talk about how the Bible has been used to justify a lot of bigotry, including racism and anti-Semitism, but that's a whole nother conversation that's not for this video. Maybe some Christians will disagree with me, I would love to hear from the comments below, but in my opinion, if you're taking the Bible literally, you are looking at the Bible completely wrong.
So circling back around to the Nimona thing, that brings me to a question I hear all the time.
I never thought I'll see the day when I see someone circle back to Nimona after talking about religion and how it justifies their hatred.
Don't Christians hate gay people? I've heard that a lot in both real life and my own comment section, and the answer is no. Let's say you have a friend who smokes cigarettes. You know what they're doing won't end well. So do you hate them? Do you push them away because of their choices? No. You treat them like a human being. You treat them like your friend, because they are. Now on the flip side, do you affirm them in that choice? Do you tell them that they're so strong and so brave for smoking? No. If you truly believe that what they're doing isn't right, you wouldn't be a good friend if you lied to them and told them that they were in the right, even if that would make things easy. That's the weird balance Christians have to walk.
Oh my god, that's actually really fucking funny! Let me start off with the easier part to talk about because, oh my god, we got a lot. Smoking cigars is not the same thing as loving another person of the same sex. Smoking is a very, very serious addiction that someone can build up over time. This is something that can be built from stress or a way of coping. I am personally against smoking. I do not like smoking, and I do agree with him when he says that he would talk someone down to smoking if he could. But I also do understand that smoking is a coping mechanism for many people, and it's the only way for some people to calm down. But it's still a harmful thing to do to your body that can cause things like lung cancer. Now, tell me, how does smoking has anything to do with being gay? Saying that smoking is on the same level as being homosexual is one of the dumbest arguments I have heard in a hot minute. Because smoking does have an actual effect to your body, while being gay doesn't have an effect at all. It's not like the minute you think about guys, you're gonna have testicular cancer. No, you're just gonna be gay. That shouldn't be hard to get. Also, there's a difference with queer people, mainly because they do actually risk a lot by being who they are. Coming out is very dangerous because you don't know how someone's going to react to that. You don't know how someone's going to react to that. I've had many queer people in my life who has come out to their parents and it hasn't gone well at all for them. That's why when someone comes out, it is seen as a brave thing to do, because you can face a lot of consequences for simply just saying, I like the same sex. No one's saying being gay is brave. They're saying coming out in such a harsh climate is a brave thing to do.
You love your friends, but you don't affirm them in the things that the Bible says are sinful. That doesn't mean you have to lead every conversation with your thoughts on the matter. Do you think you'd help your friend out of smoking by nagging them about it all the time? At the end of the day, you can't make that decision for them. They have to make it themselves. You're there to love them, but not to affirm them in that choice.
This is another issue I have with Christianity in general. This isn't love. You constantly being around someone and saying how this is sinful is not love. To me, that's just being very passive-aggressive for no real reason. Loving someone is accepting them for who they are. Homosexuality isn't something that they can just simply flip off. It's something that they feel internally that can't be changed. So why reject that? Why be their friend and say you love them, but constantly tell them what they're doing is wrong and they're sinning and God wouldn't like that? To me, love is fully accepting someone for who they are, no matter what they are. It's fully embracing that person for who they are, not rejecting it.
Bible is very clear that we are to be kind to others. You don't hate someone for sinning because, newsflash, you're a sinner too. You love them despite their sin because that's exactly what Jesus does for you. And so while I don't support hatred, I also don't support homosexuality. There's a difference between hating someone and disagreeing with them, and I feel like our culture often forgets that.
While I do agree that there is a difference between hating someone and disagreeing with someone, I don't think this applies to this kind of conversation. Not only because I believe that homosexuality is something that you're going to be on one side of or another, but also because you are sharing a bit of bigotry by just not wanting to talk about homosexual people in your videos.
But I want to draw your attention back to 1 Timothy 9-10 again. If you read off the list of sins, sure enough, homosexuality is one of them. But do you notice the one at the end? The Bible also points out lying as a sin. And while I assume not everyone who's watching this video is homosexual, I know for a fact everyone has told a lie. So that means that, essentially, we're all in the same boat.
Fun fact, it's actually possible that Timothy has been mistranslated. Again, I'll let someone who's a lot better at explaining stuff explain it in more detail. In this case, I'm going to link a Reddit post from the Open Christian subreddit. And while I'm at it, I'm also going to shout out this one post from Debate Religion subreddit that also kind of goes into detail of Leviticus, so I'll leave them both in the description down below if you want to read them. But essentially, it is very possible for Corinthians 6:9 and 1 Timothy 1:10 to be very mistranslated and construed to someone's beliefs, with people actually believing the actual translation being relating to sexual assault. Gee, I wonder why someone would change that!
In the same boat. I feel like there's churches that hone in on homosexuality being the sin to end all sins, but at the end of the day, it's a sin. Yes, it is a sin, but it's a sin, not the sin.
So then why treat it as such a massive issue and a topic that you don't want to cover? If you think it's a sin and not the sin, then why be so against covering LGBT topics if it's just a sin? Going one step further, and I bet a lot of you have been waiting for me to point this out, but why are you playing Celeste? If LGBT stuff is a sin and you refuse to cover that, shouldn't you not play that game? I'll take it an even step further. If you're not going to cover anything that's seen as sinful, does that mean you're not going to cover anything like Bad Guys that has a lot of lying and stealing? Or from what I've seen, you've covered K-pop Demon Hunters just fine, and that's a movie that has demons in it. Do you see how stupid it is to specifically cut out gay people from your videos, but just not do the same for any other sinful stuff? I'm going to skip around this a bit because after a while it becomes a massive Bible study and I don't feel like wasting your time.
And so that's a very long way to lead around to the second problem in my Navona video. I referred to LGBT content as sexual content. That caused a lot of people to assume I saw moments like two guys holding hands, and in my mind I instantly jumped to gay sex, which was not what I meant at all. Because the Bible says homosexuality is a sin, it's not something I would want to show to children in a positive light. And that's the point I tried communicating that I think was communicated rather poorly.
No, I think we got that. I made the mistake of saying being gay is sexual, but I still believe being gay is sexual. This video is so fucking stupid. No. The reason was clear. Everyone got the reason. The problem was the reason. I don't think anyone's gonna be watching this video and think, man, I thought he was a dick before, but he was a Christian, so I guess he wasn't. Adding the religious background doesn't come off as you clarifying yourself, it comes off as you using it to justify your hatred. And as much as you want to deny that this isn't hatred, it is. If you are actively discouraging the use of LGBT topics in a positive light, that is hateful. I don't really see how that's not hateful. I also just hate how people complicate the LGBT topic to kids. Because it's not like you have to tell them how they have sex and how they do all this stuff. All you literally have to say is just, oh, he likes dude and she like girls. It's not that hard. It's not like you have to sit down and teach them about every sexuality that ever existed. All you literally have to do is the bare minimum. The only people who are making it weird are people like this and Snoop Dogg for some reason.
If this is what my channel has to be known for, I'd rather it be for the right reasons than for reasons I didn't communicate well.
What do you mean by that?
I say I won't support Nimona, but I'm a huge supporter of Win or Lose, Spider-Verse 2, and Celeste, all of which have trans flags or storylines. So why am I okay with those, but not the one tiny mention of the cops in Gravity Falls being gay? My line is, would a child who's unfamiliar with anything LGBT pick up on it? I don't think they would in any of those three examples. Both Celeste and Spider-Verse 2 have trans flags, but not only are they pretty out of view, if you don't know what transgenderism is, then the flag's not going to mean anything to you.
I'm watching the stream while you try not to laugh, bro. That's disrespectful, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? Stop laughing, bro. Look at you smiling, bro. You just.
I haven't seen Win or Lose because I don't watch Disney that much. But I will speak on the others because I am massive fans of all three of them. Spider-Verse has one mention of a trans flag, yeah, but like, the point still stands. Just because it's subtle doesn't necessarily mean it's not there. And I don't understand how the cops in Gravity Falls are somehow less subtle. Because for most of the series, they're just not gay together. Until like the very end. Even then, as a kid, it went completely over my head. To the point where when I revisited the show, I didn't know and was shocked by it. Not because it was bad, but because I just didn't know. And Celeste. The main character is literally a trans woman. How is that subtle?
Currently, would they notice it is still the line. Things like Gravity Falls, Onward, and Elemental, which does have a non-binary character with a girlfriend, that's the only reason I referenced it in the original video, have characters and lines kids could probably...
Okay, but why does that matter? Again, I don't understand why this is such a hard topic to explain to kids. If they pick up on the lines, just explain it to them. It's not that hard. Yes, I agree that this is something that's up to parents to teach kids about. But at the same time, especially in this day and age, it's not like they're not gonna see it. I always hate this mindset of you have to hide every single thing that may be slightly harmful to your kid, because kids need to learn this eventually. Because if not, they're gonna be super confused when they eventually grow older.
Unless I'm forgetting something, the only openly LGBT property I have supported is Apex Legends, which...
Oh hell no, he's an Apex Legends fan! Kill him!
I won't be reviewing things like The Owl House, Nimona, or even Sony's Mitchells vs. the Machines. I really enjoyed that movie when I watched it, but the LGBT plotline is a little too overt in that one for me to support with a review.
Okay, I might be stupid, but what the fuck are you talking about? Mitchells vs. the Machine didn't have any trans or LGBT storylines at all. Wait, hold up. Oh, I didn't know about that. Wait, how is that not subtle?
And just like in my original Nimona video, I'm not calling for a boycott against these properties or telling you what to watch and what to skip. You can make your own decisions. This is simply where I personally draw the line for what I will review. Long story short, I don't think my original video was great. My phrasing needed work, my points lacked a biblical foundation, and I was pretty dumb for assuming I could fit a topic like that into a 1-minute video.
Yes, your original video was bad, but you misunderstand why that was bad. In my opinion, you actually made it way worse. All you did was just reiterate what you said in that original video, but put a religious sprinkle on it, so it's okay. Your points are still hypocritical. The only difference is you use religion as some kind of shield to back up your points. All you literally had to do was just either not say anything at all and move on, or just simply admit that the video was just wrong to make in the first place. But yeah, that's the end of that response, and yeah, that was really bad. I honestly thought it was hilarious, to be honest, because it was just so goddamn stupid the entire time. Also, I thought it was really funny that in the description, he admitted he uses Saberspark's whole, like, title and because it fits so well. Yeah, they're basically going through the same thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Jokes aside, I have never seen a YouTuber just completely shit the bed in a response so bad. And I just had to make a video on it because it was so goofy, man. Moral of the story is don't use religion as a shield to justify bigotry, and it's a goddamn movie, just watch it. Thanks for watching this video if you stick to the end. This is a different video from what I usually like to make. I don't usually make that many commentary videos, but I hope you enjoyed it anyways. I got an actual video coming very soon, I hope. I really want that video to come out, so look forward to that video on Saturday. Otherwise, like I said in the beginning of the video, don't go harass this guy. You don't need to do anything. Just laugh at him, and that's all you really need to do. Do lyrics matter? Dumb question, so let me ask it in a different way. How much do lyrics matter? Theoretically, hip-hop is a genre that strives off its lyrical content, more than any other genre does, to be honest. To many people, you need good lyricism to be a good rapper, but one could argue that hip-hop hasn't really been focused on lyrics for years now. With the rise of trap music, we see a lot more artists way more focused on other aspects of hip-hop. Flows, productions, delivery. Not necessarily saying none of these artists can make good lyricism. Trippie Redd, for example, is an artist who's mostly known for his rage trap blend style of music. He's also an artist that a lot of old heads don't really like because of this. Yet he's dropped 2 songs where its whole purpose was to show how good of a lyricist he can be. It's just not the music he wants to make. So does that mean these artists' lyrics suck in their usual music? Does hip-hop as a genre build off lyricism no longer relies on it? Well, that's the topic we're going to discuss today.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
This video kind of spawned off the release of Jack Boys 2 and Let God Sort 'Em Out, because there was a whole debate on not only which album was better, but also if lyrics should matter in the topic of hip-hop anymore. I think XQC literally said rappers who makes lyrical content should just go write a book.
Ask the rappers to write books and read their books, read their tweets, read their thoughts.
That should tell you where that conversation has lied in. But that whole conversation did get me to think about whether or not lyrics do matter nowadays in the world of hip-hop. And I've come to the conclusion that lyrics should matter no matter what subgenre you're in, and can help with creating the rapper's identity. Let's take one of the most iconic lyricists of all time, Nas. What does his lyrics bring out of you? Maybe you can get excited about a specific rhyme, or maybe a bar that made you think more about a subject. If I Rule the World is one of my favorite hip-hop songs of all time, and I believe that's because of how the subject matter is discussed. Nas talks with a lot of clarity, his lines stick in your head. Every rhyme he makes sense while also creating an image in your head, imagining what exactly he's talking about. Even after saying all that, I argue you don't have to dissect the song to truly enjoy it, but when you look deeper into the painting, you notice the little details that make you appreciate the painting oh so more. On the contrast, R.I.P. for Playboi Carti. A lot of people would say that Dial It has very simple lyrics. That's the end of the sentence. But here, the lyrics serve a much different purpose. With I Rule the World, the song's appeal is its lyrical content. Down to its core, people are listening to the song to hear Nas speak about certain topics. But with R.I.P., it's trying to establish a careless vibe to it all. A song that you can just put on anytime and go crazy with. But Carti isn't just saying whatever, you can tell it's very calculated. Like how the chorus is him repeating certain phrases while slightly tweaking it all. Every time he's repeating a similar phrase, he's always changing one thing or flipping a certain thing or even just saying it the same. It's that repetitiveness that sticks in your head. Where this could be a weak spot for more lyrical rappers, this is a strong part of Carti's music and what makes him stand out. I argue just like Carti's iconic flows and voices, he wouldn't be nearly as interesting without his lyricism. Yes, it's very simple lyricism. Yes, it's not the deepest thing in the world, but there's still complexity behind it, it's just in a different manner. Not saying Carti's music is as complex or as innovative as Nas, but I also feel like it's just as important to his music and helps define his style. Another example of this is Young Thug. A lot of people would say Young Thug is not a good lyricist, and his lyrics don't really matter in his music. But I call baloney on that because Jeffrey is an album. I think a massive appeal of Thug's music is his lyrics, or more so, how wild and goofy his lyricism is. Hell, I would say that Carti is someone who's clearly massively influenced by Thug's lyrics. Jeffrey would not be as legendary of a mixtape if it wasn't for Young Thug's goofy lyricism. Look at the hook of Kanye West and tell me any of your favorites can make a banger like that.
Wet, wet.
Hell, I argue without Thug's weird and wacky lyricism, Jeffrey wouldn't be as iconic as an album if it wasn't for that. Yes, it's not the main thing he's known for, but he wouldn't be as iconic if it wasn't for that. I usually see this argument with any sort of trap album that comes out that isn't really that good, with people saying, oh, the lyrics don't matter, it's not supposed to be that deep. But when people say that, I feel like it undermines the amount of rappers who do put a good emphasis on their lyrics in the genre. Some of the best trap records from the late 2010s have lines that you can quote all day. Lyrics are just as important to make good trap music as it is for any other genre, just in different ways. This doesn't automatically mean an artist would be better or worse if they were a lyrical rapper though. Just because trap doesn't have as much of a focus on lyrics as every other genre does, doesn't automatically mean the rapper is less or more than a lyrical rapper. Jordan Lucas is a very lyrical rapper, yet he's dropped a lot of really bad albums. Do we have any Jordan Lucas fans in the chat? If so, I'm so sorry. It is just as easy to make really bad lyrical rap. I think with lyrical rap, bad lyrics stands out way more. I'm more inclined to say Jordan Lucas is a bad lyricist than I am for calling Netspend a bad lyricist, because one is way more known for their lyrics, while the other... What is Netspend known for? That's a genuine question. I also think it's okay for good lyricists to just kind of take a step back and have fun with their albums, not really focusing too much on the lyrics. GNX has kind of grown a stigma nowadays for being extremely simple for a Kendrick Lamar album, especially compared to the therapy session that was Mr. Morale, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. After Not Like Us, I think it's smart to build off that song and make a bunch of West Coast bangers. And it doesn't change the fact that the lyrics on the album are still really good. They're way more braggadocious than the usual Kendrick Lamar affair, and I think that's a good thing. After last album kind of delving into really heavy topics, it was kind of interesting to see Kendrick kind of embrace his status in hip-hop. And hey, if you wanted those more conceptual and thought-provoking songs from his previous work, you had The Heart Part 6 and Reincarnated to thank. But the lyrics here, while simple, are still at top game. Another album I feel this way about is King Mischievous of the South Volume 2, where after making one of the most beautiful records of the decade, he made bangers after bangers after bangers. You see, now that I think about it, I think making a more laid-back album kind of shows how good of a lyricist you can be. Lyrics don't always gotta mean the deepest topic. Sometimes the best place for lyrics to shine can be these laid back, more chill records. Like, you can't look at me and tell me a line like,
Money talking to me like, hey Alexa.
Isn't hard, it takes a lot of talent to think of. But I want to get into the topic that I made this video for. The whole debate between Clips and Travis, and how a lot of people are saying Travis doesn't need great lyricism to be a great artist. Now, I like the Clips album. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic even. And I think the lyrics are a massive strength from the Clips album. This is also an album that can fall in line with the it doesn't have to be the deepest thing in the world, it can just be hard category. And out of the 3 albums I mentioned, I think it's the best at it. Whether it's songs like Mike Tyson Blow to the Face, or So Be It, or Ace Trumpets, or FICO, the lyrics are always top notch and easily the best part of this album. Even the features were at top notch, like Nas on Let God Storm Out in Chandeliers, Kendrick on Chains and Whips with the incredible alliteration he had, or Tyler on POV, which, speaking of which, Malice had a fantastic verse on. Malice in general might be my rapper of the year by the end of the decade just because how great of a run he's had, but that's a whole nother conversation. I don't need to tell you how good of an album this is because pretty much everyone has done that. Just like how everyone has said how mid Jack Boys 2 has been, including me. But a lot of the people who defend this record say that the lyrics don't gotta be that deep. It's a Jack Boys record at the end of the day. But to me, I think it matters a lot less that the lyrics aren't that deep, and more so how they enhance the song. Because yes, I get it that it's a Jack Boys album at the end of the day, and we don't expect his best work in this album. But I also don't think it's exclusive for being so bland, but that's a whole nother conversation that we're not having right now. What I am going to talk about is the lyrics criticism and how I think it's very shallow. Like, are we not going to just acknowledge the fact that one of the most hyped up songs from Utopia was My Eyes? with a verse so packed with substance that it was really beautiful because of it. Or how 91210 is one of the most gorgeous tracks from Travis because of the content that it has. Yes, I'm aware the main appeal of his music is the vibes that he put on every album, but a big part of that is his lyric. And since we're on this topic, I want to say something that I've been wanting to say for years. Utopia has really good writing, and I will go as far as saying that it has some of Travis' best writing. Yeah, it noticeably has a lot less emotional content than his previous 3 records, but I think it more than makes up for that for just how witty Travis is on this album. You can call it him showing his Kanye influence, I call it him bringing back his rodeo era attitude. Like I said earlier, to me, a good lyricist doesn't necessarily have to be the deepest thing imaginable. Sometimes showing how well you can come up with a funny line can make up for a lack of substance. That's why I still believe Utopia is very strong, while Jack Boys 2 is still very bland. There's no songs as humorous or fun as Modern Jam, no songs that make me emotional like Till Further Notice, no songs that get infectiously stuck in your head like Fiend until you eventually don't want to hear it anymore. Jack Boys 2 does not have a single memorable line in the album outside of, well... So what am I trying to say with this video? Do we dissect every single rapper's lyrics? Does it really have to be that deep of a topic? Well, no, of course not. What I'm trying to say is rappers' lyrics matter no matter what subgenre you're in. I don't think every rap lyric needs to be the deepest thing, but I also feel like rap lyrics should show the identity of an artist. So do rap lyrics truly matter at the end of the day? Yeah, I believe so. They create identity and help any rap artist stand out. A good rapper's lyrics, you can tell who it is strictly from looking at their lyric. It can not only show personality, but also help a song's catchiness and replayability, and ultimately should be valued. And with the comeback of lyrical rap in the big 2025, I believe it's still important to value this kind of rap, as just because trap is trap does not mean the lyrics can't be good. You know, I haven't made a movie review in a while. Let's change that. This year has kind of been a pretty great year for horror movies. I mean, I would argue 2 of the best movies of the year are horror films, and I was hoping for him to be on a similar level as these 2 films, or at the very least pretty solid. Fun fact actually, my first review on this channel was a Monkey Paw Productions movie, and I still love the hell out of Monkey Man. I think that's a great film. However, I sadly cannot say the same thing about him.
Hey Peggy, let me talk to him one time, hold up.
I won't act like I was like next level hype of this movie. I was pretty excited for this film though, and I really was interested by the trailers. And I thought the whole concept of a football cult-like movie was very intriguing. Me and my dad even got a chance to see the movie early, which is how I'm reviewing it, which is awesome. But that doesn't change the fact that this movie is kind of all over the place, man. Let me just start off with the main plot. I think it's very intriguing on paper, but I don't think they pushed it nearly as much as they should have. This is a football cult movie, yet I feel like they don't really do anything that crazy up until the final 30 minutes of the film. Like, every quote-unquote crazy thing they do in this film feels like different versions of what could have been the first, hey, something's up. Near the end it gets to that point, but by then I just feel like it's kind of already too late. I also feel like the protagonist isn't as put off as he should be by these events. Like, sure, he was freaked out, but it feels like you adjusted to it just a bit too quick. Like, I get trying to make him get all wrapped up in this lifestyle and stuff, but it feels very unbelievable in that aspect. I was also very disappointed to see the theme kind of feeling very wasted. The theme of the movie is essentially what would you willing to sacrifice in order to get to the spot you are, essentially taking the whole sell your soul to the devil thing, but making it very literal. And that's such a cool concept for a horror movie if the movie took advantage of it at all. Like, fame is scary, people change with fame, and I feel like the movie doesn't really take that much advantage of that. I also think the sound design of the movie is pretty bad. There's a whole bunch of copyrighted music in this movie, which theoretically isn't a bad thing, but my issue with it comes more down to the fact that there's so much of it that goes back to back to back that's kind of very distracting, especially for this whole thriller horror film. I get it, it's football and football has these hyped up rap songs, but I also just kind of feel like it broke the immersion just a bit. Like sometimes it will happen after a very serious scene or a very like dark scene, you know? But that's not the worst of it to me. The worst of the movie's sound design to me is the fucking dog shit mixing. I think the copyrighted music would have not get on my nerves so much if the music wasn't so loud to the point where I couldn't hear the characters talk. It's mixed like one of my goddamn videos, man. There are some things I do like about this film though. I think everyone killed their roles, for example. I think the main star of this film, Tyreek Withers, actually did really well in this film as Cameron. And while I think his character was still poorly done, Marlon Wayans actually was pretty great in this film. I think every other supporting cast member also was pretty good, but these two were specifically standouts of the show. I also think visually this movie does get all the marks right. Anytime a moment was specifically uncomfortable or tense, it was because of the fantastic acting and the beautiful visuals. For what it's worth, I think there are scenes here that can make you feel uneasy, but at the end of the day, that's all they made me feel. I didn't really get much from this film horror-wise, and it didn't help that the movie's themes just felt very undercooked for what could have been a really interesting, intriguing film. Him isn't a horrible film, and I wouldn't mind seeing it again, but like, I also just feel like a lot of the elements in this film just feel way too confused. It's trying to say a lot, but really is saying nothing. It's trying to be creepy and unsettling, but at times it works, but at other times it feels like it doesn't really get what it fully could be. And that doesn't even mention the problems with the audio mixing or the really shallow plot. At the end of the day, Him is a movie that I really wanted to like more. I really went into this film expecting to get another banger, but instead, I just got really disappointed. I wanted more from this film, but instead, I got a movie that feels like it has so little to do with its concept. I think Him deserves a 4.5 out of 10. You know, I've been a Young Thug fan for quite a while now. One of the first trap albums I've ever heard was So Much Fun, and since then, I've been really attached to Thug's music. In fact, Jeffrey is one of my favorite projects of all time. I love that album. But I would say that this decade has been not the greatest to Thug. Well, for one, he got RICO charges. And after those charges were dropped, a whole bunch of other stuff happened that I don't have enough time to get into. But music-wise, I would say his 2020 output has been very lacking, to say the least. Slime Language 2 was a really boring showcase of YSL. Then we have Punk, which is okay, but feels like it drags on too much. And then Business is Business, which felt like an album that was rushed out the gate and didn't really have enough time to cook. Did you know this album was recorded in 2 weeks? Gee, I couldn't tell! But after Thug was released out of prison, You Scuddy was supposed to be the big comeback to Thug's music. And to be honest, I was buying into the hype. Money on Money is such a good single that I was really excited to see what would Thug do returning to form. But what I didn't expect to get was Sloppy Seconds.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
You Scuddy is such a confusing album to me because it has the elements of what could be the big comeback album that Thug's been looking for, but instead a lot of the album feels like it's fighting against itself. One half of the tracklist seems to be bangers on top of bangers, which is something that I have been missing from Thug. But I often feel like none of them really hold a candle to some of his best performances. I think the song starts off strong, having some of Thug's most expressive vocals we've seen in a while. Like, I feel like this Thug has been out of commission since So Much Fun. But then the middle of the track, he just kind of loses his flow until in the end of the track where it feels like he finds his flow again, but, well, you know.
And this is what the intro song sounds like as soon as you click on the fucking album.
Can tell nigger, I'm calling my ops nigger.
By the way, this is the cover art of that album.
Hey, is it safe to use that clip? I don't know, I'm putting it in the video anyways. Ironically, I think the part goes hard, but it just feels so out of place compared to the rest of the song. Yuck on first listen I actually thought was pretty good, but Looking back, I feel like Thug just isn't trying nearly as hard on this song as he was for the parts I liked of Ninja. And I hate to say it, but a lot of the highlights on this track list are usually from features. Like, I love 21 Savage on Walk Down. Pipe Down had a really good Travis verse. It's great to hear a good verse from him after Jack Boys. And I honestly like Sexy Red on Mammy. But outside of that, I just don't really care about really most of the Thug performances here, except for 2 tracks. The previously mentioned Money on Money is genuinely one of Thug's best songs in a long time. I absolutely adore the energy on that song. Future kills his verse, and I think the overall vibe of that track is perfect for what this album should have been. And I actually think Pardon My Back sounds like what I exactly wanted from this album. I was actually pretty surprised in how much I liked Lil Baby on that song, and I actually think his intro was really damn solid. And Thug reciprocates that energy extremely well, to the point where I would say this is probably the best non-single on this album. But outside of those 2 tracks, nothing here really screams, man, he's back in form! In fact, everything just sounds like he just doesn't really care. And that cannot be proven more so than the other half of the record, where it feels like Thug is trying to do more emotional, hard-hitting tracks, but none of these are really that moving or that emotional to listen to. Someone said this, I don't know who, but I'll just say what they said here. Songs like Blaming on Jesus and Sad Spider could have just been the same track and nothing would change. On the News loses any type of emotional impact as soon as you hear Cardi B's verse, because she feels like she doesn't belong in this track. Rip Big and Mac could have had an interesting concept, but just feels like it doesn't go anywhere. And Miss My Dogs, the final track on the album, is kind of the perfect summary of why I don't like these more emotional tracks. They feel like they lack any sort of actual sincerity. And Miss My Dogs feels like the worst of it because there's no actual emotion coming out of Thug's voice. I don't find any of the things he's saying believable because half of the time it feels like he doesn't even want to sing this song. Like, let's compare something like Stupid Asking to Miss My Dogs, where Stupid Asking feels like it has so much more emotion coming out of his voice, but Miss My Dogs feels like all of that emotion is just not there or present.
Jimmy kid, I'm so embarrassed, ain't none I'm ticking. A hoe won't go. Oh my god, I just seen a UFO. 500,000 for the car, 50,000 for the coat.
Fuck a jail call, I was playing, I never trade you. You was encouraging me on my bad days. You picked the kids up despite me being away.
Not to mention that these 2 styles feels like they're meant to be on 2 different albums, yet they clash together so hard. It feels like a similar problem with Cardi B's recent album, but to give that album some credit, at least I can call a lot of Cardi's performances very believable, even if the songs often feel like it's actively working against her. With Thug, there's no emotion coming out of his voice, there's no believability, and I would even argue that the clash of tone on this album is much worse because 1, the songs feel so much more lower quality. 2, the track list constantly goes back and forth between these hard-ass songs and these more emotional tracks. And 3, this album is 20 tracks long and 1 hour and 17 minutes! And I heard this on midnight! When the album was delayed! I really wanted to like You Scuddy a lot more than I did. Because realistically, there's stuff here that I can get some enjoyment out. Like, I don't hate a lot of the production on this album. I don't mind the idea of Thug going more into his emotions and how he was feeling during the trial. That is interesting to me. But this album feels like it does nothing new to really push Thug's music forward. It's a complete mess of tone, performances from Thug, lack of actual care put to the music. And while the fan in me really wanted to say like, oh, I enjoyed this way more than his past few records, in reality, I feel like I get more enjoyment out of Punk. And I'm kind of indifferent on whether or not I like Business is Business more. I don't think it's a downright horrible album, but I think it lacks a lot of the things that made Thug so cool in the first place. On first listen, I thought a 6 was fair. On second listen, I thought a 5.5. But now, honestly, I'm feeling a 4.5 with this album. Well, that was disappointing. Man, I need a good album after that, man, because I thought it was going to be so much better. I said a good album.
1 hour later.
Wait, that wasn't that bad.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
If you couldn't tell from the intro, I am not a big Doja Cat fan at all. I've checked out Planet Her and Scarlet, and while Planet Her is...
Nobody was teaching that. The best Western.
Scarlet was an album I thought was gonna be decent, and then turns out it wasn't good at all. I don't think it's awful, but I just thought it was extremely annoying to listen to. It does have its songs, but overall it's just not really that fun to listen to be honest. And going into Vi, I think it's called, I'm calling it Vi the entire video, and if that's wrong then oopsie. So going into Vi, I had pretty low expectations, but honestly I came out really enjoying it. To give starters off, I think this overall sound of the album is pretty good. I think Jack Antonoff is genuinely a good producer when he truly locks in. Cards genuinely sounds like a song straight out of the Quincy Jones era of pop. There are some beats I weren't too crazy about, but for the most part, I thought a lot of the album sounded really damn great. It was nice to hear a Doja Cat album have an actual sound for one. I haven't heard Hot Pink, so please don't kill me if that's wrong. I also think that Doja Cat was really damn good on this album. A big reason why I didn't like Scarlet was because at times it felt like she was being way too bitter, to the point where it came off more annoying than it did empowering or whatever she was going for. I would compare that to how I would see Kamikaze by Eminem, for example. It was bitter, but felt like it didn't really have much more than just that emotion. But that is way toned down on this album. There are still moments where it does shine, but it's usually towards men that she's talking about in the songs, and that is a lot more interesting to listen to than just rage that you wouldn't know about if you didn't look at anything on the internet at the time. I also feel like a lot of the lyrics on this album are quite funny. I think Doja Cat is a very witty writer, and I think when it comes down to it, a lot of these lyrics I can't imagine without Doja Cat. I also think she's just a really good rapper on here. I think a lot of the singing she did on this album was really well done, and I think the performances on this album was also really well done by her. Really, the only feature on this album is SZA, which I think kills her feature, but the main star of this show is Doja Cat, and I feel like she never really bored me throughout this album at all. There are some dull moments on the record, like not every song is a back-to-back banger. I think especially near the beginning, there's a lot of inconsistency with the songs, and I think it's more so out of production than it is out of Doja Cat herself, because I wouldn't really say any of these songs are bad. I think the worst of the song list is just okay. But when the production and her work well together, they really work well together, and I think it makes for an album that has so much more potential. I would genuinely be really interested to see more of this kind of Doja Cat. And color me impressed, as I came out of the album liking it a hell of a lot more than I thought I would. There's not much more I can say about this album except I think you should listen to it. I think it was really fun, and it was definitely some nice mouthwash to hear after Thug's album, so if you were disappointed by his album, maybe this you will like. Anyways, let's not make this review longer than it needs to be. I'm gonna give Vi a 7.5 out of 10. You know, I never thought it would be such a hot take to say that Cardi B is probably one of the most polarizing artists out there. You see, I've been saying this phrase over and over for the past couple years, that she's the most overhated, overrated artist out there. And you'll get what I mean in a second. But let me just start this video off with a little bit of a story. Me, my dad, and my sibling all went to get frozen yogurt. My dad tells me, hey, I got the new Cardi B album on vinyl. Now, I didn't know he was a Cardi B fan, mainly because the hip hop he listens to is what he grew up with. So this was kind of a surprise to me. Now he tells me he's been seeing a lot of excitement for the brand new Cardi B album, and I looked at him, very perplexed. I mean, I don't doubt Cardi B has her fans. I'm not saying that she's a bad artist. We'll get to that. But to say that a lot of people are hyped over it, I just didn't see any of that. But then the next thing he told me inspired this whole entire video. He tells me, yeah, you know, a lot of people consider Invasion of Privacy a classic. I must have looked like Surprise Pikachu himself because I didn't believe any of those words. And then the crazy part is, my sibling agreed with him! And I'm saying all of this is crazy because when I was starting to get into hip-hop, a lot of the criticism I would see against Cardi B is that she was very overrated. And now I'm hearing from two separate parties who have two separate music tastes telling me that Invasion of Privacy is considered a classic album. That had me thinking, What is Cardi B's true status in hip-hop? And does she truly deserve the title of holding a classic?
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
No. Alright, jokes aside, I actually think the answer is kind of more complicated than you think, but it's still, to me at least, a no. A very complicated no, but a no nevertheless. To be honest, it was shockingly pretty hard to make this video. In my head, I originally just thought it was just going to be critics talking about how Cardi B is the greatest artist of our generation and fans actually being against that mindset. But as I look a bit deeper into the music, I actually kind of realized that a lot of people do genuinely mess with Cardi B's music. And I'm not even saying that's a necessarily bad thing, but I do find it interesting and it did kind of change my perspective a bit. However, I still do believe that Invasion of Privacy isn't really that much of a classic. I do see why many people do consider it a classic, and I will talk about that in a minute. But first, I kind of want to talk about why people consider it overrated and why so many people hate this album.
And the Grammy goes to Invasion of Privacy, Cardi B.
Cardi B back in 2018 won Rap Album of the Year, which is a very strong accomplishment, no doubt. But on a lot of people's mind, the question really was, did she really deserve that reward? Let's go ahead and just perceive the runner-ups. Travis Scott's Astroworld, which is his third studio album, ended up breaking new ground for Travis in psychedelic trap in general. Daytona, a 7-track, tightly made, Kanye-produced Pusha T album that ended up being one of Pusha T's best records. Finish Line, a strong and well-loved debut from one of rap's at the time freshest voices. And Swimming, which was a very vulnerable and depressing album from Mac Miller, but had that sprinkle of optimism that keeps you going. At least that's what I could find about the album. I still haven't heard it yet, I'm sorry. These are all impactful albums, and who to say that Invasion of Privacy doesn't deserve to be there? But to me, it didn't really have that much of an impact compared to these albums. But I would personally make the opposite argument to these albums. I'm not saying any of these albums are bad at all, but I'm also saying that these albums don't really have the commercial success that Cardi B did. The closest I can say is Astroworld. And it's worth mentioning that this is her first album, and she has hits like Bodak Yellow, I Like It, Moneybag, Party Cardi, I Do. All these songs are still big songs to this day. I'm obviously not saying that this album is better than all these albums because it was commercially successful, but I would still say that the one strength she has against all these albums is the fact that she is so easily replayable. Like, I think average rap fans would get enjoyment out of songs like Drip or Be Careful. Even people who aren't as into the genre will get a lot of enjoyment out of something like I Like It, I Do, or She Bad. Just kidding, that song sucks. If there's one thing I could give Cardi B is that she has that versatility, and that is something that is objectively really impressive. But I guess the question really is, did she really deserve the win out of all? No, she didn't. While in retrospect I can see why exactly she won, as she was one, the most brand friendly out of the category, and two, she definitely had that influence and kind of commercial running that all these other categories didn't. The closest was Astroworld, which was still a big album, but it wasn't as big as Invasion of Privacy.
Objection!
But when I'm talking about my own personal opinion, which this video is my own opinion, so please don't kill me, I do think the album kind of lacks compared to the rest of the categories. Swimming is the only one I haven't heard, so I won't speak on that, but Travis had better hits in my opinion. Daytona was way stronger as an album and way stronger as a piece of art. And Finish Line was just a stronger debut in my opinion. I think numbers wise, Cardi is very impressive, but numbers doesn't always equal quality. And for me, the music is just not for me, and that's fine. But the real conversation comes to the fact that did she really deserve to win that category? And in my opinion, I think the reward should have gone to Astroworld or Daytona. I would have personally gave it to Daytona. But let's move on from the Grammys and talk a bit more about the critics and how they perceive Cardi B in general. This is an article from 7 years ago made by the Sydney Morning Herald that gave it a 5 out of 5.
Now I know a lot of people hate on critics, so please note that this is still a subjective piece. So please, let's disagree peacefully. I don't want another minefield. With that being said, that is an opinion.
The Bronx native, best known for her infectious, unscripted personality, doesn't hold back, opening up the album with Get Up 10, an instant hip-hop classic heaving with intensity.
No offense to this article, but I genuinely do not hear anyone talk about Get Up 10 nowadays. Not saying it's bad, but also when you say instant classic, you better make sure that holds weight years later, yet again, I don't hear anyone talk about this intro at all. Let's go ahead and check out the Billboard's Top 100 Rap Albums, where it places at number 29 of all time! Mind you, this is over albums like Marshall Mathers LP, To Pimp a Butterfly, and Jay-Z's The Black Album. Come on, the album isn't even that good! Now, everyone's top 10 albums of all time is going to look very different from others. For example, I would have Love is Rage 2 on my top 10, and I feel absolutely no shame for that. But like, I'm not delusional. I know it's not a better album than the Black Album. Invasion of Privacy is not a better album than the Black Album. It is also worth mentioning that this list isn't just created by one dude. This is a list that's curated by a bunch of people who all gave their own opinions for this. In this case, the person that's credited is HM. It's also worth mentioning that in the beginning of the article, they mentioned that a lot of the placements are because of chart performances since they're billboards. And I think with all of that context included, the placement makes a bit more sense. But still, who would put this on the same level as College Dropout? Come on, man. This is kind of my point with what I mean when I'm talking about Cardi B being kind of overrated. You have an artist who feels mostly pretty average compared to the rest of the game, gets so high of praise to the point where she's put in the same level as some of the best of her peers from that decade. I feel like this is a massive reason why I feel like a lot of people just don't really mess with Cardi B. Let's say I'm constantly talking about a video game. Just off the top of my head, let's say Mind's Eye. I start preaching how Mind's Eye is the greatest game of our generation and how my life has changed because I played Mind's Eye. And then you finally play Mind's Eye and realize, I'm right, this game isn't very good. And now your experience is a little more tampered with because it didn't hit all the expectations I set up for you. That's kind of how I feel like a lot of people view Cardi B. She's an artist who's constantly hyped up as the titan in the industry, and while she definitely has some strengths that I mentioned in this video, she's not nearly as innovative as a lot of critics would put her as to be. But one thing that does irritate me about people who don't like Cardi B's music is that they kind of take it a bit too dramatically. Like, look at a lot of the most popular users' reviews on Album of the Year, and they're just shredding this thing into pieces.
Are music blogs being paid to like this must-hear album? Also, there's no way Rolling Stone think this is better than Good Kid, Mad City, The College Dropout, Yeezus, and a Whole Lot of Red. That's insane! This is garbage!
This is just a personal thing, but I hate it when people say this. You guys do know Rolling Stones isn't just one person, right? For example, yes, Invasion of Privacy and Whole Lot of Red have the same scores. However, they're both reviewed by different people. Like, it's not just one dude reviewing the entire thing. That's Fantano's job.
It's a shame too, because female rap is so hated on because of artists like Cardi B.
Like, what the fuck does that mean? You see, black artists are hated because of people like David. That sounds stupid, right? But that's essentially what he just said. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's a masterpiece or anything, but I think some of y'all are just being a bit over dramatic. Invasion of Privacy is a perfectly decent album. I'm not saying it's the pinnacle of cinema or anything, but like, it's not that bad. This is just kind of the weird thing with Cardi B in general, where I think it's very unique to her. Where I feel like the critics overly praise the best parts of this album, but people fucking hate the worst parts of this album a bit too much in my opinion. And to me, Cardi B is just a good rapper. I'm just gonna say it, she's a good rapper. I don't think she's the greatest rapper of all time. Hell, I don't even think she's top 100. I don't even think she's top 200. But like,
She's popular for a reason, man. She's good at what she does. She makes catchy hits. That's why her music usually does well, even after not dropping an album for 7 years. I wasn't really as into I Am the Drama as much as I was in Invasion of Privacy, which means it went from a 7 to a 5. But I won't lie and say that there's no redeeming qualities from her music. I do have my issues with Am I the Drama, but like, it's still not nearly as bad as people say it is, but also still not nearly as good as many people will try to claim it, aka critics.
Who the fuck just messaged me on Discord when I'm recording? The world has been eager for this album to the point where even Young Thug pushed back his new UI Scooty. We gotta mutual respect, saying it's a ladies' day.
He did say that, by the way. Album's still ass. It just kind of feels like she doesn't truly evolve her sound after 7 years, and that's my biggest issue with it. Lacks that true evolution that sophomore albums need in order to stand the test of time, and sadly, I don't think Am I the Drama will be as big as Invasion of Privacy because of that. But doing this video, I've kind of grown more of an appreciation for Cardi B's music. Don't get me wrong, I'm not like a mega fan or anything, but like, I see a lot of people still praising her music and saying that it does deserve love. Not only that, her influence on women's rap can't be ignored, and I think she does a great job in embracing that. Unlike another woman rapper I know, she seems like she does like working with people who are genuinely in her lane. Of course, she doesn't take shit from people. That B line is really funny for a reason. But I can respect an artist who embraces a new generation of hip-hop. And I feel like a big reason why you're seeing artists like Lotto, Flo Milli, Glorilla, all these artists come up is because Cardi B embraces that side of hip-hop. And in that sense, she is kind of the queen of rap right now. I still think her music is severely overrated, but I also do think that she's popular for a reason. She's good at what she does and clearly loves doing it, so I can't really hate that. Now there is that conversation of whether or not she deserves that praise, but her influence can't be denied. And in a way, I found a new appreciation for her music researching this video. I'm not gonna hold y'all with this one. I didn't really love Peacemaker Season 2, sadly.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I genuinely really love Season 1 of Peacemaker. I think it's probably one of the best DC shows I've ever seen, and that's including the animated properties. I think that season made me really appreciate John Cena as an actor, and not only that, I think the fact that Peacemaker didn't really have that much of established lore to his character allowed James Gunn to really go off on every single aspect of his character. And to say I was extremely excited for Season 2 would be the understatement of a lifetime. I haven't been watching as much TV as I wanted to this year, so I decided to make sure Peacemaker Season 2 was a priority. And when I finally caught up to everything, something felt a bit off. Do I think Peacemaker Season 2 was a bad season of Peacemaker? No. In many ways, I think it kind of exceeds the first season. But the problem comes with the fact that it feels like Gunn didn't take as much time as the first season to really flesh out these characters, and it really shows. Each episode of Peacemaker Season 1 was about 40 to 45 minutes long. Each episode of Season 2 of Peacemaker is about 30 minutes long, till the finale, where it becomes an hour long. And to me, it feels like the season needs that extra time back so desperately. Because I feel like it tries to set up so much things at once, but it fails on whether or not those things succeed really well. Like how this season wants to explore Rick Flagg's grief and how he takes it out on Peacemaker and how he's so bad for that, but he doesn't really evolve outside of that. And by the end of the season, he just remains the same guy as he did in the beginning of the season. It also wants to explore stuff like Hardcore's issues with expressing her emotions, but also feels like it doesn't really get a satisfying ending. They want to explore Economos being kind of a coward in this season, but really doesn't do much with that neither. Vigilante, while still remaining my favorite character of the show, gets absolutely nothing to do in this season. Then we have new characters that range from extremely boring to shut the fuck up. The only characters that feel like they get a true evolution throughout this season is Adebayo, which in my opinion feels like she has a lot more to do in this season than the previous season, and I actually think is way stronger than she was in the previous season. And Chris, which starts off extremely well, but as he progressed through the season, feels like he kind of gets wasted more and more. And that doesn't even get to the other plot points where it feels like they're doing way too much at once. They're trying to do Earth X. They're trying to do Peacemaker being hunted down by Rick Flag Sr. They're trying to have this whole thing to say about all these characters. It's just too much for 8 episodes of TV. Maybe I can make an entire video talking about this, but just, I hate how short a lot of these seasons are now. 8 episodes? You want to do all of this in 8 episodes? Now, I know I've been bitching a lot, but I really do feel like this season does have a lot of high points. For example, all the Earth X stuff was really good. I like the fact that we started focusing more on Chris having this whole thing where he feels cursed, where he feels like no matter what he does, he's always going to be violent. That is interesting to me. And if it's worth anything, I think the show started to find its footing again by the second half, where it feels like we started focusing more on the Earth X stuff, we started focusing more on Peacemaker's character, we started focusing more on his relationships with his fellow colleagues. But it all blows up in its face by episode 8, man. I don't think episode 8 is as bad as many people put it to be, but what it is extremely underwhelming. I don't want a giant big fight for the finale, but it feels like it's just rushing a lot of its plot points to the point where I just don't care. It doesn't nearly feel like a true finale more than it just feels like a standard episode of Peacemaker. And I feel like it would have been more forgiven if this was the start of season 3, or maybe, I don't know, we had like a couple more episodes in between this. But this finale feels rushed, and I can forgive it more if it wasn't for that ending, which, if you know, you know. I'm not going to spoil it. And that doesn't even get into the other issues where the comedy feels very hit or miss compared to season 1, where a lot of the jokes is just fucking shit repeated over and over again, or a character says something about sex and they continue on about that for painfully long times. When the comedy hits in this season, it really does hit, but when the comedy doesn't, it's painfully unfunny. And also, I'm just gonna say it, this is the James Gunn project where I was fully sick and tired of his music choices. I don't usually mind it because it makes sense in the plot, but like, in this season in particular, it just got on my nerves. I hate the fact that there's so much of it. I hate the fact that it feels like there's an overuse of the copyrighted music, especially in the finale when they were wrapping everything up very lazily, might I add. It feels like I was watching music videos, not actual television. And I mean, if you like James Gunn projects, the stuff that you usually like from those projects are still here. I do think genuinely the acting is still pretty top notch. I just can't lie to myself and say that this season was great, because it really wasn't. The entirety of the season, I just felt extremely underwhelmed, and right when it was starting to pick up, it had an extremely underwhelming conclusion. If this is truly the final time we'll see Peacemaker in his own show. Less of a season of Peacemaker, and more of a season of setups. And that's pretty much all I can say about season 2 of Peacemaker. I know I've been pretty negative throughout this video, but I really want to stress, I don't hate this season. A lot of what I do like from Peacemaker is still there. It's just covered with stuff that I really think could have been done better. So let's just end this video off, and I'm gonna give Peacemaker Season 2 a 6 out of 10.
Swagger is the recently released Brokey album that came out in the beginning of the month. I've been busy, leave me alone. I've been familiar with Brokey's work for quite a bit now, with Bob Nation, her last record, kind of leaving me a bit disappointed. Not in a way I would call it bad, but more so in a way where I call it underwhelming. Thankfully, I came out of Swagger being a lot more satisfied, and hell, I think this is probably her best record to date.
Hey Peggy, let me talk to him one time, hold up.
Swagger feels like kind of a showcase of the best of her sound, in my opinion. While it's going for more rage than it is trap metal, I do really like that the aggression that I usually enjoy from her production, and I do think the rage trap blends is different enough to help stand out from the rest of her discography, which is mostly trap metal. And that personality that I really do like from her music does shine the best here. One of the more obvious points is her skits. The album literally starts with her firing her manager and selling all her music to a guy named DJ Unfuckable With. How can you not like that? That's funny. Also, every time I hear DJ Unfuckable's With voice, I always imagine it as Professor K from Jet Set Radio.
The name of the album is Swaggy.
I mean, yeah, but like...
My name is DJ Unfuckwittable. Look at the waveform.
I suck it.
He says, I burned my house down. What should I do now? How should I know, fool?
I don't know why, I just do. And that same energy continues in the rest of the skits and even the rest of the songs. DJ Unfuckable With appears throughout the album in a couple songs,
making it feel like a homage to Gangsta Grill's type collaboration tapes, like the dedication tapes, for example. He also dies at the end, so, rest in peace. But I also think that personality shines throughout Brokey's energy throughout the album, where I think it's at top form here. So many songs here hit so hard because of her delivery or her wordplay, or fuck, even just the flows. 1 Million Bitches goes so crazy because of all the things I mentioned. She's counting all her 100 bitches in the nastiest ass flows I've heard all year in a beat that goes fucking insane. 48, 49, 50, 51, 52 bullets a drum, 53 bitches in love with my gun, 54 bitches we halfway done. I Don't Like You is also another track that I thought was great. The hook in particular has been stuck in my head all week. Alright goes hard, Petty goes hard. If it's from the second half of the album, it's most likely going to be the best from that album. I'll get into that in a minute. I also just think she has really good chemistry with the people she's collaborating with. Call me uncultured, but I recognize none of these people. But I really love their contribution to this record, especially SSJ Daki, which I think On Sight is a great song, and he fucking murders that beat. You say it's so sight, bitch, that is so sight. You a cosplayer in your city, I heal my chop tater. If it's beats and pull up, I need all that. I might jump out of bitch like I'm Darth Vader. This album has so many high highs, but there's just one fatal issue with this album that I personally think is a kind of a big one. I don't really care about the first half at all. Not to say it's bad, it still has its tracks. Like, I think the first 3 tracks off it was great, but like, I just don't care about anything else afterwards up until the second skit. And in the case of Terrible, that beat ruined that track for me. That was not a good beat. I still wouldn't call anything from that first half bad or even awful, because it wasn't. It was just kind of underwhelming. But strangely enough, this album kind of has the opposite problem that Bomb Nation had, where I feel like it does feel like it has too many tracks. Not to the point where I would call the album bloated, but to the point where I feel like it does make the beginning of the album kind of a drag to get through, to get to the bangers after bangers after bangers. Like, you can cut tracks 5 through 8 out, and I feel like the album would be a lot better without them. There are way too many tracks here, in my opinion, that are just either too short or just feel like filler tracks, and I don't really think they're needed. Still though, at the end of the day, despite the filler, I still really like Swag It. It was just a dumb, fun record that I could just turn my brain off and bang my head to a bunch of bangers. That was really all it was. And I don't think there's anything really wrong with that. The skits were really funny, I enjoyed majority of these tracks, and I just think overall the album was just really entertaining to listen to. Damn, this was a short review. So let's not make it longer by rating Swag It a 7.5 out of 10. Can't wait to see what Brokey does next. Okay, full transparency, I'm making this review kind of rushed. I'm working on a massive video that should be out by Friday, I hope. I really want it to be out by Friday, but I can spare just a few minutes to spread the word of what I just watched. I love Chainsaw Man. Even after going on a little anime hiatus, Chainsaw Man was the show that I was drawn into and immediately fell in love with. There's just really not a show like Chainsaw Man. So I was looking forward to see how the Reze arc would be adapted in a film, because I heard it was the best part of part 1, or at least one of the strongest arcs from part 1. Full transparency, I don't read. I used to read a lot of comic books, but outside of that, I don't really read that much. Like, I literally just picked up the Absolute Batman series for the first time, and that's the first comic book I've ever purchased with my own money in like years. And the same can be applied with stuff like manga, as I have not read the Chainsaw Man manga yet. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I didn't know a single thing about the Reze arc going into the film, and coming out of it, holy shit.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I'll keep it as brief as I can be, not only because I'm working on a separate video, but also because with movies like this, I usually like to not really reveal that much. I'm gonna be trying my hardest not to overhype this film, but oh my god, it will be really hard to not to. Because to say my expectations were completely blown away from this film would be the understatement of a lifetime, dude. The first half of this film is essentially just one giant romance movie between Reze and Denji's relationship. And I can see a lot of people being disappointed by this factor, but I think what definitely did help is just the simple fact that Denji and Reze are just so fun to watch on screen together. They have really good chemistry, and I really loved watching them interact. Denji's whole conflict in this film is the fact that he loves Makima, but also loves Reze. And while on paper that sounds really dumb, 1, this is Chainsaw Man, what do you expect? And 2, in execution, it's a lot more deeper than that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first time that Denji's whole situation kind of got pointed out in the show. How despite him being the Chainsaw Demon, despite him being able to do all this cool stuff, he's still a teenager at the end of the day, and it doesn't make sense for him to not get the average teenage experience. And I really like the fact that it kind of highlights how underdeveloped Denji is as a human being. The fact that he never really got to experience what true love is before Reze. How throughout the film, every time him and Reze is doing something, he feels this guilt that he's betraying Makima when he doesn't realize this is what love actually is. It also does just help that Reze is just an entertaining character on her own. She's definitely best with Denji, but I also thought a lot of the scenes without him were very entertaining, and honestly she might be my favorite character to get introduced in this universe that isn't part of the main cast. And in general, it's really nice to see a character for once being actually really kind and sweet to Denji. And it makes for certain events at the end of the story all the more tragic. I also think the stuff with Aki and Angel, while interesting, was a little bit underdeveloped, to be honest. Especially since the last season had a lot to do with Aki and his life, and the way this movie kind of balances the themes of what kind of life you truly want to live. It feels like kind of a missed opportunity to really expand on his character a bit more here. But I get it, I'd rather have more time with Denji and Reze if it meant that Aki would feel just slightly a bit underdeveloped, and Angel's whole thing kind of feeling a bit rushed. I also think the animation is nothing below gorgeous, dude. Chainsaw Man has always had such beautiful animation, but I think this movie takes it to such an extreme. And I mean that in the best way possible. My jaw was literally dropping at some of these scenes. The trailers do not do this movie enough justice. Even the first half of the film had so many scenes that were just jaw-droppingly gorgeous, and it really enhanced the scene. Like the whole skinny dipping scene. I know how that sounds out of context, but please trust me, that scene is actually really beautiful. Just looks beautiful with the reflections on the water and stuff like that. Just like, oh my god, I can rave about this movie's animation all day. And I also really love how this movie doesn't really hold back on anything. I can't really get into specifics without spoiling, but this movie, like the show, does not hold back on killing certain characters, especially in that second half, which is just batshit insane. I also just love how much they are willing to show how oblivious, I think is the right word, Denji truly is. I think what makes Denji such an interesting protagonist compared to a lot of other shonen protagonists is the simple fact that he feels a lot more grounded than like a Deku or a Naruto. His actions do get people killed, and it's not the fact that he doesn't care, it's the fact that he doesn't realize. I've actually had this conversation with my dad, which is what got me thinking about this in general. But for me at least, I think it's interesting to see a character like Denji, who is still a kid, being thrown into all these situations, even though he never really got the chance to be a child. Him being kind of stupid is his biggest weakness. Like, his whole thing is that he wants to get with girls. His whole goal that he's working towards is to get with Makima. It, at times, almost feel like a parody of like other anime similar to it, but maybe that's just me looking a little too deep into it. And with the introduction of Reze, it teaches him what it actually means to love someone, to be emotionally connected with someone, to be with someone who genuinely loves you for you. It's not just a transactional relationship. And a lot of that doesn't have to necessarily only apply to his relationships, but also just the situation he's in general. Because being a kid like Denji isn't good for him. It's just a situation that he doesn't realize he's in. It's really hard to talk about my favorite parts about this film without spoiling everything, so all I'm just gonna say is I love Chainsaw Man Reze Arc. I thought it was a fantastic film. I love this relationship between Denji and Reze, and it's probably gonna end up being one of my favorite films of the year. I think Sinners is still my favorite movie of the year, but goddamn, this is a very close second. A lot of the things in this movie got me feeling things that I haven't felt in a while, especially in like a cinema. And just in general, I fucking adore this film. I keep going back and forth between a 9.5 and a 10. Because theoretically, I do have little nitpicks with the film, but at the end of the day, this film is just so good to me. I think I'm gonna go with a 9.5 just to play it a little safe. But that is still an incredibly high score, and I think it deserves every single amount of praise it gets. Oh my god. Halloween is one of the scariest times of the year. A time for thrills, chills, and most importantly, kills. I never got to celebrate Halloween as a kid. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, try as I might, I was born as a Christian. I couldn't experience the joys of cosplaying as Spider-Man or eating a bucket load of candy because my religion wouldn't allow me to do that. A lot of people don't realize, but Christians really don't like a lot of things that I kind of think is a little bit ridiculous. Like the things I was told not to watch. No Pokemon and no Smurfs. What? I guess Pokemon makes sense for like Smurfs? These things? Either way, that was a big reason why I could never celebrate Halloween. And that always ate me up as a kid because I wanted to celebrate Halloween. But Christians apparently hate candy. And demons and stuff, but that doesn't matter. But childhood suppression doesn't stop me. You see, I may have never been able to experience Pokemon, but hey, Shin Megami Tensei is just as good. As I got older, I ended up celebrating the holiday via different ways. One of those ways being horror stuff. One of the first horror things I got to experience was one of the most iconic horror things. If you're watching this video, then you probably know what I'm about to say. Yeah. You hear that thing? Yeah. Resident Evil 2 on the PS4. But Halloween was a close second. The original Halloween is such an iconic horror film. The original Halloween is such an iconic horror film, it might as well be the blueprint for slasher films. Now, of course, you got your Texas Chainsaw Mans and Gray Christmases, but Halloween was one of the first to do it, and arguably did the best at the time. So naturally, because of a big success, we need to milk every single damn cent we had in this franchise. I mean, it had Halloween in the name. We got our perfect advertising there. Halloween 2 was okay. Not as good as the original, but it does the job. I think 3 is actually incredibly underrated. I think it does do a lot of cool things. Halloween 5 and 6 aren't as good at all. And then they rebooted the series to H2O, which follows the first 2 movies, and you know, I really like H2O. I think if I had to rank all the Halloweens, I think H2O will probably be my 3rd favorite. I think it does a lot of neat things, and I think out of all the Halloweens, it respects its legacy the most. And then Resurrections came out, it's the biggest piece of shit I've ever seen, but hey, it's funny, so who cares? And then we have the modern Halloween trilogy. Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills, and Halloween Ends, which I can basically just describe the movies like this. I think you got the picture. Maybe I'll make another video talking about the trilogy, but it has some really dumb shit in it. I don't like how Laurie is this overly paranoid survivor of Michael. I think H2O was a little more believable. I can't speak. And I think Halloween Ends might legit be my least favorite movie in this franchise. Resurrections is worse, no doubt, but like, Halloween Ends is so goddamn stupid. I can make an entire video talking about that movie in particular. It depends how good this video does. But one thing I will always stand by with a Halloween film is that all of them are interesting in their own ways, whether it's the story, how they got made, or watching the film themselves. But you might have noticed that there's one film I have yet to mention. Rob Zombie's Halloween, aka Halloween 2007. This one's a strange one to talk about because it's not a reboot like Halloween 2018 or Halloween H2O. It's a completely new reboot. It doesn't follow any original continuity. It doesn't follow anything from those previous films. It's set in its own completely different timeline. I find it extremely weird that we have never moved past the original timeline. Like, I actually don't know why. That's such a weird thing. Why? Rob Zombie's Halloween is one of the strangest films I've ever watched, and I kind of hate it. So join me today as I talk about Rob Zombie's Halloween, how it was made, and answers the question of,
Is it good? I already answered that earlier, no. But here's my other question. Why exactly was this movie made? Well, that's what B-roll Ren is for. And he can take that away. I gotta go do something.
After the poorly received Halloween Resurrections, the producers of the film and the entire franchise were trying to find a new way to breathe fresh air into the Halloween franchise. There were many ideas thrown around, including a Halloween and Hellraiser collaboration movie. Just the most random ass combo I've ever seen. But after multiple ideas, and sadly the passing of the executive producer of the Halloween franchise, his son will bring in an up-and-coming Rob Zombie to direct the next Halloween movie. Before taking the job, Rob Zombie wanted the approval of John Carpenter, where John basically told him to make it his own. Halloween 2007 did have some issues while being developed, mainly because the movie was originally going to be split into two different movies, one being a retelling of the first Halloween, and the other being an origin story for Michael Myers. Eventually, though, the movie will be combined into one singular movie, one side telling Michael Myers' story, while the other being a retelling of What Do You Think? Rob Zombie's Halloween would eventually release in August 31st, 2007 and ended up being a massive success, and the win the Halloween franchise needed at the time.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I gotta mop this. Is OBS recording? He's fine, trust me. In fact, he's such a good guy, he decided to join us in our little recording session. No, I did not kill him. No, don't. That is blood, alright. While Rob Zombie's movie was financially successful, critics were very divided by it, with some praising the new take while others being very negative on it. Rob Zombie would eventually release a director's cut, which is essentially his true vision, and is what I'm going to be watching for today, mainly because it's the most accessible version of the film. So why not we just jump in and discuss Halloween 2007, aka Rob Zombie's take on. The movie starts with us getting to meet the Myers family and see how much of a lovable bunch of people they are.
I choked the chicken, purged my snorkel all over them flappy ass tits.
Good, we'll have a good fucking time.
I will.
I hope she likes cripples.
Bitch, I will crawl over there and I will skull fuck the shit out of you.
Oh, I'll get the crutches for you.
We basically got the starter pack to every broken home in a movie. We got the stepdad, who's a piece of shit. The mom who has to work as a sex worker. The daughter who would probably start her OnlyFans if this was made today. If I didn't know any better, I think Michael came from an abusive household. Speaking of Michael, the first half of this movie focuses entirely on his origin story. I don't like this already. Part of the reason why I like Michael is because that there's no clear reason on why he does the thing he does. He just does it because he likes it. Some movies will make him only go after families. Some movies will make him part of cults for some reason. But I always prefer the classic reasoning of he's just a killer for fun. He's just the embodiment of pure evil, and that's why he likes killing people. I think the original movie does a good job at showing you Michael's origin story without taking a massive chunk of the film out. It's quick, it's straight to the point, and it shows you that Michael, from a kid, has always had a fascination with murder. But here, it feels like that first scene, but overly extended for really no reason. After this, it seems like Michael is getting bullied at school, and is also getting bullied by the goddamn Spy Kids kid.
Hey Mikey, how's your mom doing? You know, my old man said that for $1 she'd rub her tits on his face. Shut up. What the fuck do you say?
It's here when the conversation of how evil and weird Michael is acting and how he might be a troubled kid happens here. This is where this version of Loomis gets introduced, and let me just say this. I hated this version of Loomis when I first watched this film, but strangely, the director's cut fixes a lot of my issues with Loomis. It's clearly because there's a lot more scenes that were cut out from the film that makes him more sympathetic, and I have no clue on why any of that was cut out. Anyways, it's here when we see Michael run away from school, which is where the Halloween theme plays for some reason. A really weird choice to play the Halloween theme here, but sure. Michael starts following the kid from Spy Kids home and beats him to death for what happened earlier. One thing I really like about this film is that it has some brutal ass kills, dude. Rob Zombie's really good at making you feel really bad for the people who are in this current situation. You hear this kid literally begging for his life, apologizing. It doesn't even matter if he means it. He just wants to get out of this situation. But Michael brutally kills this kid and beats him to death.
Please help! I'm sorry. Don't hurt me, just... I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There's a weird cut here, but other than that, it's a really good scene. I actually think every kill in this film is very well executed. The scene after this is where Deborah, that's Michael's mom by the way, is leaving for work, and all little Michael wants to do is go trick-or-treating, but no one wants to take him. His dad is a jerk, and his sister's going to fuck her boyfriend.
Wow.
What?
Take that stupid thing off.
Come on, babe. I want to do it with the mask on.
Look, all I'm just saying is, if someone wants to have sex with me with that mask on, I'm just getting out of the bed at that point. Oh yeah, this is where the iconic mask comes from. It's kind of a little anticlimactic, to be honest. So Michael has a very reasonable crash shot over all of this, and like I said, these kills are very good. I especially really like the one with the boyfriend, where you can tell when Michael banged his head across with a metal bat, he felt that, like, really badly. Like, where his leg starts twitching, it's like, it makes you squirm. It's so, like, brutal. I can see the argument that the movie goes a little too brutal with it, like Terrifier levels, but this is the only enjoyment I got from the movie, so please let me alone. So basically, Michael kills everyone in the house, leaving one little baby alive.
Happy Halloween, boo.
Baby Laurie Strode. There's actually something I really do like about this film. Halloween 2 confirmed that Laurie and Michael were blood related, and I always felt like it was kind of forced in Halloween 2, but here it genuinely does feel like it was part of the plan from the beginning. Now you would expect this is where the flashback would end, right? Deborah comes home, realizes her son's a monster, and we skip the present day, right? Right? The movie keeps going with Michael being in a mental asylum now, and this is something that I don't like about the film at all. I hate how much time is spent on Michael's backstory. I genuinely really do. It makes him less intimidating. It makes him less threatening. Like I said, the original movie doesn't elaborate on it for a reason. It's the mystery that adds on to Michael. It purposely made things vague so it can still remain scary, because you don't know why he's doing this. But here we get nearly an hour of content of being told the exact same thing. Michael is evil. Michael has something wrong with him. The only thing I like about the asylum scenes is genuinely the stuff that's added towards Loomis. And that is specifically in the director's cut. Loomis is desperately trying to help Michael. He's trying to do things to help Michael get better. And that's really something I like. It was also something that was missing from the theatrical cut, which is really appreciated that it's here now. There's also where Deborah is supposed to shine as a character, her constantly coming to check on Michael despite everything that happens. And look, she's a strong ass woman for that, man. I'm not saying I would disown my kid if he killed all my family members, but I wouldn't really blame her for that. That don't count. That don't count. There's also a scene here that explores Michael's obsession with his mask. Why? Why do we need an explanation on why he wears a mask? Do we need an explanation on why Jason wears a mask? Do we? I don't know. I never seen Friday the 13th. Why do we need to add all this unnecessary detail? Why do we need a lore reason on why he wears masks? What is next? We're gonna get a lore reason on why he wears a jumpsuit? He went to the store! One day after Deborah is done with her visit, Loomis is taking her back to the car where he instructs a nurse to watch Michael. She makes this comment.
Cute baby. Couldn't be related to you.
Another thing I don't like about this director's cut is that in the original, she says absolutely nothing to him, and he kills her anyways. Like, that was way more scary. Why did we change that? Yes, in any other movie, that would be weird, but this is Halloween. I think it would be way more interesting to have Michael just snap out of nowhere, showing that no matter what, he's always gonna be like this. Anyways, because Michael had another really bad crash out, his mom goes and kills herself. And then we finally cut to present day. We've learned from dialogue that Michael has been quiet ever since the death of his mother, and Loomis can't take care of Michael anymore. There's nothing left for him to do, so he has to abandon Michael and move on. And this is another thing I actually really like about this version of Loomis. In the original cut, Loomis did not sound like he gave a shit at all, but here it sounds like he's genuinely heartbroken by this. That he genuinely gave it his all, but at the end of the day, he couldn't help Michael. This was the one patient he couldn't save. I don't know why any of this was cut out of the original cut, because they genuinely add a lot to Michael's story, and not only that, adds a lot to this version of Loomis in general. These are genuinely great changes. And then the movie fucks it up so bad. Oh my god, dude. I cannot start this next part in good faith without a massive content warning. If you all are sensitive to any of that, you might want to skip this next part. I'm not going to show anything, mainly because 1, you don't need to see any of that, and 2, I don't want to see any of that again. I'm going to try my best to make this as brief as I can. If you can't handle it, skip ahead. In the original theatrical cut, Michael breaks out of his chains during a transport to another prison. And it also makes for one of the coolest scenes in the original cut of the movie. Earlier in the film, we had a security guard and Danny Trejo acting a bit like a dick to Michael, and then in this cut, he returns with his cousin, who isn't even in the original, and they come in to rape a patient in front of Michael. I am not joking. I'm probably going to put some gameplay up on the screen instead of the scene, but like, watching this scene was really disgusting. Full transparency, I was watching this film with a friend, and we didn't know at all that this was even in the film. When I originally watched the film, I watched the theatrical cut. I think I rented it on Vudu, if I'm not mistaken. And I was unaware about this scene's infamousy. And while we were watching the movie, the scene came up, and it really killed the vibe. While researching why this was even changed at all in the director's cut, I found a couple people trying to defend this scene, saying, "Oh, it's not meant to be all cuddly and sweet," but like, I'm sorry, I don't buy that shit for a second. I get that these movies are supposed to be dark. I get at the end of the day, horror movies are supposed to make you feel uncomfortable, but like, this is just cheap shock value. There's no other way to put it. It's the far worse equivalent to a cheap jump scare. Like, why would a Halloween film need a rape scene to be effective? Why can't it just be scary on its own without having this disgusting scenes in it? And I'm not saying that this kind of stuff doesn't deserve to be talked about in media. I'm saying it doesn't need to be talked about and shown in such a vulgar way. It's tasteless, it's disgusting, it was uncomfortable in the worst way, and it's not horror. It's not at all good. It was just a horrible scene in general. At least Michael kills the security guards. You know, after he messes with the mask. Like, why does the movie paint Michael as a hero here? He let this happen for longer than it should have, and also, it's Michael Myers. I'm not saying he should have not stopped it. I'm saying it shouldn't even be in the movie in the first place. Just a horrible scene in general. Anyways, hi to the people who skipped here. You didn't miss much. After the way better scene plays out, Michael breaks out of the asylum, of course not before killing Danny Trejo. So great job, Rob Zombie. Not only you made me uncomfortable, but you also killed a national treasure. We then get a scene with Big Joe Grizzly, as he proclaims, getting killed by Michael, which is good because in the director's cut, this scene for some reason goes on for longer than it needs to.
I got a Taco Deluxe Supreme talking back at me, so I'm gonna be a while.
It's almost like the director's cut is way longer than it has to be. It's almost like... And after Michael kills Joe's Grizzly, that's how Michael gets his iconic jumpsuit. Guys, I was joking. I was joking! We then finally get into Halloween night. We are nearly an hour into this film, by the way. This is another reason why I just don't like the director's cut in general. So much of it wasted your time. It may just be a few minutes longer, 11 to be exact, but you really feel those 11 minutes, man. Cause oh my god, how much time do you need to add? How many scenes do you need to add back? Most of these scenes drag out for way too long, to the point where it's just not interesting. And like, I am all for the original version of the film being shown, but like, do you need to add everything back? I like Zack Snyder's Justice League. I think it's miles better than the OG. But like, the movie's 4 hours long. Did we really need all those 4 hours to tell this story? Like, even if you're a diehard fan of this version of the movie, does everything need to be added back into the film? I think the answer to that is really no, right? The only big thing I like about this director's cut is that it expands more on Loomis, which is a character that didn't get as expanded on in the original. And that is something I genuinely really like. When he finds out Michael escaped, his first reaction is to immediately go find him. And that makes sense for this version of Loomis, and I'm really happy that all these scenes are added into the film, but like, you could still cut out like 20 minutes of this film, and I feel like it would immediately make a massive difference. While I'm still not a fan of expanding on Michael's backstory, if you make it straight to the point, it would hit a lot easier, and not only that, would help with the pacing. And this brings me to my point I'm about to get into, where now we're in Halloween night, where we see a teenage Laurie. We see she's been doing okay and has been taken in by foster parents. I can complain how she's very far from the original Laurie, but at this point, she's just basically her own character. I don't really care. She starts to tease a boy she babysits about the spooky haunted house. Little does she know, however, that was her old house, and it's also where Michael retrieves his signature mask. I'm not going to complain about it, you already know what I'm about to say. From here, it basically becomes Halloween. Again. Except this time we have Rob Zombie dialogue, so it's very obnoxious.
Mommy, you want a hammer? Look at this, Mom.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
These two films are the only Rob Zombie movies I actually went out of my way to see. Is all his movies like this? That's a genuine question. Her friends are also kind of obnoxious. Wait. Is that Daniela Harris? That's actually kind of cute. I like that a lot. Now here's why I don't like this. Not only are you doing the same shit over again, but also it just kind of shows exactly why the original Halloween was so effective while this isn't. The reason why Michael stalking Laurie in the original was scary is because we didn't know anything about Michael. Scarier not knowing Michael or why he's stalking Laurie. And I want to make something clear. I am not bashing this film for being a different take of one of my favorite movies. I love Tom Holland's Spider-Man. Yeah, it's a drastically different take on Spider-Man, but we've had 2 movies already where he's been grounded in street level, so it felt fresh at the time. The cores of Spider-Man is still in Tom Holland's Spider-Man. It's just done very differently. What I'm not okay with is stripping what I liked from the original character and not having anything to substitute. Elaborating on Michael's past makes him less scary, and to me, it's scarier when we don't know anything about this character. To me, it's scarier that his reason for killing is just for the love of the game. A lot of the rest of the film is just basically a remake of Halloween 1, so for the sake of time, I'm just going to give you the Cliff Notes version before we get to the ending. The movie has way more of a focus on showing the relationship between Laurie and her foster parents, more specifically, her foster mom, and I think that's really sweet. The actors have really good chemistry, and it makes their relationship all the more believable. Also, Michael's way more closer of a stalker to Laurie, and I honestly don't like that neither. In the original, he was way more far away, and yeah, Laurie spotted him at times, but it was never that obvious. Remake, dude is like 2 steps away from her at all times. Outside of the scene where they directly make fun of Michael, how did no one recognize— oh yeah, it's Halloween. I actually didn't think about that till writing that part of the script. Anyways, Laurie says bye to her foster parents and goes to babysit that kid from earlier. Michael pays her family a visit and has another— no, this isn't a reasonable crash out, it's an unreasonable crash out.
Oh, brother!
That joke sucked. I'm so sorry. I do love how miserable this scene is. This is how you make the audience uncomfortable, not some stupid shock value scene. Not only that, this is also the scene where Michael finds out where Laurie is, and this does have actual value to the movie. And you just feel awful seeing her parents be brutally murdered like this. Again, I just love the kills in this film, man. They're so good. After that, Laurie's friend comes over and fury ensues. Jokes aside, what is with this movie and just horror movies in general being very overly sexual? Why are these movies so goddamn horny? Like, genuinely. That's not even like me criticizing this movie in particular. Why are like horror films overly horny? I'm not saying I'm like a prude against raunchy scenes. I just came out of Chainsaw Man, and that movie has an entire scene where they're just skinny dipping. But most of the dialogue in some horror movies, and especially in this movie, are just sex and fucking, sex and fucking, sex and fucking, sex and fucking, sex and fucking. Look, what is this? The average conversation in a Has Been Hotel episode? Thank you. Thank you. Anyways, her friend goes to fuck her boyfriend, and then Michael appears, and we have another slasher scene. Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention, but Loomis has been desperately trying to convince the police to search for Michael, and the police don't comply until he's literally begging. They pay a visit to the Strode's family, and oh my goodness. Lori finds her friend slowly dying, and as she calls for help, Michael comes to Orphan real quick before trying to kill Lori. She runs to the house where the kids are at, I guess to make sure that they don't get killed. I don't know, man. I'm just ready to wrap this up. After a long chase, Michael grabs her and pulls her to their old house, hoping to jog her memory, even pulling out a picture of them taking his mask off. But Lori can only think of her survival and stabs Michael during the moment. Wait, am I actually liking this scene? The chase was really enduring, and while I may not like this version of Michael, I can genuinely see what Rob was trying to do here. I like the fact that they didn't do the predictable thing of, Michael? Is that you? I genuinely thought this was a great scene. As Lori tried to escape, Michael's chasing her down. She falls into the pool, trapped. As Lori calls for help, we see Loomis. He desperately pleads to Michael stop before delivering the final blow. As our heroes think they're safe, Lori asks Loomis if that was the boogeyman. You know, obviously a nod to the original movie.
As a matter of fact, I do believe it was.
Loomis again pleads with Michael again, saying how it's his fault. So Michael takes this opportunity to presumably kill Loomis. He desperately tries to break the walls and debris looking for her. Lori grabs Loomis' gun to finish him off. As Michael goes after her, Loomis, still alive, attempts to help her, but he didn't do shit, but it's the thought that counts. Lori, all bloody up, tries to shoot Michael, but Michael charges for her, falling straight to the porch. As she points the gun at Michael, he grabs her, and then... I really love the finale of this film. It's brutal, it's terrifying, and the ending is genuinely so perfectly timed. But god damn it, where was all of this? Yeah, you already know I'm not hiding this. I did not like Rob Zombie's Halloween. Again, I don't mind different takes of my favorite characters, but this just feels like it was Halloween, but all sauce, no food. As an adaptation, it feels like it's clashing with the new content and the reused content. The original content isn't as strong because the new content is constantly clashing with that original content. The new elements like Michael's elaboration on his backstory were unneeded. It unnecessarily complicates such a simple character. You know what? This is the Man of Steel of Halloween. That's the second time I mentioned Zack Snyder. God damn. You know what? I'm pointing that. If anyone else says that, they got their opinion from this YouTuber. And on its own as a horror film, I mean, I guess it's fine, but it's not just any other horror film, it's a remake of one of the most iconic horror films. And it's not a good one at that. After this movie, I went to watch the original Scream with my sibling, and it was so much better, dude. It felt like a direct response to what I just watched, making fun of horror movie tropes while also still respecting the genre. And honestly, it was the palate cleanser I needed, man. Halloween 2007 has a cult following that adores this movie to bits, and you know what? I have nothing but respect for those people. I know I just made an entire video ripping into this thing, but like, if you genuinely enjoy it, that's completely fine. I'm sure there's people out there who's grown up with this film and genuinely loved it, but for me, I just hated every single move this movie did. And while I could be as harsh on it as I want to, there's clearly a crowd for this kind of movie, and I think that's completely fine. I do appreciate the attempts on trying to do something new with Myers, I just don't think it landed very strong. If you do choose to watch this movie, please, please, please go just buy it on Vudu. It's like $4, and while it's not the true version of Rob Zombie's Halloween, it's the better version, to be honest. It's not like other director's cuts where they cut some of the gore out. All the gore is still intact. Everything is still intact. It's just shorter and has a better scene in it. Ultimately, if you never experienced this franchise, I just recommend going to the original one. And if you want some more Halloween after that, rewatch the sequels, watch H2O, and then maybe check this out. But hey, you can watch these movies however you want. I'm not your dad. I've been wanting to make this video since like June, and I thought, hey, it's Halloween time. Why not, you know? And of course, whether you celebrate Halloween or not, I hope you have a good Friday, and respect each other. Alright, I killed someone! Ugh. 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 At least the blood's gone. Ah! God!
This is the police. We got calls about suspicious behavior at your residence.
God damn it, man. Nintendo is my favorite publisher of all time. I've loved Nintendo ever since I was a child and have grown up with this publisher for years and years on end. I played all the games, bought all the consoles, and they've truly given me some of my most precious gaming experiences I will ever have. The amazement I got playing Breath of the Wild for the first time, the memories I would make playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with my family, getting ecstatic over playing Pokemon Omega Ruby for the first time and seeing all the unique Pokemon I can catch. I love Nintendo. Man, fuck Nintendo.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I think Nintendo, company-wise at least, has been the worst it's ever been. I have never seen a company so blatantly hate their customers so much. Like, just in recent memory, they have been raising the prices of their consoles, including the Switch 1, which, you know, we just got out of, taking down emulators like Yuzu and Ryujinx, not supplying developers with smaller, faster storage cards, being the first publisher that immediately jumped into $80 price tags for goddamn Mario Kart, suing Palworld. They made Drag X Drive. Nintendo is a greedy company that deserves most of the scrutiny it gets nowadays. Being a Nintendo fan nowadays is genuinely so sad because when they announce something really cool, I would get hyped over it. I'll be so excited. I'll be doing my little dance, only to be immediately splashed with cold water. Mario Galaxy 1+2 coming to Switch in 4K 60 and redone textures and amiibo based off the game? Oh my god, where do I pay? Oh. You know, I think I'm good with the Wii version for now. Virtual Boy games being preserved. Oh my god, that's so cool. I can't wait to experience that. Oh. Oh, come on. Are you paying for that? Switch 2 editions are probably the most egregious one because while I have no problem with paying $10 upgrade, as essentially it's just become a standard in games now, the $20 upgrades are just kind of a scam to me. They don't even guarantee you 4K 60. Like, Mario Party Jamboree doesn't have 4K 60. What kind of clown universe am I living in? Well, at least we got the talking flower. You know, that alone is worth $20.
I'm not trying to scare you, but there's a camera and a microphone in this device.
The only $20 Switch 2 edition I played for is the Forgotten Land DLC, mainly because I really like Forgotten Land and I thought the DLC would be worth it. It was only kind of worth it. There's also the game key cards, which are the bane of my fucking existence. I hate these things so much, dude. The game is not on the cartridge, it's only just a download of the game, which is dumb. I feel like they would have more use if you could just take the cartridge out and still play the game, but nope, you have to have the cartridge in, which is just so stupid. Not only that, it's just wasteful. Like, why are we spending so much time making plastic cartridges that can possibly go out of service as soon as the server shut down? Which is a when, not a can anymore. And the only reason why game key cards exist now is because Nintendo is only offering 64GB cartridges now, which is also dumb. From my understanding, I think, someone can correct me, but essentially all the cartridge sizes cost the same amount now compared to the previous Switch 1 cartridge sizes, which all cost less money to make. So instead of a 5GB cartridge costing less than a 64GB cartridge, now they both cost the same amount to produce. That's why we have the game key cards. And on one hand, I get it, you know, it costs a lot of money to make that, but also, your goddamn Nintendo, you can eat it. Not only that, one of the developers of the Star Wars Outlaws port has said that the reason why they couldn't do a full cartridge release was because of the cartridge itself being way too slow. It's almost like there's another medium we can use other than flashcards in order to get these way faster speeds and make them a whole lot cheaper. But I don't know, I think I'm making that up. It makes it sadder when a physical copy does get announced way after the game's release. I appreciate the fact that you took the time to make a proper physical. But did it really have to be months after the game launched? Especially Sega, I know you have the fun! Also remove Coward Cowards. And then the Power World shit just pisses me off because they essentially just pulled a Drake. Instead of coming back making the best games you guys made in years to prove people wrong, they sued them and Iceman singles are still ass. Do I think there's an argument that Power World ripped off Pokemon? Oh, of course. But what you don't do is wait till they get popular and then sue them, because now you look like an idiot. And Power World got money now to fight back. And you know what? I genuinely see this as a case that Power World is actually going to win. And if they do win, that would just make you look even worse. I have genuinely hated every single move Nintendo has made these past years. And it makes me even more upset that this is happening all when the Switch 2 releases. Because I genuinely really like my Switch 2. Ain't no buyer's remorse coming out of me. I'm genuinely loving my Switch 2. I play it every day. And I will be playing Metroid Prime 4 when that finally drops in December. But god damn, I hate seeing this company I once loved become more and more greedy as the years go by. I miss the Wii U days when they actually gave a shit about us. I miss Reggie and Iwata, man. Because modern day Nintendo is the worst it's ever... What's that? Oh, they always been like this? What are you talking about? Oh my god! No matter what happens with Nintendo, you're always gonna get a group of people who clearly don't know what the hell they're talking about saying, oh man, I miss the old Nintendo. I miss the Wii U days. I miss the 3DS days. And while I think it's very valid for people who criticize current Nintendo, let's not pretend like any of this is new. Like, just because Iwata and Reggie gave it to you in a nice platter doesn't mean it wasn't shit back then. Nintendo has always been a greedy company. Like, you think GameCube Online is bad? How about paying full price for all of them, only a couple years after they release? On the Wii, which can play GameCube games, with motion controls, which sometimes are the inferior way to play the game. Did I mention full price? Or how about the original 3DS prices, which were so bad they had to bring it down by 30% only a couple months after release? I'll take it a step further. Do you remember the Nintendo Partner Program? If any veteran Nintendo YouTubers are watching this, I probably just gave them PTSD. Essentially, if you made any videos about Nintendo at all, you would have to give them a massive cut of your money. Eventually it got shut down, but it was still just so stupid, dude. And just disencourage any conversation about Nintendo at all. It legit didn't make any sense. Now you might have mentioned, oh, what about the Wii U and 3DS era games? And all I gotta say is, did you experience that era at all? And if you did, you were most likely a child. I'll hop off my goat to 3DS in a minute, but by the tail end of its generation, it was receiving stinker after stinker, dude. The 3DS is still a goat though, that's undeniable. But while I have a lot of fond memories with my Wii U, that console was a 2-pack of ass. Let's not try to pretend like it's not. It had some bangers. I'm not gonna pretend like it didn't. But it also has some of Nintendo's worst games they've ever released, like some generational fumbles. Y'all remember Star Fox Zero? No? What about Star Fox Guard that came with Star Fox Zero? No? Paper Mario Color Splash, anyone? The only good thing about that game is its writing and visuals. How about Devil's Third? Do we have any Devil's Thirds enjoyers in the chat? I bet none of you even played the game. Y'all just watched the Scott the Woz video on it. RIP. Even the good games from this era were the same shit. 2D platformers or a platformer that's inspired by 2D platformers. Also a whole lot of Mario. Just a lot of Mario. You'll be lucky if you see a single other franchise. And even more luckier if that game ends up being good. And while I'm only touching on the Wii U, the 3DS also had a lot of generational fumbles. Again, I love my 3DS. The 3DS is the GOAT. But my god, this console was not safe from some of Nintendo's bullshit. Of course, there was the dumbass pricing of the OG model. The fact that the first year of the 3DS, there was barely anything to play. The fact that you can only play SNES games on the new 3DS models, even though the console can run stuff that's more powerful than an SNES. I mean, I get that SNES games are hard to emulate for older hardware, but also it's Nintendo. They could have figured it out. And speaking of the new 3DS, do y'all remember new 3DS exclusive games? And how none of them were worth it outside of a port of a Xenoblade, which was cool, but like, why the hell would you play Xenoblade on a fucking new 3DS? My point is, no matter what way you look at it, this was Nintendo's worst era by far. So when I hear people say, oh, I missed the Wii U era because they really cared, I brush that shit off so fast because either you didn't live through that era or you were a child. And that's coming from someone who lived through that era as a child. You think they gave you a free game with every purchase of Mario Kart 8 because they like you? No, because they were losing money and they needed to sell more Wii U's. I get the fact that a lot of the stuff that's going on with Nintendo is a lot more blatant than it was years ago, and now we're adults and we can use our voice to actually talk against this. But let's not romanticize the past, dude. Especially since now we're getting good games of different variety. Except Drag X Drive, let's not count that. Every time I hear someone say I miss the old era of Nintendo, all I can think of is just, no you don't, but oh boy, I wish this was the only side of Nintendo fans I hate. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because pretty much everyone has said their piece on it, but I hate Nintendo dick riders, or what they've been dubbed recently, Nintendo adults. And also Nintendo YouTubers, but we'll get into them in a minute. Now, I'm not one of those people who think that they're the reason why all of this is happening or they're part of the problem, because I think that's a bit of a reach. But I do agree that they play a part in why Nintendo fans are just okay with some of these changes. Like, guys, you don't need to buy these key cards or all these overpriced amiibo. You could just not, you know?
We need to talk about game key cards because they suck.
Why did you buy them then?
And unless we do something about it, you know, other than not buy them. Whoops.
Like, I think the Mario Galaxy amiibo looks beautiful, but I'm not buying them. And to this day, I have never paid for a game key card at all, or don't even own any. And that is something I take massive pride in. It's fine to not get things you don't think are worth it. You don't gotta overpay for these stuff if you don't really want to. I'm not saying don't enjoy your product. I'm saying if you have an issue with it, don't support it. But you see these guys complain about these problems and then actively support it. And I know someone's gonna say, oh, aren't you doing the same thing by owning a Switch 2? No, not really. I just wanted a Switch 2, so I bought a Switch 2. I don't want game key cards, so I just won't buy game key cards. It's really that simple. Why do we have to complicate things? And there's also people that feel the need to defend every single action Nintendo does. Like, bro, hop off, you're not getting a free copy. Also, let's be for real. Nintendo gets special treatment. The reason why they can charge $80 for a new Mario Kart and $20 for bare bone upgrades, or just flat out brick your console if you even sneeze in it the wrong way, is because out of all companies, they can get away with it the most. Sony and Microsoft don't got that traction at all, but that doesn't stop Microsoft. What makes Nintendo different from a Ubisoft or EA is that they make good games consistently, and they actually value art compared to a lot of other publishers. We are ignoring Pokemon Company in this conversation. We'll get to them in a minute. That's why they're able to get away with a lot of the shit they do, and it's also why a lot of the average consumers that don't really pay attention to this stuff always buy their products, is because they're always quality compared to a Ubisoft or EA, well, most of the time. And like many people have said before me, these kind of Nintendo fans are basically the new Disney adults. It doesn't matter what they do, they'll support it. But like Disney, they got limits. And we'll see those limits soon enough. But what I want to talk about today is the far opposite side of this group, and the type of people that don't nearly get as talked about, or at least talked about by normal people. The overly negative Nintendo hater, or grifter, but that word gets thrown around a lot to the point where it lost all meaning, like the word woke, so I'm just going to use hater instead. They will hate everything Nintendo's doing no matter what, and they'll hate you for even thinking about liking it. Like, I remember when the Switch 2 first launched and so many people were just okay with harassing multiple people for daring to own it, and how you should have voted with your wallets instead of supporting a greedy corporation. So we're gonna make you do it by being incredibly annoying about it.
Before it, that if you bought it on release, you may just be a little bit stupid. I know that's harsh to say, but
I told my boy gon' roll like 10 blunts for me. I told my boy gon' roll like 10 blunts for me.
And I'm going to hit some of you guys with the cold water. Voting with your wallet doesn't work, because not only you're fighting against a company with massive staying power, but also just the casual crowd that realistically doesn't care about this stuff, and liars, but we're not getting into that. And unless it's something that genuinely matters, voting with your wallet doesn't really work at all. But even then, for those more serious topics, that more so falls in the line of boycott than it does voting with your wallet. And look, you gotta be honest with yourself. Are you really gonna get mad at the casual crowd for not really caring all that much? Because 90% of the casual crowd you're gonna get mad at are people who are kids or parents who are buying stuff for their kids. Do you think they care about how lazy the new Pokemon game is? No, they look at Pokemon and think, oh hey, I like Pokemon, I want to play it, buy it, and then probably enjoy it because it's Pokemon. And are you really gonna get upset at some normal ass people doing normal ass things? Don't get any of my words twisted. This is not me justifying any of this. If a YouTuber who should know better is constantly saying, this new thing sucks, and then actively supporting the new thing, call that out immediately, because at that point you're just being dishonest to your audience. But getting mad at the casual crowd for just liking some video games, isn't that not just dumb? I also just dislike a lot of the misinformation spread about the Switch too. Like, do you remember when people were saying that physical games were going to be $10 more, which would make them $90? Because that was a lie, yet people passed it like it was true. Or more recently, stuff with the Power World case where the recent patent isn't really what you think it is. TLDR, unlike what a lot of people are saying, it wasn't a patent to lock anyone from making a monster summoning game. You just can't make one that's similar to Pokemon, like summoning with a ball or something like that. AKA, this was made specifically to go after Power World. Which, don't get me wrong, is still shitty and still boils my blood. But the way people were talking about this made it seem like every single monster collecting game was in trouble, when in reality, these were made with Power World in mind, so stuff like Digimon and SMT won't get hit with this as well. And it's just like, why do you have to make up lies? Like, sure, someone can make the argument that Nintendo kind of deserves all this and something like that, but why should I listen to you if all your hate is built off nothing but lies? At that point, it just makes Nintendo look better because it seems like the only thing to hate them for is made up reasons, which is far from the truth. Like, imagine if I told you Donkey Kong was $90 and then go off of how much of a piece of shit company Nintendo is for doing that. And then you go to the store and see that Donkey Kong was $20 less than what I originally said. Why would you trust a single word that comes out of my mouth if I can't even get simple information like that right? What, because I hate Nintendo? Newsflash, bucko, there's multiple people who hate Nintendo off strictly facts, so I'm not special at that point. I don't know if this counts as misinformation, but I'm including it here anyways because I think it's stupid. I saw someone legit trying to pin Sonic's whole downfall on Nintendo, and I'm sorry, that is the dumbest fucking take I've ever seen. Like, genuinely, do we need to make up reasons to hate Nintendo? They're right there! No, Sonic was not sabotaged by the funny red people. They could have said no with the 3-game plan, yet they continued to do it, and no one asked them to switch up the style! Why do we need to make up reasons to hate them? They give us enough reasons to hate them!
Out of pocket for that shit. Way out of pocket. What do you gain from that?
I'll go even further with my hatred for these people. I hate modern Pokemon. I hate how bland every game looks. I hate how every game comes out with seemingly no changes. I hate how Pokemon Company seemingly rushes these games out the door and charges full price for them. Legends Arceus and Let's Go are the only 2 games from the Switch generation I can confidently say are good games. Sword and Shield is a guilty pleasure of mine. I despise Scarlet and Violet, and I hate Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. So theoretically, I should be on board with the people who hate ZA, right? Right? Oh my god. I didn't buy ZA because I think the game looked really bad, and I'm tired of buying bad Pokemon games at this point. This isn't me trying to take a stand or me trying to do anything really. It's just because I don't like how the game looks. The effect is I won't buy it. But some people still bought it and still love the game and are happily enjoying it, and I think that's completely okay. They are allowed to enjoy something I don't. I am a goddamn Sonic fan. Imagine how hypocritical it would be if I got mad at people for enjoying the games that are technically not good. But some people just take this ZA shit too far, dude. Like, does it really have to be that serious? First, I always dislike the argument that these developers are lazy or anything. Game development is inherently a not lazy job, because it takes a lot of work, trial and error, patience, and other things that I saw in interviews. So saying any game is lazy is a very lazy critique, because you gotta think of it in the game developer's perspective. Every year, Pokemon Company always has to develop a new game. It was easy for a while because we were on handheld, but now players are on more strong hardware, so they have to develop for that strong hardware. So now not only they're developing for hardware they have no experience with, but also they have to work on a new game and also some DLC and also DLC for that other new game. And oh my god, the other new game is a disaster? Well, we don't have time to fix that. Let's just continue working with the DLC and hope they can accept it. And the cycle continues. Does any of that sound lazy to you? Because in my opinion, that sounds stressful as hell. All to get a game that you know you could do so much better with. And let me be clear, I am not trying to use that to justify the state that Pokemon Legends ZA is at, because I think it's kind of inexcusable. But I don't want to put that blame on the developers. I'm putting it on Pokemon companies for rushing the developers. And I just feel bad for any Game Freak developers out there, because Jesus Christ, imagine having to work on these games every year. It would get so tiring, because there's clearly talent here that just gets wasted. And before anyone tries to disagree with me on that, some people would make the same argument for Ubisoft games, yet Expedition 33 is made by ex-Ubisoft staff, showing that there's talent in people that develop these type of games, they're just not being utilized. And again, this is not me justifying the state that the game was left in, more so trying to put into perspective on what's really wrong instead of just saying X and X are lazy and money hungry. Because really, the higher ups are the ones that we should be against, not the developers. But even then, if you still enjoy the game despite what's wrong with it, that's completely okay. Also, I am so sorry. I genuinely hate the conversation where ZA is going, because either you're full on ostrich in the sand pretending like nothing's wrong with the game and people just love to complain, or you're being a dick about not wanting to play it yourself. I'm not going to talk about the ostrich because at that point it's just me beating up a dead horse. So I'm going to beat the horse that isn't dead because that's more fun. I hate this mindset with pretty much any game that releases, that even if you think the game has issues, you can't let others enjoy it. Zero's TV made a video talking about ZA, saying how he believes the game isn't good, but is still enjoying it nevertheless. And I'm sure we're going to get some nice, sane comments.
Keep buying slop and you're gonna make more slop. Y'all got robbed 80 for a mobile game. I'm not gonna lie, the amount of people that coped for the most profitable media franchise in the history of the world is astounding. The Pokemon Company really thinks that we're all idiots, and for the most part, they're right!
Like, what happened to respectfully disagreeing? And I don't want to completely misrepresent this comment section. There are people who are legit respectfully disagreeing or even offering alternatives like Digimon. And for those people, I salute you. You are keeping the dream alive. I'm not saying these games are above criticism, but some of y'all need to calm the hell down. I almost guarantee you that half of the people who are complaining about ZA and other people daring to enjoy it are the same people who buy new Call of Duties every year or buy games from companies who are arguably worse.
Who was that?
Doesn't matter.
And it's not even me trying to have a gotcha moment. It's more just like the fact that, like, we are not any better. During the horrible 2010 Sonic drought, I bought up all the Sonic games out there, even if they were trash, which most of the time they were. I paid full price for Sonic Forces. Do you think I'm in a place to judge people? Because, like, most of these people who are buying these games and enjoying it are grown-ass people. Why do I care what a grown-ass man is doing with their wallet? I'm not saying don't listen to other people's opinions if you want to go buy a game or something. But also, at the end of the day, it should be your judgment on whether or not you want to play a game or not. If you want to play ZA or you're enjoying ZA, that is completely fine. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to the random people saying you're evil for even thinking to buy this game. Because some of those same niggas watch these AI slot videos talking about these games.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth!
Some of those same niggas watch Blissify. Are you going to take opinions from Blissify? Also, I am just so tired of people using Power World as an example of what Pokemon should be doing. Am I saying Power World's a bad game? No. I played a bit of Power World and I genuinely thought it was a fun time. But from when people were talking about this game as a Pokemon alternative, I don't know, I just scratched my head. The game looks like an Unreal 5 asset flip, which is fine because it's still early access. But let's not act like the visuals are some kind of artistic direction, because in reality, it's just whatever assets they had. And this is just another reason why I think Power World's gonna win at the end of the day, because even outside of the main obvious comparison, these games are completely different. One is a turn-based RPG while the other is a survival game. They could not be more different from each other. Also, I just find it interesting that every time Power World gets brought up on how good of a video game it is, it's always to compare it to Pokemon and not on its own. With other competitors like Digimon and Yokai Watch, usually they're talking about the actual gameplay and how good it is compared to, you know, the comparisons to Pokemon. But I just want to ask, is the only thing about Power World just like it's slightly better than modern Pokemon games? Is that genuinely the only thing to talk about? That's a genuine question. Also, Time Stranger is better than both of them. You should just play that. Being a fan at pretty much anything Nintendo nowadays is just obnoxious.
I'm tired, boss.
Because you either have to deal with fans who are just bootlickers for anything Nintendo does nowadays, or deal with fans who are just overly negative about everything the company is doing and watches this shit. So what's the ultimate point with this video? Can we just talk about this stuff in a sane nature, please? Genuinely, the ZA drama pushed me to make this video because this has genuinely been the most obnoxious game launch I've ever seen. Because, like, people don't know how to respect each other at all. And at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter because the real culprit got away with it all. I'm not saying this to justify any of the hatred or any of Nintendo's actions as a company or even Pokemon Company's action as a company. I more so just wanted to make this video the rant because I hate being a modern Nintendo fan. And I do hope going forward we can just calm down about these conversations instead of trying to kill each other over a goddamn video game console. Because at the end of the day, it's never that serious. Then again, I just made a 26-minute long video talking about all this, so maybe I should have just taken that advice before making this video, but therapy's expensive. Have you ever noticed Nintendo's weird ass obsession over Galaxy? I mean, they just remastered both games and next year we're getting Amiibo based on the games, which is $40 a piece, Jesus. And of course, next Super Mario movie is the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Is that not weird to people?
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
This can be seen all the way back to, well, Super Mario Galaxy 2. Part of the reason why that game was made is because they had so many ideas from Galaxy 1 that they were planning to make an expansion on it, till they later realized it's probably better to just make it a sequel. And think about it real quick. Out of all of the Mario games to get sequels, Galaxy is the one to get another one. And hey, I'm not complaining. I love the original Galaxy. I think it's a fantastic game. I don't really care about Super Mario Galaxy 2 as much if I'm being honest, but hey, it's still a great time. But unless you want to count 3D Land, no other Mario game has received a sequel like this. Not 64, not Sunshine, not even Odyssey, despite how big that game ended up being. I mean, unless you want to count Bonanza, but even then, that game came out like 8 years after, and even then, saying that game is a sequel to Mario Odyssey is like saying Yoshi's Island is a sequel to Mario World. I mean, technically you're right, but not really. You know, actually, real quick, let's go back to 3D World for a minute. When you beat the game, there's tons of more stuff to do, including playing a level that you can see the Comet Observatory in the background of. And when you beat that level, you unlock Rosalina as a playable character. It's a cool unlock, but also, why Rosalina? I'm not saying I don't like Rosalina, quite the opposite. But like, out of all characters to choose as a 5th main character, she seems the most odd one. The game was 7 years old by the time Super Mario 3D World came out. It just seemed like such a weird inclusion. Even weirder, she was added in Mario Kart 7 over Waluigi. Apparently the main reason why Waluigi wasn't added in Mario Kart 7 is because they just didn't have enough time to add him. Which makes sense, but like, you had enough time to add Rosalina? Even weirder, the Queen Bee got added instead of Waluigi, like, huh? Not only that, but Rosalina was also added as a character to Super Smash Bros. For the Wii U and 3DS. What is the obsession with her in Mario Galaxy? The only other game I can think of that gets referenced this much is Sonic Team and their weird obsession with the Deadly Six. Which is funny because Sonic is basically my degree, yet gun to my head I cannot tell you a single Deadly Six member outside of Zaz and Zavok. And it's weird because to be honest, I thought the same treatment was gonna happen to Odyssey, but no. Like, Pauline was getting more attention, which is cool. 2, and Captain Toad Treasure Tracker got some Switch exclusive levels based on Mario Odyssey, but outside of those two examples, Odyssey did not get as much love as Galaxy did. Sunshine especially didn't get this much attention. Like, Toadsworth started appearing in more games, but that got phased out, or he's dead, one of the two. Sunshine does not get as much love as Galaxy does, which is a shame because it's the better game. Also, real quick, I want to talk about the movie, because I couldn't justify a full video on it. What do I look like, 3C films? I don't know what the general consensus of the film is, and I don't really care, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I have no strong feelings about this film one way or another. I wasn't the biggest fan of the first Mario movie because I'm just not a fan of Illumination at all, but I still had high hopes for the film, and it didn't really achieve those hopes for me. And I'm hoping that this one's a lot more focused on having a story compared to the first one, where it was just kind of going through the motions. I do appreciate that they're pulling from all 3D Mario, not just Galaxy. Like, there's some worlds from Odyssey that's being shown, and Junior being the main villain like Sunshine, and that Mario guy from 64, yeah, he's here. But like, most of it is pulling from Mario Galaxy, hence the name. I do actually like what we've seen of Rosalina so far. I think she looks pretty cool. But again, it's weird that Galaxy's the one to get the main focus. Like the last movie, there was like a Luma that was saying a bunch of edgy stuff. It wasn't really that funny, but hey, it was there. And now we're getting a Mario Galaxy movie. That's so weird to me. It's like when Sonic 3 just immediately cut to Sonic Adventure 2. So it better be as good as Sonic 3 or else I'm gonna lose it. I will say this, I do love how Rosalina and Yoshi looks. I think they capture that pretty perfectly. One of my favorite things about the Mario movie is just how everyone's designed. Everyone looks how they're supposed to, and I do love how much Illumination really exaggerates the expressions with them, especially on Bowser, to be honest. It's just kind of weird that our first look at Yoshi's from Cookies and not a trailer. I mean, I'm sure we're gonna see him. I just hope he doesn't talk. Still not completely on board with the voice cast, to be honest. And with the newcomers, I'm a little iffy on. Brie Larson is Rosalina, which means Critical Drinker is getting a fact check that month. Outside of the weird NFT thing, I don't really have that strong of opinions about Brie Larson one way or another. But strictly judging off Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, I think she'll do pretty good as Rosalina. And the casting makes sense because she's genuinely a fan of the source material. Also, blonde lady who essentially was playing a space goddess is voicing a space goddess. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't really like Bowser Jr. that much. I'll be honest, I don't know much about Benny Safdie at all. Outside of Oppenheimer, I basically know nothing about him. From the look of it, he seems more like a director than he does an actual actor. And I also don't know how much voice work has he done, so we'll see, I guess. But from the little moments we've got of Bowser Jr., I just don't like how he sounds at all. You can tell it's a 39-year-old man doing an impression of a child, like really badly. Like, come on, Nintendo, I know you cease and desist him, but you could have gotten Super Mario Logan to do it.
Cheese balls! Yay! Cheese balls!
I also do think the design looks fine. Just a little creepy on the eyes, to be honest. Anyways, I just don't really have that much of an opinion of the movie, so you can see why I just made this video about Galaxy in general. But I guess when you think about it just a little bit, it does make a little sense. I mean, Galaxy is one of the most acclaimed games. Why wouldn't they milk the shit out of it? I'm just shocked that no other Nintendo game really gets this much attention other than Mario Galaxy. Anyways, I just thought it would be more interesting to talk about rather than me just being like, so you guys see that new Mario Galaxy trailer? At some point, I just gotta ask, when does it end? I think it's okay to admit that 2025 has been the worst year for mainstream hip-hop, mainly mainstream trap. Like, what has genuinely been the best mainstream hip-hop album of the year? We had Jid, God Does Like Ugly, Tyler's Don't Tap the Glass, Clips Let God Sort 'Em Out, and a lot of people like Kyra by Offset. But I think that's it. Like, the amount of disappointing albums, mainly from trap, that come out this year that were just so mid or so bad, it was honestly really shocking. Sexy Song for You, Jack Boys 2, You Scooty, I Am Music, and so many more albums that should have been better than what they were. Mainstream hip-hop this year has been lacking. Very lacking. And this album did not fix that at all.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
I'm just gonna cut straight to the chase with this one. I did not like What Happens in the Streets, and I think it's one of the worst albums of the year by far. It's like he put all the problems of mainstream hip-hop into one album. What the hell happened here? I like Savage. I like Savage a lot. I think Savage had one of the most interesting come-ups because he was a rapper who was criticized for his monotone, stone-cold delivery and turned that into his identity. Now, that part of Savage is what we like him the most for. And it helps the fact that I think he does a good job sounding menacing while also sounding vulnerable, like in I Am and I Was. My point is, when Savage needs to, he's good at rapping his emotions, but also, he's really good at rapping in general. Savage Mode 2 barely has any emotional content, and it's just bangers after bangers after bangers. And it's such a fantastic album. I'm not trying to sound like I'm a Savage superfan or anything, but I feel like he's always kept a consistent quality with his albums. Even if it wasn't the best quality like American Dream, I still would stand by that it's a decent album. Which is why I'm so upset that What Happened to the Streets is garbage. Have you heard any 21 Savage song? Good. You don't need to listen to this album then. Some of these songs are literally just nothing. They're nothing. You get nothing out of these. Nothing in this album reinvents itself. Nothing of this album does anything new for Savage. All of it is what you expect. And it'll be fine if not a little safe if it's the same stuff we expect from Savage. But the thing is, nothing sounds that good here. Even Savage doesn't sound like he cares. It seems like he's just doing the stuff that people expect from him. And again, that would be fine if any of these songs were even worth it. Instead of me going over and breaking down why these tracks are awful, I'm just gonna play a couple side-by-side comparisons. This is Running from Savage Mode 2 compared to Ha from this album.
Called the first one Savage Mode, my move, that's what it was. 2016 we was running around, beat niggas up in the club. Pipe that hit a bitch and won't give her a crumb. 21 pass her ass the blunt, bitch. Tell her hit the dime, bitch.
Nothing here surprises you. Everything is so safe. Everything is so boring. Even the feature list is the same crap we've already seen. And it doesn't help the fact that even the features don't sound like they care. The only feature I got any enjoyment out of was G Herbo, because at least he was saying something on this album. Juwan Harris also gave a really nice hook in I Wish. That's actually the only song I really like from this album. It's the last track of the album! And I think it's so ironic that we got one of the most generic and boring albums of the year to cap off such a safe year in trap, where no one experimented, no one tried anything new, and everyone that you expect to drop a good album dropped a mid-album or a horrible one. And I think Savage is the best example of that. I want to point you to the direction of Danny Brown. Danny Brown is one of the most unique voices in hip-hop. I want to turn your attention to his album, Atrocity Exhibition. If you look down on the track list, you'll see that a lot of these songs aren't really the same. They talk about different topics, they have different vibes they're going for, but they all feel coherent. This album has themes of drugs use, but never glorifies it. The more scattered production makes it sound like he's on drugs. Now I want to turn your attention to his more recent album, Stardust. It's an album dedicated to him talking about how much he's healed from that, how he's way happier now. Even if you hear the production, it sounds batshit insane, but not in the same way as his previous album did. You look at the features and none of them were on Atrocity. Hell, none of them have been on Danny Brown albums before. The point I'm trying to make is there's no evolution in mainstream trap anymore. Everyone sounds the same, everyone got too comfortable at the spot they're in. Yeah, sure, Savage had a great improvement, but he hasn't changed since then. What has changed from 2020 Savage compared to 2025 Savage? Trap has gotten stale. Simple as that. No one wants to listen to the same shit forever. I think Savage's new album is a perfect example of what's wrong with hip-hop right now. Or at the very least, what's wrong with mainstream hip-hop. I'm not going to give you the basic solution of, oh, you should listen to underground artists, you know. Yes, I do think people should be listening to more underground artists, but that should never be the alternative if newer hip-hop sucks. I'm not asking Savage or Future or Travis to drop an experimental masterpiece of a record. But switch up something, man! Like, instead of having another Travis, Future, and Playboi Carti track because type shit works so well, why don't we have a Travis or Jid song, or a Savage and Anderson .Paak song, or a Future or Denzel Curry song? I'm not asking you to do crazy collabs like Danny Brown did, but do something new, man! Because we're tired of hearing the same garbage! Anyways, if you couldn't tell by me going on that rant, I barely have anything to say on Savage's new album except it's bad. so I'm gonna slap it with a fat 3 out of 10. What a horrible year for mainstream hip-hop. Pokemon has kind of been in a limbo for the past couple of years. I would say the signs have really started with Pokemon X and Y, but really got started by the time we hit the Switch generation. Like everything up till Black and White 2 are very beloved, but then X and Y hit, and being the first 3D Pokemon game, it really wasn't as great as many people wanted it to be. People got attached to Mega Evolutions, but outside of that, X and Y didn't really leave that big of an impact on the franchise, which is a big deal when it's the first 3D Pokemon game. At least the remakes of that generation was still excellent. Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are still my favorite Pokemon games to date. I genuinely have no idea how people feel about Pokemon Sun and Moon. I think that speaks more for Sun and Moon than it does me. And then we reached the Switch era with Pokemon Sword and Shield, and oh boy, what a lackluster start to the Switch era. I have good memories with the game, and I still have a very soft spot for it, but oh boy, I'm not gonna pretend like this was a good game. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearls failed to deliver on the monumental expectations it had, and even then they were just bad games in general. And then we had Scarlet and Violet.
No, you can't! I won't do it! I won't do it! You can't make me! You can't make me!
Look, there was something here, but it's covered in a lackluster story, some of the worst level scaling I think I've ever seen in a video game, an embarrassing launch that puts Cyberpunk 1.0 to shame, and they didn't even fix it. I didn't like Scarlet and Violet. I think the only Pokemon game that was praised during this generation was Pokemon Legends Arceus, and that's mainly because it was a game that actually tried to innovate on Pokemon. And then Scarlet and Violet cut out all the fun stuff, which leads me to the thesis of today's video. In the 4 generations that released after Pokemon Black, White, and 2, Pokemon has not evolved.
Hey, Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
Now, I don't mean this in the sense that they kept up the same gameplay for years and years on end. In fact, that's a statement that I very much disagree with, and it's very much the popular opinion with Pokemon.
I'm just giving you my perspective on it. It's a game that I'm very confident I would not enjoy, because it looks like the same fucking game I've now played a million times from Pokemon. It does not look like a game I would enjoy, thus I will be sitting it out.
Absolutely no hate to Charlie, I love the guy. But I don't get the whole argument of Pokemon has remained the same for years now, where that has been further from the truth. If anything, they have the complete opposite problem. I think it may come from the fact that there were much more substantial differences jumping between Gen 1 to Gen 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. Like jumping to Gen 4 to 5 alone, you have a completely new region filled with Pokemon that are only from that region, no returning Pokemon at all. Instead of being based on a part of Japan, it's being based off a part of America, which means more people of color, more different Pokemon that's very unique to America. Different culture styles that you see throughout the region. Gen 5 was still arguably the biggest switch up for Pokemon, and it's part of the reason why it's my favorite. It kept the core of Pokemon even if it didn't change the gameplay all that much. But the same magic trick wasn't going to work with X and Y. They needed something new, which is why they introduced Mega Evolutions, which was a great shakeup to the formula. Only problem is, it made the game way too easy. Especially when most of the trainers in the game can't Mega Evolve themselves. But because of the great reception Mega Evolutions got, it now kind of felt like every single Pokemon game had to have some sort of gimmick. And most of them were really pointless one way or another. Sun and Moon had Z moves, which were very dumb. Dynamaxing was a little cooler, but the problem was that it only happened during gym battles, so you couldn't really do it all the time like you can with a Mega Evolution. And even then, they were extremely unbalanced. And then Scarlet and Violet had the most drastic changes compared to all the modern Pokemon games, where it was a lot more open world, and your Pokemon can become more gem-like, which gives them another type. The problem was the open world didn't have the right level scaling to accommodate for it, so you would get your ass beaten if you go against a gym battle that you're not ready for. So at that point, what is the point? Why give me this open environment if I still have to challenge the gyms in a specific way? Also, terrestrializing just wasn't really that substantial of a gimmick and didn't really have that big of a change to battles. But Legends Arceus was the most drastic change to the Pokemon formula we've seen in so long. And at the time, it was such a fresh breath of air. Not everything worked, like the battle system for example being very half-baked, but god damn it, they gave it their all with this one. And then they threw it away next game. What all these games have in common that they try to innovate one way or another, but none of them really succeed at it. Like, why drop Mega Evolutions after Gen 6? Why not expand on that? Why drop some of the mechanics of Legends Arceus? You could have made something great with that. Why do Z moves even exist?
This is boring.
I agree with the notion that Pokemon has gotten really stale, but it's not even the fact that they don't try to do something different, more so the fact that they don't ever stick to the difference. Sun and Moon, for example, got rid of the traditional gym format, and it was something new and fresh. But after that game, they never tried anything cool like that again. Granted, it wasn't really well done in Sun and Moon, but that was something to expand on. Instead of expanding on it, or maybe taking a year or two off, nope, I guess we'll never try that again. And then rinse and repeat. Even X and Y, as controversial games as they were, people still loved the Mega Evolutions out of them, but they were just left to rot for 3 generations. Where's the logic in that? Isn't the point of a sequel is to take what worked in the last game and apply it to the new one? Why are we just abandoning ideas? Sure, X and Y was piss easy, but there was easy ways to fix that. That doesn't mean the gimmick deserved to be shelved for the rest of its life. And that goes for all the other gimmicks. Even if I didn't like them as much as Mega Evolutions, they deserve to be expanded upon. That's why I didn't want to play VA, because I expected the same crap. And it ended up inspiring this topic. I've been playing through Legends ZA and I had the lowest expectations going into the game, and honestly, I wasn't even gonna play it. But I got it for my birthday and my dad really wanted me to give it a chance, so I thought, I got it for free, why not? And it was his big comeback to the franchise, so it was making me happy that he was enjoying it. I just didn't want to play it, but I buckled down and gave it a chance, and I like it. The way people were talking about this game gave off vibes like it was just the same bland Pokemon game, and in many ways it is, but I'll be damned. It has some really good ideas. For one, they brought back the catching mechanics from Arceus, which is a godsend. Combat has been majorly improved, now being real time, so it makes you have to think quickly. It also recontextualizes some moves like teleport or bounce, because they could be easy ways to dodge upcoming attacks. You essentially have to relearn how to battle, think differently on what you add towards your party. Like, I have this Halucha and he knows bounce, and originally I would just replace that with aerial ace. Mainly because I don't really like how 2-turn moves work, and it was never really my favorite thing to use. But in this game, 2-turn moves take longer to hit in real time, so instead of me waiting a turn to attack, I am actively dodging my opponent's upcoming moves and attack unscathed. I still think Megas make this game way too easy, but hey, it's more likely you'll face a trainer with a Mega Evolution here than it is in X and Y, which is a massive plus in my book. The game's visuals are horrible, but the animations and models are extremely well done. And I also think the story where you have to rank up to become the best in Kalos is really intriguing, and I'm actually finding myself liking the characters I'm playing along with. They all have their own personality, which is a high bar in this franchise for some reason. And none of them necessarily feel underutilized, all of them get their time to shine. And there's also moments in this game where its writing genuinely makes me laugh, especially in the side quests. Some of them can just be boiled down to just battling, which those side quests aren't really too fun, but others can be just dealing with Pokemon in an average day. There's a chessman who's pulling a Jibanyan and trying to fight a car, and he apparently does this frequently. A Slurpuff that's angry because their trainer won't bring him to the cafe, so you have to bring them to the cafe. And you see, now they're no longer grumpy. I don't hate this game as much as I thought I would, and I'm honestly pretty happy about that. But I do kind of get why people don't like this game, or just straight up refuse to play it. The game's start is really slow. In the first 2 to 3 hours of this game, I was ready to drop it. It does start to pick up afterwards, but you have to go through so much before it does. And also, this game looks bad, like really bad. I know looks is just one part of a game, like I like Sonic Frontiers, but it's a very ugly looking video game. But this is $1 billion company at this point, and you're telling me the games can't look any better than this? Again, I really love how the animations look, I really love how the models look, but all of that doesn't matter when the game's textures and colors look so bland. We're in a city, it should be bright and colorful. Speaking of the city itself is fine, but could have been expanded on more. Like a Pokemon game that takes place in one city maybe could have worked. Cyberpunk is a game that takes place majority in one city, and it has such an expansive world that we don't really mind that. But when there's not really that much interesting point of interest, it makes your open world city feel a lot more closed off. Also, this is a minor complaint, but I don't like the name Legends ZA. Pokemon Legends Arceus focus a lot on its past, and I really don't like that ZA uses the Legends name, but it takes place in the future, and it's technically a sequel to X and Y. Also, this game costs too much money. I got it as a gift, but I imagine I will be a lot harsher on this game if I paid the full $70 on it. Not to mention the $30 DLC when this game wasn't even out. Also, quick side tangent, this isn't a $100 game. People are saying that because the DLC combined with the game itself is $100, and it's very obvious that the DLC is just cut content. And while I can get it's frustrating, you can do the very easy thing of just not buying the DLC and wow, it's $70 all of a sudden. Phantom Liberty technically has some stuff that should have been in the game in the first place, but does that mean Cyberpunk is all of a sudden a $90 game? No, because that's stupid. Also, before I end this quick side tangent, people are mad that you can't sit on chairs. I don't understand why people would care to do that in the first place. I get being mad at roller skates being cut. I get being mad at the fact that you can't go in a lot of the buildings in a game that takes place in a city. But chairs? You're mad that you can't sit on a chair? What would that change in the game? I do get why people don't like this game, and this isn't me saying that all the hate is invalid. I think there's stupid arguments from people who didn't play the game, but at the end of the day, if you don't like the game, you don't like the game. And despite me liking the game, I'm not blind to disagree that Pokemon fans do deserve a better game. There's a lot of good videos going deep into the problems with this game, and they're allowed to not like it, just like how I'm allowed to like it. But here's my thing with ZA. Despite me liking the game and thinking it's a great 6 out of 10, that doesn't mean I like Pokemon all of a sudden again. We've been through this before. I love Pokemon Legends Arceus, and they immediately cut all the ideas I liked from that game. And I'm liking a lot about ZA. Who's to say they're gonna cut out all the things I like about this game? Who's to say that the combat system is here to stay? Not to mention the game looks like a bad port of a PS4 game to Switch 1. So who's to say the next game won't look like that? I may like this game, but that doesn't mean I all of a sudden have faith that they can change things around, because I don't. There's a good foundation here, but I'm sick of good foundation. Hell, I said that about the last Legends game, and people said that about Scarlet and Violet. People said that with X and Y. People said that with Sun and Moon. How many times are we gonna get a good foundation till you can make a good game? These games don't make sense as yearly or bi-yearly releases anymore. You can see them trying to do as much as they can with these games, but they clearly don't have enough time to flesh it out. Pokemon recently had a massive data breach recently, and while I won't show any of the work that got leaked, I will state that the next few Pokemon games are not too far from now. Also, a lot of cut content from ZA got leaked, showing how rushed this game truly was. I know some people want me to come say how lazy these games are and how ashamed Game Freak should be for rushing these games out, but honestly, I don't see the point in doing that. Not because, oh, poor big company, they can't afford a second yacht, but because I feel like the majority of people are missing the bigger problem. I said this in my Nintendo fans videos, but these developers has less than 2 years to work on these games. Hell, they're working on these games in between other games. The gap between Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet was less than a year. Do you really think Scarlet and Violet had less than a year to be developed? Or more likely, they were working on this game alongside Legends Arceus. They have to develop these 30 to 40 hour long games, and at the end of the day, they come out with a product that could have been so much better if they were given more time. ZA was just barely given enough time, and it still came out rushed. These games are getting too big for just these 2-year dev cycles. And Pokemon Company needs to give these developers more time to finish the game, polish them, and make sure that this doesn't happen again. Because I can feel the passion in these games. I can feel the passion trying to come out. Like another franchise that I know that has similar slump, but I can't really remember the name of it. This isn't me trying to defend these games, more so trying to show you the bigger picture. And that's coming from someone who hated Scarlet and Violet. That's coming from someone who had the lowest expectations of Legends ZA. And I know what you're already thinking, and I'm one step ahead of you.
About to begin.
Digimon Time Stranger is such a banger of a video game. It is everything I want in a new Pokemon game and more. This game was built off the foundation of the last 2 Digimon story games, and on the 3rd try, they fucking nailed it. It's a Digimon game like it was developed by Atlas, and it's awesome. And I'm not even that big of a Digimon fan, but I played the demo of this and loved it so much I bought the game. Another franchise similar to this was Yokai Watch, my beloved. By the 4th game, they were doing a whole ass action RPG. Sure, these franchises aren't as popular as Pokemon, but they evolved their style so much quicker. Yokai Watch 4 had 4 years in development and it came out better than the Pokemon game of that year. I still like ZA, but that doesn't change the fact that the game is unfinished. Like, how in the year 2025 do we still not have any voice acting? We're past the GBA now! You can do this stuff! Pokemon today is rushed, it can't stick to a single idea, and is just always disappointing now. And I want to emphasize as much as I can, I do like ZA, I do like a lot from it. But I get why people don't like it, I get why people won't give it a chance, because they're tired of this. And I do get that there are grifters in the mix that do muddy the waters. Like some of the people I mentioned got a down payment on a new house that month. But just because there's a few bad people in the mix doesn't mean the whole ZA hate is forced. Because a lot of it is understandable. A lot of the frustration from Pokemon are from people who want better. And I can't really blame them. And the fact that the next entry is very close by is very concerning. I want to wake up one day to a fantastic Pokemon game that really fleshes out all its ideas and truly feels like the next big step to the franchise. I want to be out of the, well, it wasn't as bad as last game era. I want Pokemon to finally evolve and keep innovating with that evolution. And I can only pray the next game can give me that.